ABC News with Miriam McDonald. Good afternoon. A child has suffered serious injuries after being hit by a car in Melbourne's southeast this morning. It's understood the 10-year-old child was on a scooter on Park Road near Churchill Avenue in Cheltenham about 10 o'clock when they were struck by the car. The child was taken to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. The driver of the car, a 51-year-old Aspendale Gardens woman, stopped at the scene and spoke to police. An investigation is underway. A health workers union says a lack of equipment and workforce issues are causing a backlog of medical imaging requests in the public hospital system. The Victorian Allied Health Professionals Association says the backlog means some patients are waiting up to a year for imaging, delaying the diagnosis of serious diseases like cancer. Executive Officer Andrew Hewitt says systemic problems need to be addressed to fix the problem.
We want the government to invest in the workforce, but we also want them to invest in the infrastructure. These are highly skilled professionals, and that doesn't come cheap. They need to support the education, and they need to support the ongoing professional development so that we can attract good people into the workforce and we can retain them once they're there.
Victoria's Shadow Health Minister Georgie Crozier says the wait times for patients are unacceptable.
Delays of months to have a scan that could potentially save your life shows the extent of the health crisis. When people can't get scans and they can't be diagnosed with some very serious illnesses like cancer, the government has failed in managing what needs to be done.
A Victorian government spokesperson says it's established the $315 million medical equipment replacement program and has added more than 40,000 healthcare workers to the state's health system. Police have charged a man with murder after the body of a man was found in Melbourne's northeast earlier this week. Police say the victim, who is yet to be formally identified, was found at a McLean's Road address in Bundoora on Thursday morning. A 51-year-old Bundoora woman and a 40-year-old man were arrested at the scene. The man has been charged with murder and will face the Melbourne Magistrates Court today. The woman has been released. The Electoral Commission is continuing the vote count a week after Labor's landslide victory, with several seats still too close to call. Here's political reporter Pablo Vinales.
Labor currently has a boosted majority of 91 seats in the House of Representatives, while the coalition is sitting on 40. Yesterday, the ABC called the seat of Bendigo for Labor's Lisa Chesters, despite a swing of more than 10% to the Nationals candidate Andrew Lethlean. The government has also claimed victory in the newly formed seat of Bullwinkle on Perth's eastern fringe. In the Melbourne seat of Kooyong, held by independent Monique Ryan, the Liberal candidate Amelia Hamer is behind by more than 600 votes. In Bradfield on Sydney's North Shore, Liberal Giselle Kaptarian leads independent Nicolette Buller.
The Indian military claims to have intercepted Pakistan's drones in what's been described as the most intense fighting between the regional neighbours in more than 2 decades. Explosions in Amritsar suggest the conflict may now be spreading beyond disputed territory, as South Asia correspondent Meghna Bali reports.
This city feels like it's bracing for the worst. Earlier today, air raid sirens rang out across the city. Residents were told to stay inside, switch off their lights and stay away from windows. Officials say it was just a precaution, but the anxiety here is very real. Over the past 2 days, India says Pakistan has tried to hit 36 sites across its territory using drones and missiles, but claims it shot them all down. India says it responded by taking out multiple Pakistani air defence systems. Now, Pakistan disputes that, and it says India is the aggressor and that it's defending itself.
The only Australian-based cardinal to take part in this week's papal conclave says the new Pope represents a force for unity in the Catholic Church and the world. Pope Leo XIV has held a Mass at the Sistine Chapel ahead of his official inauguration next week. Ukrainian-born Bishop Mykola Baichok, at the age of 45, is the youngest member of the Sacred College of Cardinals, works in Melbourne and is the first Australia-based cardinal since George Pell. He's praised Pope Leo's message of peace.
While he did not speak of any one nation, his call for peace resounds in the hearts of all who suffer from violence and division, especially the people of Ukraine who continue to endure the pain of war and displacement.
To the weather now for the state. A dry, mild and mostly sunny day. For Melbourne, a sunny day with a top of 20 degrees. Tomorrow, partly cloudy and 23. Right now in Melbourne, it's 18 degrees. ABC News.
God-tier comedy is on ABC iView. Good God. Unbelievable. More checklists. Optics. Check. Breeders. Kids, Big Boys, Double Park, and so many more. Always free, always hilarious on ABC. The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listener.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Malthouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Scored the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener.
The Blues win again. They're back in the season, having won 4 of their last 5 games. And Harry Mackay, in the spirit of Spud, kicks the winner. Who won the ruck battle between Tom de Koning and Rowan Marshall? And what about the Willie Rioli episode during the week? What did you make of the AFL's handling of that? Plus, 2 of the AFL's Titans join us live on AFL Saturday. Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, with the latest on the Blues injury toll, and the coach of the Gold Coast Suns, the 3-time premiership coach, 2-time premiership player, Damien Hardwick, is our special guest today, right here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
He's in the right forward pocket, which is the right pocket for a left footer. Carlton by 9, a minute and a half to go. Can he be the hero again? Yes, Harry!
Oh, it's a fully loaded show today. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Your calls on 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. And of course, as always, as you heard in the opener, the Collingwood Premiership player Luke Ball is here. Hello, Bally.
Corby, great to be here. Sunbathed MCG. It's always just a treat and a privilege, Mick, to walk up to the comm box here. Looking forward to today's game, which we'll get to obviously in time after we cover off Thursday night and Friday night fixture, but lovely to be here with you again, mate.
Shorts one more week.
One more time.
I like
it. Who sang it? Yeah, one more time. Absolutely.
Bit of Daft
Keep
Punk.
it going.
I like it. The coaching icon, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL history, Mick Malthouse. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, Bally, and all our listeners. It's a interesting stage of the round and where we are at for the year, really.
So we had 2 games down, Pies by 14 over the Dockers, and then last night, I was about to say it was one for the footy connoisseur, but it might have been one that maybe embraces one particular part of the game, which is the sort of in-tight, tough contest part of footy. A grind-em-out 15-point win for the Blues last night. I'm sure Carlton won't care. I'm sure they'll be happy to get out of there with the points, and now they've won 4 of their last 5, and the season's alive.
Yeah, well, it is, and just looking at it, they're 2 big forwards in Charlie and H, kicked 6 between them. Probably you'd like to think they're going to kick that and get someone else to join you. Well, I think Young did have 2 kicks and 2 goals, so they've got that, but they didn't kick a lot of goals, but enough to get over the line. The Saints are going to...
Was that the difference when you look at where the key forwards for St Kilda, and obviously no Max King, and they get 8 goals out of their 3 bigs, and you look at the impact really of Sharman and Caminiti and these guys, they didn't quite have the same impact.
No, and you know, they're relying heavily on Higgins to kick goals. I think he's kicked 20-odd, 22 goals or 23 goals. Even when King comes into the side and the way they play, he's still going to be stifled because the entrance in is bludgeoned in. There's a little bit of run off the back line, but not a lot. It's grind them down, get it in, and if King's good enough to take a mark, well, then he can have a shot on goal. But it's laborious. Whereas when you look at, say, Curnow and Mackay, they were able to lead onto the ball. They were able to have a one-on-one. They had little channels to run into. I fear for the Saints' forward line to be judged. They'll beat sides they should beat, and occasionally one of the better sides, but they'll lose these sort of games against Carlton and that sort of stuff.
They bookended it, didn't they? It was Curnow early, and then Wilkie wrestled that back a little bit. There was a little bit of how the ball was coming in, just the way the game was played in the second half. You'd hate to have been a forward. And then Mackay, as the game went on, I thought really started to impose himself, didn't he? And then obviously did the damage late. So, but the midfield battle was the key. And I think on paper before the game, albeit the Saints were terrific last week, weren't they, through the middle of the ground against Freo, and really nullified Freo's clearance work. You just felt if it was going to be that type of game, Carlton would just be able to win the arm wrestle. And in the end, they did. There weren't any star performances, were there, from Cripps or Walsh or Hewitt or Chero, who had to go to half-back. It wasn't any one dominating. It was just the Carlton mids as a group just got on top.
Paulie, I've got a question for you. Given the fact that you have played a lot of your football under Ross Lyon, there doesn't seem to be a lot, you can correct me, there doesn't seem to be a lot of change in the game style, because it's get to the player who's got the football, pressure him and that sort of stuff. And I've been a bit critical of pre-season, so I just don't think they're long enough, and I'll stand by that. You're in that era where you did have long pre-seasons and you did work, and St Kilda had those 2 years where you played off in the grand finals and you're able to meet that requirement every week. Does it take a toll, that continual just keep at them, particularly when you've got a relatively young side and not a long pre-season? So
I think that's the point, though, right, isn't it, Mickey? I mean, it's a long time ago now, but we had a pretty mature seasoned team, and who was able to produce that effort week in, week out.
Can they do it?
Well, it is tough. Not at the moment, and that's what they're still trying to find. Isn't it? That's why at the moment, and it's not just the Saints. I mean, it's the Blues as well. I mean, they were found wanting last week, weren't they? So Fremantle last week. So,
but that game, I want to talk. I'm more interested in your game style of Ross Lyon. That it's. Look, I knew what I was up against the coaching against him. So you have to either counter that and then come up with something different, right? Because they were a pretty good side. When you especially got Rewalt sitting and Kaczynski sitting next to him in the midfield, which was star-studded. That's not now. It's not as good as, clearly it's not as good as what it was then. Can this game style hold up long enough to get a team through the season and get them into the 8?
It's interesting, because I think it's different. It's still... he's still got that sort of perception of being defence only, defence first. I don't have the numbers to back it up, but I think they're trying to utilise, say, a Wanganeen Miller or a Sinclair. They're trying to utilise runners off halfback, which is the game these days.
But you had that. You had a few runners. You had Gilbert and these sort of players running off halfback. Corby, just numbers being set off air, which I think is unbelievable. Just the stoppages.
Yeah, 35 stoppages in the third quarter alone. So to put that into context, there were 28 in the first half. So there were 7 more stoppages in the third quarter alone than there was in the entire first half of footy.
And it really felt like Carlton, and it was based on that 10-minute period before half-time, they were just hammered with injury, weren't they? It almost looked like you wondered whether they were going to be able to field a fit 18 in the second half. So perhaps, and we'll ask Bossy about it when he joins us, but perhaps it was by necessity Carlton taking the speed out of the game, because they knew that with the casualties that they'd had, that they'd run out of legs, and I think that was the case, and you could see his relief, and he spoke about his pride after the game, that some of them were out there injured, they just had to dig in and find a way to win, and that's how it played out. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Liv in Mooroopna off the SMS. Supporting Carlton is like riding a roller coaster. I like the highs, but the lows are hard to take. Still hoping they can make the 8, but it's a week-by-week proposition. Thanks, Liv. Feels like a lot of teams are in that. We spoke about that last week, watching the Port and the Bulldog, mate. And I texted you last night, there's only about 4 teams at the moment who you go along to, probably really confident in what you're going to get, I think. And we'll probably see one of them today in the Hawks, albeit they had a shocker a few weeks ago, didn't they? So Collingwood is certainly in that boat. And
they had a shocker in round 1. Yeah,
they did. That's right. Yeah.
Who won the ruck battle last night? We spoke about it a lot during the night.
Yeah. Well, we spoke about it because there was 38 clearances in the quarter, and they were the only ones on the screen for a while there, Mick, weren't they? I thought, you were there. From what I saw on the screen, it looked like they nullified it. Neither dominated. They both had little periods of ascendancy, but I think across the board it was a pretty even battle.
Well, spot on. We actually, this is Lingy and myself, said had one of them kicked a goal, that would have put their nose in front. They both had a shot, both missed. Yeah. At times, there's no question they had their moments. Yep. No question they had their moments. But by and large, over the course of the game, and they had plenty of practice at it, you can't have that many stoppages. They were respectful to each other. I thought that there wasn't any narkiness or anything like that. They just come at each other.
It was a great battle.
I thought Rowan Marshall put his body underneath the jumping De Koning just to offset his jumping ability, and I thought that worked. Then there's other times when De Koning tapped it forward, ran onto it, and looked good. So I'm calling it a nil.
Did either get a vote? Who did the votes?
No, they didn't.
I thought it was a good
duel.
Battle.
Good duel. Yeah, really.
But it makes you to be a bit cheeky. Could they play on the same team?
Well, one's 30, one's 25 at some stage, and we say our players now, better players these days, are in their 30s.
Marshall started later. I know everyone says he's 30, but he's not a 30 with.
No, he's not. Because he did a lot of forward work. So I think
he didn't start till he was 21, 22. So he's still relatively.
I think he can play forward.
Yeah,
I think he can play forward, and I think that De Koning can play forward.
It was a tough night to give votes. And the votes went the way of 3 to Patrick Cripps, 2 to Nasiah Wanganeen-Millera, and 1 to Harry Mackay. And as much as anything, Cripps had the 10 tackles and did a lot of work in the ruck, and that probably edged a few of the other guys on the ground. Just from a St Kilda perspective, Jack Higgins subbed out of the game at three-quarter time. This is what the coach, Ross Lyon, had to say about his absence in the last quarter.
He had a tough week. He almost didn't play. He had a scan on his calf, didn't train. He was all right. Then he felt it, and then he was really quite unwell. So, we'll put our arms around him and try and get him up for Perth. So, Lance come on, had a 15-minute burst. We struggled to get him back on. That didn't cost us.
They're both 4 and 5, and yet they're trending in opposite directions. The Saints have lost 4 of their last 5. Meanwhile, the Blues have won 4 of their last 5. So the Blues getting it together and getting themselves back in the season after a slow start. And I'm very pleased to say on ABC Sport across the country, the senior coach of the Carlton Football Club in Michael Voss joins us. Michael, appreciate your time and congratulations on the win last night.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
How do you reflect on the night before?
It was a tough night. We sort of knew that we're going to have to get in the trenches and fight it out for patches of games. St Kilda are very strong defensively, make it really hard around contest. So had to wait for our moments, and unfortunately we were able to get them, and we made the most of them.
I'm sure there's a lot of nervous Carlton people waiting to hear the update for your 4 players last night that were banged up on the run in McGovern, Akers, Haynes and Cowan. Have you got some updates for us today?
None real updates except for Mitch. Thankfully, he's been cleared of any structural damage there. So that's some initial good news. So we'll just sort of wait how the week unfolds and assess what we do from there. But initial news there, good. Still waiting on the Cowan with the hamstring. So we'll still wait on that one. But the others should be okay.
Vossi, well done. It was a gutsy win. We just spoke before you joined us about the third quarter and how the game seemed to turn a little bit, and wondered whether it was off the back of that. Really horrible from your team in the terms of injuries. That 10 minutes before half time, where it looked like you were plenty of soldiers down. Even Haynes at one stage, who'd been so good, looked sore, and McGovern and certainly several others. Was it a conscious tactical shift? From you and the coaching staff at half-time, just to understand that, guys, we're up against it here physically. We're going to have to take a little bit of the sting out of the game and reduce it to a high stoppage third quarter?
Yeah, we have modes to go to through that quarter. We did talk about that at half-time, just more put it on the radar in case we needed it. The way the game panned out, though, and the numbers that were around the stoppages, we didn't feel right. We really needed to go there. You saw the repeat stoppages, and it probably killed the game for about 10 minutes, which is all we needed. As you mentioned, the second quarter, we were down a few troops, and so down some rotation. So we had to have our backs stay out on the ground for a long period of time through that second quarter. So we sort of felt like with the game being at a stalemate that it actually helped us run out the game better. So, we're happy to live in that arm wrestle just for that short period of time.
Yeah, and the two big boys, they haven't played a lot of footy together. That's the reality this year, have they? So that's clearly been a challenge for the team. But it was great to see Harry obviously finish the game so well. Charlie set it up a bit, I think, three early goals, and then Harry's presence late was significant.
Yeah, and I'm stating a real obvious here, but they're really important players to us, and we just haven't been able to be in a fortunate position to be able to play them together. You have certain things you rely on as a coach when you plan out your game model, and you look at your list and you see where your strengths lie, and you build your strengths around what that looks like. So we haven't been able to have that the way we wanted it in the early part of the year, but every side's going to have those short little struggles from time to time, but having them both back out there, having them both out there fit and firing, it certainly helps the rest of our team dynamics.
Just quick one on Jack Silvani, just his performance really over the last month or so, having been shifted back, potentially through necessity and in the shuffle with injuries, and he's just looked. I mean, he's looked almost like, dare I say it, he's looked almost like a chip off the old block behind the ball.
The apple's not falling far from the tree there, is it? But look, he's been a real revelation for us. We've needed to probably go to work and find who that guy was going to be, if you want to call it beside Weeders, and a few different people, and we've had some good success. But Jack, early days throughout pre-season, was showing an appetite, making some great decisions. He's very hard to beat one-on-one. He's a real competitor, and he'll fight to the death. He's very loud, so behind the ball he sets up his other teammates. So there's a lot of reasons to play him there, and it was a really sort of self-driven thing from him. His only request was to find a role, and he wanted to make that role his own. And so we just gave him the opportunity to be able to get to work on it, and he's fitted in really, really well.
Michael, well done. Nice turnaround. I'll ask you a political question in a minute, but just on Haynes, he's also been a player. How did you... You've got him. Did you imagine that you were going to be able to play him the roles that you've been playing him, or was he going to be a backup? He just seems to have slotted in beautifully.
No, we felt like we were always going to, well, if we're in a position to do so, we're bringing someone in to help us and help improve us. And obviously one of the areas we felt was to give a little bit more assistance in air down back. Our assessment out of last year was that defensively, one of the reasons why we weren't as strong as we needed to be was because we were losing, a lot of contests, and so he's been able to strengthen that area for us, as well as obviously Jack, you highlighted behind the ball as well. So it shored things up for us. But yeah, look, his form has been really good. It probably took him a couple of weeks to find his feet. He hasn't played a lot of AFL football in the last couple of years, but he's certainly settled into that back seven.
Yeah. But just on the Carlton board, I mean, I've been at the football club. There's a lot of coaches in the recent times. Always found it a little bit difficult to sort of be able to coach and meet the demands of a pretty demanding historical board. I mean, they base it on the number of premierships they've won through a VFL, and we all know they only won one AFL premiership. How do you get on? Well, how do you find the board for a start off, given you've been at 2 or 3 clubs and you've been highly successful beforehand? So do you have free rein that you expect?
I couldn't be, as a coach, I couldn't be more well supported in that area, Mick, and more impressed. I think one of the really big things as a club, a few years ago when we did our review, was the enticing part about being part of the club was a transformation we're prepared to take on. Right. And we probably recognised, or they recognised, not me, I wasn't there at the time, but they recognised that, we have to do business differently. And I've only ever really received enormously strong support, firstly from Luke Sayers. He was incredible for me, checking in on me, mentoring, provide great leadership. And as you know, mate, like you got to be able to just get that space to be able to pick the team you want and make the decisions you need. And they just gave me the space that I needed. And Cookie was really critical in that as well. And now with Rob coming on board, he's been equally so. He's been just so supportive and, really making sure that the board stays stable and they understand their roles and the role that they play and that they stick to their own roles. And we're trying to do the same. And obviously we've got this really unique situation where we get a handover and a CEO with Righty coming in. So I feel like there's a lot of stability. I think there's a lot of right decisions that are being made. And, as far as the support that I get, I really couldn't ask for anything more than what I get.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm pleased for you because we know how demanding the supporters can be. So it's important to have that administrative support behind you. So that's fantastic, Mickey.
Michael Voss with us on.
It's a big club, Mick. As you know, like it's there's a lot of things, a lot of groups to be a part of. There's a lot of stakeholders, and the size of it is appealing. But I think what's really happened over the last couple of years is that we sort of know the roles that we need to be able to play, and we continue to play, and we back and trust the people that are there.
Great. Michael Voss with us on ABC Sport. Michael, did you have a view on the Tom de Koning, Rowan Marshall matchup last night? Feels like everybody else has given their opinion. How did you think your charge went?
No, he went well. I can't sort of speak for the Saints' interpretation or version of that, but we got what we needed. As you saw, there was periods of the game where it was just it was a rolling maul, and so it required the rucks to be able to have repeat stoppages and keep turning up. I think Marshall certainly challenged in the third quarter. He changed up a few things. And then sort of Tom went about his own craft and sort of started to adjust too. So, look, we love what Tom has, the players he turned into and, how important he is to us in what we do in our midfield makeup. So let's hope that continues.
And it was obviously so much spoken about during the week about the fact he's off contract, the interest from St Kilda. Given everything that's played out across the last 7 days, do you have any indication from him as to what next year looks like?
No, I just think you let that play out. I mean, honestly, I think that's more what other people talk about than what actually needs to be talked about internally. We get on with business, and, he's in some really good form, and I know where his passion lies, and his passion lies at this football club, and he loves his teammates, and you see him walk around the halls, and he's just totally invested in making sure that we get better, and that's all I ever want. And I think he's doing that really well, so we'll continue on that path.
And you're one of the stronger media performers, I think it's fair to say, out of the coaches' cohort. We usually always see you with a smile on your face. You looked a little agitated at your midweek press conference, though, when you were pressed about Charlie Curnow. What was the reason for that in the reporting of his collision during the week?
Oh, just when it's reported incorrectly, making up stuff, get asked the same question 4 times. Turn up late to a presser. I just think you you probably just end up having enough, don't you? So let's get our facts straight a little bit. Let's make sure we turn up on time, and don't ask the same question 4 times. And you get a better response. And he obviously got through last night, all right. No, he was good. In the end, I didn't even really bother to discuss what it was, because he got a knock to the shin, and that's all it was. And it was just so overplayed in what actually happened. So he was fine, and you saw his performance last night. It was really, really strong. And he's sort of, he's in some good form now. He's got a fair few games under his belt now, and he looked in really good nick last night. And just last one, Michael, obviously you get tremendous support wherever you go, and we saw it again last night, the roles that the Blues fans were able to play on a big-time stage. Yeah, no, we're really lucky. I talked a little bit about last night. It's a genuine privilege what we get to do right now, and it's on the back of having such an incredible supporter base that come to our games, and, to have 100,000 members or just about to tick over is... I feel really fortunate, to be part of Peter Mac and that cause, the Royal Children's Hospital with North Melbourne and their journey on that. And then obviously last night with Saints and the Spuds game, and the message of never walking alone, and checking in on your mates, and, to make our community proud, to make our supporters proud. We take great pride in that. It means a lot to us. Appreciate your time as always, Michael. Thanks for jumping on with us today, and good luck the rest of the way. Thanks for your time. Cheers. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers. Michael Voss, the senior coach of the Carlton Football Club, and of course, 3-time premiership captain with the Brisbane Lions. The Charlie Curnow situation was fascinating. It was reported during the week he had a knee knock, in which the Blues took umbrage at. They weren't particularly happy with that. We had Charlie Curnow with us last night, and here's a little of what he had to say with Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Oh boy, what happened? So Big Congy's flat at me because we spent too much time with each other the day before. We went for a surf down back home in Torquay, and then the next day we just collided at training, just a knee on knee. And it was just one of those days at training. It just didn't go my way, and probably got hyped up a little bit more than what it was, because there was people at training watching for once.
When you first knocked knees, did you think, gee whiz, this could be serious?
It hit my knee, so yeah, it was a shin. Cool.
Just a corky on the shin.
Yeah, it wasn't in my knee, so yeah.
So that's what Charlie Curnow said last night. So initially he said, look, it was knee on knee, and then basically went away and said, look, no, it was a shin. So it felt like it was sort of getting down to semantics a little bit, weren't we, about what the collision was. But for whatever reason, the Blues were particularly unhappy about the reporting of the knee on knee. And yet clearly there was some kind of collision that De Koning and Curnow were involved with. Ultimately, he was okay to play, and he went out there and played. But judging by what Charlie said, he initially said knee on knee, and then he later clarified to say, oh, no, actually it was the shin. So whatever happened there, it was unusual, I guess, to hear the...
Did he go off Did he go off the ground?
I think it was towards the end of training, so right at the very end.
You'd be surprised how many things do happen at training, though. You know, there's so many... I mean, you don't call them funny things, but Ashley McIntosh, when I was in Perth, collided with a player at training, last training session, and they thought, we better make sure his ribs are okay. What we'll do, the doctors will put a little jab in it just to make sure that he can get through training for the rest of that training and then play on Saturday. So this is on the Friday. Got in the plane, his lung, because the little jab actually penetrated on the rib cage. No. Yeah, so there's all.
Sure, the doc doesn't want you telling that story.
Well, I'm not naming the doc, but there's so many different things happen, and you know what is seen sometimes is not exactly what takes place. You see some players, like I would have swore, my initial thing was Haynes, he's been knocked out. When you have a close look at it, his neck got twisted.
That was quite nasty. Yeah.
And I think we said at the time, well, is he going to get tested? But then you look at the replay and you go, well, that's all about neck.
Yeah. Do you ever have any frustration where sometimes things get out and get reported where you think, oh, we're not overly chuffed with that, or the fact that it was it's got out there, and then we think, hang on, we'll just try and control the narrative a little bit?
No, if it's the truth and gets out, that's the truth and gets out. If it's not the truth and then people start to add on and put a bit of mayo on it and it goes different shape, quite frankly, at the end of the day, I don't know if it really bothered me so much, because
it was more
about the player playing.
Yeah, we don't usually hear the Blues and Carlton sort of get that into the weeds over something, whether it's a knock to the shin or it's a knock to the knee. It was an unusual thing to.
It's a bit of an indication of just where the team's at too at the moment. I think 2011 when we were 14 and zip, you wouldn't have cared, Mick. You wouldn't have brushed it off. But when you're fighting and scrapping to get back into the season, which they've done well. I was just looking at that. So they get to 4 and 5,
West
2
Coast
games in the bye. No, Sydney away, and then the Giants.
Well, who's
at home.
got West Coast next week? Saints have
got West Coast next week.
Right,
yeah. So if they can they need one of those. I think if they can get 4-7 at the bye, obviously sounds a lot worse than 5. So they need to get one of those. If they can get Sydney away next week, and the Giants, who are just going as well, back at Marvel Stadium.
The ladder's interesting, because I think from 5th down, it's really up to another 5 or 6 sides. I don't think the bottom 4 are going to be...
Long way to go. There is a long way to
go. Just on that, by the way, interestingly, when you look at the ladder at this time last year, we mentioned this last night, post round 8, 2024, the Hawks were 16th. Yeah. The eventual premiers were 13th, and the Bulldogs were 11th. So
long way to go. Long way to go.
It goes to show what we're talking about at the end of the season. Jackie from Adelaide's the first of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Jackie.
Good afternoon, Colin, Mick and Luke. I wish to talk about Willie Rioli and where you stand on his suspension. He did the right thing standing down from tonight's showdown last Thursday, but did he know it was going to be 3 weeks, not 1 week? What is your opinion?
Did he know? I did wonder that. So he was given 1 week, correct?
Yes.
By the AFL.
Yep.
Well, what's the 3 weeks? What's she said about 3 weeks?
What do you mean about the 3 weeks, Jackie?
3 weeks. Somebody told me yesterday when she was watching Fox Footy AFL 360, she said it was 3 weeks.
No, so it's 1. Yeah, so I think maybe the question might have been, was it all nice and easy? Was it appropriate? Was it all nice and easy for the AFL? Given I think that he'd already come out and said he was going to stand down this week, for the AFL then to deliver the one-match suspension. Or whether it should have been 3, and that would have been more of a
if you've got a record of that rubbish, then it's got to be seen to be a decent suspension penalty.
Well, but I think the consensus is that they missed the mark, weeks and years ago, didn't they? But to make a call, but even going back when it was, so they needed to.
So the 1 week
thing's hard for him to do that.
The 1 week thing's interesting. Peter Bell spoke about this the other night, and he's fresh out of Clubland, and you guys have done plenty of these with the AFL. Often these things are negotiated outcomes, aren't they?
Yeah,
where the AFL comes together with the club, they say, hey, look, we're thinking about a week. So Willie may have announced his first, but the agreement may have already been reached between club and the AFL by the time that came out that, hey, he's going to miss a week. We will talk more about this, by the way, so we'll come back to that, Jackie. Appreciate your call on 1300 558 222. So we'll chat about the Willie Rioli situation, the fallout from Thursday night over in Perth with the Pies Pies winning and the pressure mounts on the Dockers. But Damien Hardwick is going to join us next.
G'day, this is Macca, and Sunday is your day.
I've got some roosters and I want to know if your program will help me get them to some farms. They're lovely, they're handsome brutes. I don't want them to go to a pot, Macca.
Give us a ring and say g'day to Australia. ABC Radio and the ABC Listen.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us across the country. Corbin Middlemass at the MCG alongside the Premiership Pie in Luke Ball and the coaching icon in Mick Malthouse. Hawthorn and Melbourne is the first game on the slate today, or Melbourne versus Hawthorn, given it's a Demons home game. Clayton Oliver is back and he's out there warming up at the moment with the D's. And it's the Hawks who stand on the other side of the field. The subs are in. Colton Tolstrup is the sub for Melbourne and Bailey McDonald is going to start as the sub for the Hawks. The results already this weekend: a 14-point win for the Pies and a 15-point win for the Blues. And Damien Hardwick, the senior coach of the Gold Coast Suns, is going to be our feature guest on the program coming up in a few moments' time. Melbourne have been the story during the week as well with Clayton Oliver, and he got door-stopped at the club. Mick coming back to training on Tuesday. The president, Brad Green, wasn't too happy with it. Big deal or no big deal?
No big deal. It's inevitable. But if you're in the news, you're going to be copying the news. So there's from yesteryear to today, you've got so many stations and newspapers and radio stations, and they all want a piece of the action. And the game is basically about the players playing, the audience, if you're not at the game, listening or watching, and the people that are at the game. I think it's you can't have some and not the other. So all's fair in love and war there. Just remember that there's been, when some, mostly coaches, there's some players who are under enormous pressure. They don't need people turning up at their house, but when you're business, it's at the football club. It's all. I think you've just got to have someone set at the gate to say, well, this is the way it works.
I'm very pleased to welcome our next feature guest. He's the senior coach of the Gold Coast Suns. An incredible life in footy already, and he's got so much more road in front of him yet with this young emerging Suns team. Involved in 5 premierships. And those premierships, by the way, one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen with the Essendon Football Club, losing only 1 game. A first flag ever for Port Adelaide. A drought-breaking flag as the coach of the Richmond Football Club. Turns it into a dynasty and then wins the COVID season when the whole world's upside down playing out of hubs. So it's an amazing record already. Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Suns, joins us on ABC Sport. Damien, appreciate your time.
No, afternoon, gents. How are we?
We're very well, thanks. How's Darwin, importantly? It's your home away from home. You've got a great record up there and obviously getting ready to go tonight for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I was going to give you the famous Chopper Reed quote there about how hot it is up here, but it's, look, it's the same. It's quite beautiful, actually. It's the dry season up here. So it was hot. The humidity is nowhere near as significant as what it previously is. So it's great. Our boys really enjoy coming up here. Our fans do as well. So we look forward to the enormous challenge of playing the Bulldogs and the Hawks in the next 7 days.
Now, Dimmer, no jumping behind trees and jumping out and grabbing me like you did a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, sorry, Mick.
Well, let me just fill that in, because as I was going for a walk with my wife, I was watching all these young blokes playing cricket. Or when I say playing cricket, they had the bat out there and a ball and a bin. And Dimmer comes out from just watching them, and we have a little bit of a conversation. Now, just for your information, about 200 metres up the road, I ran into Michael Roach. Then a couple hundred metres further on, I ran into Cooter, giving out his pamphlets.
How to vote slips.
So, mate, you probably didn't vote locally, but anyway, there was Cooter. Mate, there was a quote last year that said, these blokes have got to grow up. It was a terrific assessment of the fact that you weren't winning a lot away from home and the boys felt comfortable at home, but you weren't winning. Has that changed? Have you been able to overcome? I know you're going to lose games. Everyone's going to lose a game or two. So, but do you think you've overcome that with the list you've got?
I think we're well on the way. Right. Look, in world sport, as you know, it is incredibly challenging to win away. It's one of the hardest things to do, and we've obviously had a history where we haven't fared particularly well in that, and it's just a little bit of a and understanding that the opposition, whilst you're in a hostile environment, are going to get a run at some stage. The crowd is going to get loud. What we have to do is absorb that, but more importantly, not step back from it, but step in and through it. It's a little bit like the bison. You can sit there and be the cow and, try and run away from the storm, or the bison just walks into it and slowly moves their way through it. And it's a little bit of that philosophy, and that's sort of the growing up that we needed to do. And, credit where credit's due, Noah Anderson and his leadership group this year have really taken stock of that and understand what it looks like. And we've had some significant momentum against us at various stages, but have been able to weather the storms. Case in point was last week.
Yeah.
We didn't play very well at all, really poorly. We're smashed in contested ball and just couldn't get the game on our terms at any stage, but still managed to keep Brisbane to, 9 goals. So we just, whilst had a lot of things not working, we did try and weather that storm as best we can. We just couldn't gain any momentum through the contested or clearance part of the game. So it was really hard to judge. But look, I thought they've done a terrific job thus far. We're not all the way where we need to be, but we've certainly made some steps forward in that regard.
Your games with Port, does that serve you? It must serve you well, because you were travelling every second week, and you talk about hostile environments. There was nothing more hostile than going to play against Port, but also on the retreat, of course, you were subjected to other sides. So your ability to know, does that help?
Yeah, it does. And look, obviously, much like yourself, when you've been in the game for a long time, there's certain things that through experience that some of the players haven't experienced themselves. Like, the other thing, funnily enough, we don't play a lot of late night games. So a lot of our players have generally been playing, twilight slots and all that sort of stuff. So the day looks different from a night game perspective as compared to a day game, obviously, but also, a twilight game, because, you've got to have a nap. It sounds like I'm coaching 8-year-old kids here, but there is a rest period throughout the day that the players have to effectively force themselves to sit down and actually take stock and relax. But there's a lot of other mechanics that go with that. So just the experience of it, going through those things, while seems relatively simple, can be a little bit distracting at times as well.
Dimo, just back to your comments about last week. There was a bit of commentary during the week that it was they failed the test against the big brother again. But I'm interested, did you review it that, knowing that you've got 2 big games coming up, did you review it that way in a positive sense? Okay, we didn't play well, but maybe this game last year or in years gone by, we fold and get beaten by 10 or 12. Did you come at it from that sort of angle in looking ahead to this week against the Bulldogs?
Yeah. Look, I think coaching is a little bit along the line of that. You've got to show some light at the end of the tunnel. So second, when you get beaten by minus 19 clearance, minus 22 contested ball, you never give yourself a chance. And that was a thing that was disappointing. And look, I take responsibility for that, for the fundamentals of our game. We just didn't get them done well enough on the night. And, Brisbane are a very, very good side, as we know. 9 games ago, they won the flag and destroyed a side that we all think was a pretty good side in Sydney. So they're up. And it is one of those games that does lift a little bit of intensity, and we struggled in and around the contest, as St Kilda did the week before. But, what we were reasonably happy with is we just defended quite well, and although we didn't score a lot of goals, our transition was actually quite solid. The fact of the matter is it was coming from a long way back through our D50. We just couldn't get any change occurring in our front half. So the one good thing I sort of like to go with our coaching is give the players the answers about why this happened. And the fact of the matter is we didn't give ourselves a chance because we just couldn't get the ball in our forward half, didn't give our chance an opportunity to play a forward half game. So we'll get better at that, we think. Once again, they've had the wood on us for a while, but at least we sort of know why the issues occurred. We've just got to make sure we rectify them this week.
Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Gold Coast Suns, with us on ABC Sport across the country. Damien, I love your big picture views on the game, and when you look at the competition holistically, if you could change one thing in the game right now and you had a direct passage to slip something by the commission, what would it be?
It's a good question.
Give me more than one, I reckon.
One I was going to say. That's a tough one. Look, I think there's a lot of things that... I think what happened is it's a little bit like life at the moment. You get bogged down in red tape and, interpretation. I think if we could go back and just say, listen, blank sheet of paper, how do we get this better? And look, the game at the moment it's never been harder to umpire, but I also think we've got to get better at understanding it has to change. Like, we're consistently hearing about the fact that there's not enough umpires at lower leagues and all that sort of stuff. That's because the game is one, really hard to umpire, but two, you've got to run 15 to 20 Ks. Like, I look at NFL referees, they can referee till they're 60 or 70. Like, it's the biggest game in the world. Like, why can't we, blank sheet of paper, start again and look at it? Because I sort of look at, we've got a lot of players that are retired at the age of 30 plus or whatever. Like, why can't we start to get those guys in the positions where we can just sit there and umpire a game without having to run 25 kilometres or whatever it is? Like, blank sheet of paper, start again, look at it, simplify the game. It's so hard for those guys. Like, I sit there in an armchair at the top watching it, and it's hard enough to do it there. Imagine being stuck in the middle of 36 players trying to make a decision. Incredibly tough.
I'm sure you would have seen the Willie Rioli episode during the week, so obviously that's one thing that the AFL and Port Adelaide are dealing with. But I think if you read through the scenario, he was cleared for the original message that happened to Bailey Dale, and then we learn of reports of on-field threats during the week, and then ultimately he's now going to miss a game. As a senior coach, have you had to speak to your players about a language that's used on the field and how the players interact with one another out there on the green stuff?
Yeah, no question. And look, we had an incident, disappointing incident last year with Will Powell. And, it's one of those things where it seems quite innocuous at the time, but it can cause significant damage with regard to, the repercussions from that. And so one of the things we continually do, and Willie's the same, you support the individual, but you have to educate at the same time. There's no place for that. And he would know that and understand that. But also we have to understand that, players, they do get a certain amount of, social media retribution through fans and all that sort of stuff. But, I've only got to look at my own performance some stage in press conferences. I blow up and all that sort of stuff at various stages as well. And so we live and learn, and we're not going to be perfect. Willie's an outstanding young man. He'll learn a lesson from it, but he also knows that it was an unnecessary action. But from our point of view, we certainly do educate with regards to those examples. It's always a good reminder. But we've also understand people are going to make mistakes along the way as well.
Damien, really appreciate your time. So big one tonight, obviously, against the Bulldogs, and then again against the Hawks on Thursday. So you can catch all that, obviously, up there at Marara. Have you got another one, boy?
No, I was going to say, they're missing you down at 10 Greek Plates in Gardenvale. Have you found a local up on the coast to replace the delicious Greek there?
I was going to say, one of the greats, Bill at 10 Greek Plates. Drop in there, you guys, if you get a chance. One of the great speeds. But you haven't been there for a long time, actually, obviously moving up to the Gold Coast. But, there's a couple of haunts up here that are very, very good. And one of the things I will say is you sort of look back and you think, God, why don't I live in Melbourne for so long? The Gold Coast. It's such a beautiful part of the world. And we're tasked with a really good challenge. We're trying to sit there and grow the game in Queensland whilst also trying to grow the game up here in the Northern Territory as well. And, one of the things we're sort of looking at the moment is we're trying to get as many people into our games as humanly possible. So, if people are looking for a second team to support, jump on board. We've got some exciting young players. We've got a young player that's just making his way back through a shoulder injury that we're going to release him in the next couple of weeks in by the name of Leo Lombard. That's another really exciting talent for us. But, I think we're on the road to something that I think could be quite special. There's going to be some bumps along the way, but we're really looking forward to the city of Gold Coast, but also those people that are hoping for a second team to jump on board as well.
Is that part of your pitch to Matt Rowell about why did you live in Melbourne so long?
Oh, look, Rowley will make his own decision. He's he's an unbelievable player. I'm privileged to sort of see him, daily about how he goes about his business. But look, we've got to fulfil our end of the bargain, become a winning footy club. He's a winner, and all he wants to do is win. You can see that by the way he plays the game. So, from our point of view, we fulfil our end of the bargain. He'll stay, but once again, he's got a decision to make, and we respect that decision. Got to do what's best for him and his family, and we'll put our best foot forward as best we can.
Starting to see a lot of those pig jumpers down here in Melbourne. I think, Tim, you keep producing that sort of merchandise, and you go a long way to being everyone's second team.
It's a beauty, actually. It must admit, when they first showed it to me, I was like, but then once you see it on, it's an incredible jumper. And look, I'm sure, something, wait and watch this space. I'm sure something will be happening in the not too distant future with regard to that, which is exciting.
Damien, really appreciate your time. Good luck tonight and go well the rest of the way.
Thanks for having me, guys. Good to see you. Good to see you, Mick. See you, mate.
Yeah, good to do it.
The great Damien Hardwick, involved in 5 flags, 2 as a player, 3 as a coach, and hoping to try and add to that tally with this emerging Suns team. Of course, they're in action tonight against the Bulldogs. You can catch any game of the season through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the AFL button. So tonight you can toggle between the 2 games. I was actually up there last year for the little top end 2-step that they do, the Gold Coast Suns, with the 2 games on Saturday and on Thursday, and it's awesome. Darwin's such a great city, but to see the players in and around the community, and we had Sam Closey come into the studio with us, and he mentioned they'd been out at schools and sort of in and around the wildlife parks and everything else that's going on up there. So that they are absolutely entrenched in the community, the Suns, in the work that they're doing up there. And
there won't be a 20 side there.
You don't reckon?
Do you think so?
They would need an indoor stadium. The population's probably not big enough, is it, in Darwin at the moment?
I wouldn't have thought so. But it's strange. We say that, and yet you look at, say, the Cheeseheads in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And they've won the first title. They've won several titles from a very small town. But somehow or other, that American system supports it.
That's very much a community-based model, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Memberships and everything.
Yeah, so I'm not sure the 20th side. There's going to be, if you're going to have 19, you've got to have 20. So at some stage, but I'm not sure that can be supported up in Darwin. And
there's a lot of Northern Territory players, guys like Joel Jeffrey is obviously playing tonight. Malcolm Roses,
all the Riolis
guys that have come through the NT system, and a lot of them obviously on the Suns list nowadays. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. Thanks to Ben Cameron, too, for all his hard work. 2 senior coaches on the same show in Michael Voss and Damien Hardwick, which means we've got a few other issues to get through, and there's no better way to do it than with one of our favourite segments. It is now time for Mick's Messages
on AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mick's Messages.
Yes, I'll start and finish with a coach that has been under a bit of pressure. And one of the easiest things in life you'll do is be a critic, and one of the more difficult things is to actually make things happen. Justin Longmuir last week, his team against St Kilda it's probably one of the worst performances I've ever seen. And he was shell-shocked at the end of it. I'm not sure he answered the questions correctly. I think he was deeply concerned about what took place. I say, yes, they were beaten, but what he was able to do from last week's debacle to this week, they went down. Their contested football was unbelievable compared to Collingwood's. Inside 50 was almost 30 more. Their clearance rate was brilliant. Their work on Dacos, who's the best footballer playing, was outstanding. He turned that whole side around. The only thing they couldn't do, they didn't have the same skill level as Collingwood. They gave the ball up too many times. They paid a penalty, and that penalty was a loss by 14 points. But I say, well done to Justin. He did turn that side around, and they can look forward now. If they can play with that same intensity, they can look forward to future games.
I like it. Bit of a positive spin. There's not too many people saying some positive stuff about Justin Longmuir at the moment. Is there some redeeming features out of that ball?
They clearly performed better. Yeah, that's right. And you would have hoped so, because I agree it was a shocker. Mick, it's interesting. You would have coached teams who put in shockers like that. How tempting was it, or how?
Well, not as bad as that, Billy.
Maybe not as bad as that. How challenging was it to publicly talk from a sort of a we perspective and not distance yourself from the play? Because I'm rapt that Caleb Sarong and Jordan Clark, other players came out and said, no, that is us. That's got nothing to do with the coach. Like that, the numbers and the effort, what you saw, that's got nothing to do with Justin, and that's what they should have said, and that's true. But you're right. Credit to Justin. He never wavered from the fact that we're all in together. I'm going to look in the mirror as well. How challenging is that sometimes as a coach?
No, it's not a challenge. You've got to go that way. It's team first. It is we. It cannot be them. You start mentioning them as a coach, I think you have every right to have lost your players. It's we.
Peter Bell, who works for us, obviously, he was formerly the footy boss of the Fremantle Dockers with Justin Longmuir. He was part of our pre-game coverage on Thursday night over in Perth and offered a fascinating insight when they were talking about Paul Roos's comments from the ABC AFL Daily podcast about Collingwood resting players, and he said, look, if I was a coach, I'd use that as a motivating factor, pin it up on the board. They're taking us lightly, they're leaving guys at home, and how Justin Longmuir would go about it. And this is what Peter Bell had to say.
I can share with you that sort of thing he never refers to. It's all process. It's about what we're doing. It's never about the opposition at all. And so some would say, well, that's a great way to prod the players and elicit an emotional response. He would counter that if you're relying on those sorts of things, you can't reach the consistent level that you're ultimately aspiring to reach. Theoretically, I get it, that you want the players to drive it themselves and you don't have to rely on outside stimulus to be the best you can be, but it's an emotional game. You want to elicit some sort of emotional response from each player to each other, and you use whatever lever you can. And if that's going to unify the team and galvanise them, I think there's a place for it.
I found that a fascinating insight.
Yeah. I think I agree with Belly. I'm just trying to think, Mick, you never overdid it, but you can do it subtly. You don't have to labour. You don't have to lead with it. No. You know, if you the board before the game, it's us. Oh, and by the way, just don't forget this. That's how I think there's a place for it. So I think I agree with Belly there. And that was surprising.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. If that becomes the main point, what do you come up with next week? And then the next week, it's got to be a consistent message. And you said subtly, you don't have to say much to say, well, they gave us a bit of a touch-up and they were mouthing off a little bit. You don't need to... It's just a little reminder through the rooms that it's happened without being a big thing. It's got to be about the moment.
The Lockie Schultz situation, so Darcy Moore was vocal on this, the fact that play should have been stopped. The AFL released a statement yesterday saying the play can be stopped by the umpires who are instructed to stop play as soon as they are aware there is an injured player in the vicinity of the play. In last night's match, referring to Thursday night's match, the umpires did not see the injured player at the time, so play continued. Upon review, if the umpires were aware, play would have been stopped when Dacos had possession in the middle of the ground. So after Schultz was concussed, he had the straight arms up. It was a sort of very sickening concussion. You knew immediately he was out, and play continued for about 10 to 15 seconds. So the Collingwood players were unhappy about it. The Fremantle players were looking around cautiously as well, and ultimately the umpires sort of just missed one.
So they don't have to wait for a stoppage. They can call straight away. Yeah, I think that's a clear rule. So you have to take them for their word. Yep, they didn't see it.
I mentioned the Willie Rioli episode earlier, and there's been so much discussion about it during the week. What do we think about how the AFL handled it this week?
I thought they were very ordinary. And knee-jerk reaction just tends to just constantly take place with them. Instead of do it without having to be prodded to make rules. And you said before about things seem to happen in conjunction with... There's a name, Google up this name. It's a bloke called Pete Rozelle. When Pete Rozelle was head of the NFL in America, he was the very first one to bring them all together. He would jump in front of what was taking place before it took place, so that he had the rules in place. And if he needed to make some statements, he would make statements. It was for the betterment of the game, and the game flowed beautifully. We are now seeing just knee-jerk reaction after knee-jerk reaction, and then we adjust rules. It's not healthy. It's not good. It seems to be, it has to be backline news before they make a move.
Yeah, I can't. The way that, the upshot of it all is seemingly if you're making a threat on the field, you're on notice. And I'm not sure if that's what the AFL were trying to send. I think in the end, they made an error by not penalising him to begin with for the Bailey-Dale threat off-field and the private message. And then we had this reporting of episodes that had happened on the field, and I think a lot of us think, look, they're two different categories.
Yeah, I agree.
People say juvenile stuff to each other all the time on the footy field. Don't run back in this hole, or I'll run through, or whatever it turns out to be. And yet that's when the penalty triggered. So does that mean you're okay to send people private messages, and that's all right, but if you say anything on the field, expect to be missing a week for it? So does that mean every player out here and for the rest of the rounds on notice? I don't think they've handled this well. I don't think they handled the Noah Bolter situation well. No. So all of a sudden there's a number of sort of off-field episodes that are starting to arise that this administration hasn't been totally on top of.
Yeah, there are these events, aren't they? We don't see them often. And they are appearing to catch them off guard.
It's almost like they want to push him out the way and make the AFL is so great. And you don't see drug numbers, you don't see this number. Instead of, mate, it's humanise the game. You've got a lot. You don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar. You don't have to go to university to be an AFL footballer. So you're going to have a whole diversity of type of people that run the game, play the game, and watch the game. Get in front of it. Make the rules.
Who wins the showdown tonight, Mick?
Adelaide.
And Dogs' Sons up in Darwin?
Oh, well, as you said, they rarely get beaten. Look, I love the Dogs, but I think Gold Coast might get it.
No, I'm Dogs. I
love the Dogs. I love the way they're going.
Appreciate your insights as always. Luke Ball's sticking around for the game coming up right now.
There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Rooms. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable. Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. It'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
He defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Max Gawn and the Demons hit the MCG trying to keep this winning run going. They've won 3 on the bounce to get themselves back into contention. A real test is waiting for them this afternoon as they take on one of their top contenders in the competition in the Hawthorn Football Club, fresh off their 100th birthday celebrations last week here at the MCG. Let's see what we get this afternoon. Melbourne versus Hawthorn in front of a sun-bathed MCG. On our way to 20 degrees, there is not a cloud in the sky. It is a beautiful May day here at the home of footy. There is no late change ahead of this fixture. Colton Tolstrup is the sub for Melbourne, and it is Bailey McDonald who is going to start as the sub for Hawthorn. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Ben Cameron's here to call the footy with me. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corbin. Tremendous to be here at a gorgeous MCG. It is always the centre of gravity of the football world, and it is again today with the Hawks and Melbourne doing battle. We celebrated the centenary for Hawthorn last week. That might not have happened if a certain game in 1996 had been the merger game. These two teams could have come together. We could be talking today about the Melbourne Hawks. Not to be, and I, for one, am very glad that we are not. Luke Ball, as I know you are, as a childhood Hawthorn fan, welcome to you.
Thank you, Benny. Indeed, yes. Vivid memories of Don Scott there.
Yeah.
Was that Glenferrie Oval, wasn't it? Ripping the Hawk off the Melbourne jumper. Was I 12 years old? So I was starting, I was still Nuffy, full-time Nuffy Hawk supporter at the time.
Were you hardcore resistance? Didn't want it to happen?
Yeah, of course. Yep. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was. I couldn't fathom the idea that they wouldn't exist, the brown and gold stripes, and so it played out. And as you said, Ben, what a for the competition as well. What an unbelievable. Almost since that point, well, not since that point, but certainly this century. What a powerhouse they've been.
I did a function many, many years ago with Glenn Bartlett, and without speaking about everything around his presidency and exit, he said something that really stuck with me, and that was around the New York Yankees logo and whether Melbourne could become a similar sort of club, like the iconic club from the centre of town in a football city. And I thought it was a great grand plan around what Melbourne could become, and maybe haven't quite as yet nailed. I really, it stuck with me from Glenn in that function.
Yeah, that's so sorry. The New York Yankees of the AFL.
Well, think about the New York Yankees logo. So the N and the Y, and he spoke about Melbourne's logo at the moment, similarities, and he wanted to try and create as many parallels. And it was about 8 years ago.
Very wishful thinking.
Yeah, a bit longish, Bo, but I mean, you've got to have a dream, you've got to have a vision.
Well, everyone said it was wishful thinking when Benny Gale went on Footy Classified and said that they wanted to win 3 flags by 2024 or whatever it was, and they did it.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they had all this latent support. I think that's the difference a bit, isn't it? And we're quite unique here, obviously, with comparing us to those big cities over in the States. We've got 9 teams here in Melbourne, so it's always it was always going to be a bit of a challenge. But I like the vision. I like the dream.
I think at the core of it was that this is the historical team in a name brand team in the heart of football. That was his view.
Just repeating, Tolstrup and McDonald. That's Bailey McDonald of the 2 subs. There's no late change ahead of Hawthorn and Melbourne here at the MCG. Clayton Oliver's been a huge storyline all week. So he missed last week due to mental health reasons, basically for his well-being. Took a week off. Didn't go to Perth. He was praised by a lot of his teammates. During the week, there was reporting as to why he was missing. That included, frustration with lack of game time, his own form, and the fact that the trade didn't go through last year. So there was more and more media reporting on Clayton Oliver. Ultimately, he got doorstopped at the club during the week. And the doorstop, by the way, was a young journo from Channel 9 who basically asked him as simple as, are you playing this weekend? And Clayton didn't give a whole lot and then continued to walk into the club. He said, look, we'll have to wait and see. It did trigger a response on social media from the president of the Melbourne Football Club, who tweeted, the treatment and talk around Clayton Oliver is an absolute disgrace. The football journalists have no integrity. Grow up and leave the kid alone. They wonder why they have personal struggles and they have a week off. On the back of that, obviously, Simon Goodwin spoke about it at his press conference leading into the game.
Now, Clayton, for one, is frustrated by them because they're not true. And he hasn't got resentment. He's not upset about game time. He's not upset about the things. He's really content and happy. And a lot of those things were dealt with, previously at the end of last season. He's in a really good space in that mindset, and he wants to be the best teammate he can possibly be. So that's where the frustration comes. For the big part, the media are very, in terms of how they dealt with Clayton spending some time away, as I said, as an industry, we're quite mature about the approach that we took and very accepting of that. But then the reports come out about some of the reasons why he might need some time off. They just weren't the case.
I think we got a few issues conflated in one, didn't we, in the Brad Green response? That the doorstop episode, for example, felt to me, as someone who's in the media and covers footy, that it's fair game. He's rolling up to training.
Half of the call. Well, and especially if you're a high-profile player on a big contract. Yeah,
he also didn't get asked about his mental health. It wasn't like someone said, hey, how's your health?
You're playing. Yeah.
He essentially said, are you playing this weekend?
To me, it just highlights the landscape now, the difference between... So if Brad Green had have said, in a press conference, what he said in, was it a tweet? Did you say? It's different, isn't it? It just looks so different. Whereas, I thought Simon Goodwin spoke really well then, balanced, measured, understands the interest and the role, but also, the fact that he's got a player that was, went through some challenges, which was really well respected by the industry. I think he certainly used the word mature, which I agree with, but also there's a responsibility to report facts and not make stuff up. And if that's happened, then they're absolutely within their right to be disappointed with that. So to me, it's just another difference between a tweet and actually getting in front of a microphone. And obviously Brad Green, passionate Melbourne person first and foremost, didn't have the opportunity to do that, so he used that medium.
Clayton Oliver, the last man up the race. He's out on the ground with the rest of his teammates as they burst through the banner. 3 in a row, a big test today. Turn up the heat and blow them away is the message on the banner for the Melbourne Football Club. A home game against the Hawks. Not a huge crowd at the moment, but we still got a minute to try and build a little bit of that up with 10 minutes or so before the bounce. No late change. Tolstrup and Bailey McDonald, the 2 subs. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, our premiership pair, will be our experts. And Ray Chamberlain is with us on the boundary. It's been a big day already on ABC Sport as the Saturday slate kicks off. Of course, it starts here at the G. The twilight fixture is across town at Docklands between Essendon and Sydney. And then a huge doubleheader tonight, the dual-site doubleheader. Of course, in Darwin, it's going to be Gold Coast up against the Western Bulldogs. So juicy game that. The Suns dominant up there against a team who previously used to play their home fixtures up there. They played about 9 across a 10-year stretch. The Western Bulldogs used to sell a home game to Darwin. Not too many of those players will still be there, it must be said, from that particular time. And then, of course, the showdown. Number 56 tied 28 all. It's incredible, the head-to-head record between the two teams in the city of Churches. Now, the content we've already had for you today, Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, provided a little update on the injury toll that the Blues got out of their 15-point win last night.
Mitch, thankfully, has been cleared of any structural damage there. So that's some initial good news. So we'll just sort of wait how the week unfolds and assess what we do from there. But, initial news there, good. Still waiting on the Cowan with the hamstring. So we'll still wait on that one. But, the others should be okay.
So Haynes and Akers should be okay. McGovern cleared of structural damage, so that's good news from a Carlton perspective, and they're waiting on Lockie Cowan. That interview from AFL Saturday, you can catch that through the ABC AFL Daily feed in the podcast store, so the full episode will go up there shortly. The other feature guest that we had was the coach of the Gold Coast Suns in Damien Hardwick. And I asked him a question about, if he could change anything in the game, what would it be? And this was his response.
We're consistently hearing about the fact that there's not enough umpires at lower leagues and all that sort of stuff. That's because the game is one, really hard to umpire, but two, you've got to run 15 to 20 Ks. Like, I look at NFL referees, they can referee till they're 60 or 70. Like, it's the biggest game in the world. Like, why can't we, blank sheet of paper, start again and look at it? Because I sort of look at, we've got a lot of players that are retired at the age of 30 plus or whatever. Like, why can't we start to get those guys in the positions where we can just sit there and umpire a game without having to run 25 kilometres?
That was Damien Hardwick, also on AFL Saturday. So again, you can catch that through the ABC AFL Daily feed in the podcast store or through the ABC Listen app. Which brings us to a 300-game umpire, a man who's been out there multiple times, and of course part of our crew on ABC Sport. He's on the boundary again this afternoon in Razor Ray Chamberlain. Good afternoon, Ray.
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
We are very well. I hope all is the same with you. What did you hear there from Damien Hardwick about? Is it time we just redraw the whole umpiring structure and maybe do something a little bit different to the way we've done it for the last 100 years?
I think you've always got to be curious, don't you? I mean, the game evolves, and I think everything within it should too. I would say that I love the curiosity, I love the passion around it, and you always want to listen to the great minds in the game, and Damien Hardwick's a proven winner in Australian rules football at the highest level. What I would say is that, you know, we haven't been running 15 to 20 Ks now for about 5 years, so I think, you know, get to the table with those who are at the coalface. All stakeholders would need to be a part of it, but you've always got to be curious and open to evolve.
So what would you run per game, roughly?
In a 4-umpire system today, you know, the total volume's around 10 kilometres, and that includes walking and all sorts of stuff. So they've really ripped out that physical element that used to be a cornerstone of what was required on field, noting that it was an impediment and a hurdle, not only for decision-making on field, but to recruit and retain people. So Damien's point certainly is pertinent, but in more recent times at the elite level, steps have been put in place to address that particular issue. That being said, I'm certainly not dismissing the idea about could you do it better.
Ray Chamberlain with us on ABC Sport. Just on the Suns, one of his players, Bailey Humphrey, was involved in an unusual incident right on the quarter-time siren last Sunday night where Jared Berry was taking a set shot and Bailey Humphrey, Matthew Lloyd-S, decided to pick up some of the grass and throw it at him. And ultimately it triggered a 50-metre penalty. I must admit, Ray, I don't know how many times I've actually seen that. In your 300-plus game career, have you ever had to penalise someone for throwing grass at an opponent? And what part of the rule book is that written in?
Yeah, well, there's all sorts of stuff in relation to misconduct and the like, but it is very much set out, and I haven't had to pay a 50, but I've on more than one occasion had to say, how about you put that down? It'll avoid a little bit of brouhaha if we can just put that down, thanks. So yeah, no, it's unusual, a little bit comical in a way, but the umpire's sort of in a position where he has no choice in that instance.
I reckon I remember one where someone threw a mouth guard, but I could be imagining that. Hey Ray, a couple of instances last night. So Jack Higgins has seemingly adapted his technique. Rather than doing the shoulder roll, he sort of does a squat now and just flexes his knees to go down and draw a high free kick. How would you adjudicate that?
Yeah, so that lowering or going through the floor is what we call it. That will present in different ways from different players, and so essentially the guideline to the umpires with that is if the player in possession of the football is the one who contributes to the high contact and the tackle is reasonable, so you can't just come in and, you know, swing a coat hanger. If the player in possession of the football is the one who contributes to the high contact, then play on will be the call. So that lowering or going through the floor, it's probably the hardest one to adjudicate, but in that instance there, the umpire would be asked if the tackle's reasonable to call play on.
The other one we've seen is players seemingly being saved by the boundary line for holding the ball. So if I get wrapped up, I've had prior, I'm a foot in from the boundary line and Corbin tackles me his first ever and drags me over the line. Like, does that save me from holding the ball, or what does that look like?
Yeah, no, it does, and in that you're given a reasonable time, or depending whether you've had prior opportunity or not, you're given a reasonable time to dispose. The other thing that, from a practical element, is it is a thin white line, right? And as an umpire, you should be 25 to 30 metres inboard away from that contest. So it's very challenging to know when do they cross the line versus when are they inbound. So if it's that tight, boundary throw-in more often than not is where they land.
Appreciate all of that, Ray. We'll check in with you throughout the afternoon. While all that was happening, Clayton Oliver went off the ground. He's come back out. So just a little pit stop. He might be in the same situation to me, and maybe his bladder's just a little
maybe
full.
Maybe a bit nervous.
Needs to just duck off the ground for a moment, but he's back. So that's good news, and he's set to start in 3 minutes, as is this man. Who's had an eventful start to the day, it must be said. Premiership player from the Bombers, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yes, apologies that I'm late. A little incident, a little accident just coming into the ground.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, but it was a decent hit to my chariot. So we'll have to get that fixed, but I guess that's what the other person's insurance is for in this instance. But all good. So here,
close to the ground, or was this?
Where were we? Power Street, just coming off the freeway there. So all good. So no dramas. So it's things happen in life, and you just got to get on with it.
I had your back, mate. I was ready to go. I was ready to go it alone until you got here.
Particularly when you're driving the limited edition car that Adam Ramanauskas is driving, ordered from Europe. So
if only. Limited edition Sigma, my first car. No, all good. What a beautiful day. So
correct.
I think this is going to be a challenge for Hawthorn today. I know most will be selecting Hawthorn, but it's going to be a challenge.
Still got the shorts on too, like Bally.
I've got the short. I'm a shorts.
One more time.
There was a very
guys are hanging on.
One of our great friends at ABC, Mark McClure, was a real shorts man. And the latest I got to wearing shorts with him one year was, I think, round 10.
Wow.
So we're at round 9.
Well, let's see if we can stretch it out to the King's birthday. Yeah. Well, when there's a 2 in front of it, shorts go on.
Yeah, I agree with Bally. The sun's out. We were in shorts last week in Ballarat, and it was a little chilly as the game got to a conclusion. But today is beautiful, and tomorrow's beautiful again for Mother's Day.
Yeah, and agree, Graham. I'm looking forward to this one. I think we sat here 3 weeks ago when Melbourne was staring down zip 7. Yeah. And there was a noticeable shift in the way they played. And it was driven by their leaders. Just looking down now, Max Gawn walking back from the toss of the coin. I mean, how good's his last 3 weeks have been? That battle with Lloyd Meek today is going to be huge, really, isn't it? If Meek could just nullify Gawn's presence on the game, both at stoppage, but Max has been getting 30 possessions around the ground as well. So big job for Lloyd Meek. Viney's a big out. He's another one that's really driven that. So Oliver comes into the team. You feel like Viney might have gone to a Newcombe, who's Hawthorn's, real sort of driver in the engine room there. So maybe Oliver, maybe you give him the task. Hey, play a bit more of a defensive game on Newcombe. Let him take care of the ball. But Melbourne's ability to release the shackles, I thought, 3 weeks ago, and just get the ball in motion a little bit more. Do away with that kick mark, slow sort of, stodgy sort of play downfield and take a bit more of a risk, access the corridor route more, and lo and behold, they scored. That's really been the driving force behind the turnaround. So I'm with you. I think they can push the Hawks today, but probably expect the Hawks just to have a bit too much class.
Who wins, Ram?
Yeah, I think the Hawks, but I'm interested to see what Sam Mitchell does with Max Gawn. He's an innovator, Sam Mitchell, so I don't expect Lloyd Meek to try to chase him around the ground all afternoon.
We couldn't have a better day for it. 20 degrees, not a cloud in the sky. Can the Demons keep the ball rolling? Or will it be the hot ball that comes swinging through? It is Melbourne and Hawthorn, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. You're with Ben Cameron.
They could have been one. They're very much still two, and they'll go head-to-head as Gawn wins the opening tap, slaps it forward. Carl Amon back in the side out after the football. Langdon pinches it, squeezes a kick inside 50 for the D's. Chandler robes the pack, handball out, back into the mark. Coming through Spargo, low down, playing for a free kick. Umpire pays it. Taken high, Sicily, not getting low enough. Free kick going the way of Spargo.
It was definitely over the shoulder.
He got down low, didn't he? And it looked like Spargo went to James Sicily, who really, to be honest, it must be said, has been in some pretty ordinary form, the skipper for the Hawks. Barasco's out today, so he has to assume a bit more responsibility behind the footy. I tell you what, I just love that from Max Gawn. Yeah. Sometimes you can be too cute in the centre bounce. Belt it forward, get the yards, lo and behold, shot for goal.
They've won their last 9 against the Hawks. Spargo's shot is hooking left. They veered out to his right, looking for the extra distance and just hooked it a little too much. Behind to begin. Melbourne lead by that single score. It is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just on your point, Bally, as well, James Sicily, by the way, rated 187 in the competition at the moment, was top 10 a couple of years ago. So a little off his best footy at the moment as the Hawks keep possession after the contest. Kick to half back. Warple to D'Ambrosio. Handball goes away to Moore. Kick smothered. D's put it inside the forward 50, and there's Van Rooyen straight back into the team. It was a nice smother from Bowie that forced the turnover, and then the Windsor kick into the hands of JVR.
Going to back himself in here too. It's going to be a tough kick. He'll kick from about 54, tightish angle, but getting his hands on the footy early. Important. He's a confidence player, Van Rooyen.
Not what I was expecting, perhaps with a few extra seats spare. It's very glary on the outside of the ground for a game in the second week of May as the kick from Van Rooyen just misses to the near side of behind. So 2 behinds for the Demons. Hawthorn yet to score. Just repeating, there's no late change coming in. Colton Tolstrup and Bailey McDonald are the 2 subs.
Blinded by the glare off the dark blue seats on the outer wing. Hardwick with the kick in. Sends it long in the Weddle direction. Overshoots him. Spargo there with him. Weddle goes again at ground level. Gang tackled by a couple of Ds. Fritsch gets involved. Amon soccers it on. Langford picks it up for the D's. Handball away towards Clary. That's Oliver. He can't quite gather it cleanly. Tries again. Still a loose footy on the wing. Warple eventually gets rid of it. Toward in game 50. Hacked out of there by Pickett. Back forward now for the D's. Van Rooyen's tackled to ground. And we'll get a ball up. Hot footy on the wing in the shadows of the members' stand. Melbourne by 2 points, 3 minutes played. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Early set play from the kick in there, trying to isolate Weddle.
Meek with the win down to Warple, hand pass to Sicily and now to Newcomb. Sends the Hawks up over halfway. May leads in the chase for the footy and knocks it out of bounds. And how about that for a match-up?
I was going to say, it was delayed, but it's probably there. It wasn't not subtle enough, Steve May. Just belted it over the boundary line.
So free kick for the Hawks. Gunston takes it, heads down to half forward, and his mate Bruce. 2 of the 3 premiership players out there for Hawthorn today. Of course, only 2 of them in Hawks colours. The centering kick is a good one to the big man.
And that's really well done there by Lloyd Meeks. So Max was going back to goal, thinking Bruce that's where he was heading. Lloyd Meek then just sat in a little pocket about 40 metres out from goal and was trying to force Max out. Max didn't go with him, so Bruce, being such a smart footballer, just finds Lloyd Meek. Should be able to convert from here, not too much of an angle.
It's a big early win, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Scoreboard here.
Massive. And Sam Mitchell spoke during the week about the headache that Max Gawn creates. And yet it's the opposition ruckman. Lloyd Meek kicks the first of the day. 1 straight 6, Melbourne 2 behinds. And a perfect start for Lloyd Meek against the best ruckman in the game, perhaps the best one we've ever seen. 4 minutes into the opening term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. First league change, Hawks by 4.
You just look at that bally there. So ball's locked in Melbourne's forward line there for a couple of minutes. Hawthorn take the ball forward and are able to score really with their first inside forward 50. But just to go on with that little conversation about Lloyd Meek and Gawn, that's what he's got to do. He's got to force Max to be accountable, particularly in Hawthorn's forward half of the ground. Max has been so good at just basically controlling where he wants to go, and the opposition ruckman then don't engage him at all. Max is then able to come and take intercept marks or spoil the ball. On that occasion, though, Meek got into a really good spot.
Umpires Stevic, Dorf, Ryan Strybos in charge of this match today. Newcomb, handball away to Warple. He'll kick the Hawks inside 50, and it is a tracer bullet onto the chest of Moore. He marks 45 out, 30-degree angle to the right.
How they can have a shot. Yeah. Just a great hard ball get, wasn't it, from Jai Newcomb. A couple of balls going at it there. Oliver does look like he's got the match up. A lovely kick from Warple.
He's never kicked multiple goals against Melbourne. To kick 2, you've got to kick 1. And he's hit the post. Very nearly. First blemish for the Hawks. They're 1-1-7. Melbourne 2 behinds. We've played 5. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It feels like Rammy the D's are going to be better suited with a more in-tight contested game today. If the game gets out, it's a beautiful day. If the game gets out into space, you feel like it's going to favour the Hawks today.
Oh, May on the kick out, hung it on the head of Turner. It's broken up, comes down towards Moore. Hand pass to Connor McDonald to Ward. Back to the Croc. He gives it to Warple. Handball out wide for Impey. Kicks inside 50 now for the Hawks. Pickett got it on the half volley, then tackled, lost it. Clever toe poke through to Bowie. Slick hands to McDonald. Kicks him out of defence. It's Tom McDonald for the Demons. One back in midfield by the Hawks as Hardwick gives it to Sicily. Now to Japp. The inside 50 kick to Gunston, who's all alone. And Stephen May had that match up early, and Gunston's got it. Left half forward, 40 metres out, 5 in from the boundary.
Interestingly, the marks inside forward 50 for Hawthorn. So they've had, the 3 inside 50s now. They've all been wide. So you look, Bruce took one, then Moore took one, now Gunston, and they've all taken these marks wide. So
it is phenomenal what this man's doing. Into the new season, Jack Gunston, his drop punt misses near side. He's kicked 20 goals already this season. I must admit, in the Brisbane days, it looked like he didn't have much more tread on the tyres.
His back was cooked.
And all of a sudden, 2 years on.
When you can fix something,
yeah,
he still looks fit and agile right now. Yeah,
you look at him, you think, well, surely this isn't his last year, and how much further can he keep going? Amazing.
Well, particularly if Hawthorn can't get another forward in, because they're still not sure on what their best forward mix is.
Yeah.
Melbourne working it down towards the wing. Xavier Lindsay fighting after the football. Gets a handball away to Sparrow, to Pickett. Trying to take on Japp. Tackled. Gets a handball out. The Hawks win it back through pressure. Now Sicily. Looping handball towards Huswaite. Can't take on Petrarca. Caught holding the ball. And the big bull, Christian Petrarca, wins it back for the D's. Wants to get the ball in motion. Kicks inside 50. Looking for Langford. Up he goes. Vice-like hands. He reels it in. 40 out directly in front.
Just pressure, wasn't it? And the D's, they've looked on early. Already seen a couple of good examples of tackles and smothers, which is a good sign for Simon Goodwin that time. It's great when your leaders are doing it as well. Leading the way, Christian Petrarca, adding that to his game, and a lovely kick to advantage for young Langford. Strong hands.
Yeah, really strong.
He's 6'3", isn't he? So he should be able to do this. Mark overhead.
Pick 6 last year. We like the look of this lad. And he kicks the D's first and draws them level. A 1-2-8 apiece. 8 minutes into the opening term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, Bully, I think it needs to be said. It looks like Melbourne have really nailed those 2 top 10 picks from the draft last year in Langford and Xavier Lindsay. Xavier Lindsay's been playing out on a wing, rising star. Harvey Langford, rising star already. So, I just think kicking ability in today's football is absolute paramount. And both Langford and Xavier Lindsay, 2 left footers, mind you, they just kick the football so well. Lindsay can go to a half back. Langford's now going into the middle of the ground. Langford can go and play as a deeper forward. So I've watched both these kids play a lot of their underage football, and both super high character as well. So Melbourne supporters can be very thankful for these kids over the next decade.
Gordon palms it down to Langford. Inadvertently got a kick forward, and a pack develops about 3 metres in front of him as Spargo's tackled. We've got the rising star noms in common as well, Langford and Lindsay. Both surnames start with L, and as you said, both lefties. Which I'm sure you'll be keen to keep track of. Rammer, there's 6 of them out there today. Your fellow Southpaws, and Melbourne jumpers, 5 playing for the Hawks. And a free kick here for Huswaite.
Hawks normally have a high number of lefties.
They certainly did in
I recall you saying Melbourne have got the most on the comp on their list, though. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, Bully. They have a dozen. That's right. So look, Bully does listen to everything. Yeah. It's one of the very few out there that still open to what I'm picking up what I'm putting down.
Don't cop that, Rama.
As Jath goes long down towards half forward. Off hands it spills down towards Langdon. Handball away to Lindsay. Gives it to Windsor across along the boundary line and punched out a play by Weddle. And we'll have the boundary throwing on that southern wing. Scores level, 10 minutes gone in the opening term, 1-2-8 apiece. It's more a shot at me, isn't it? Say that my messaging's just people are just glazing over. I think I'm actually blaming you, Ben, if anyone, that he's put so much dribble out that
that's
people,
right.
Well, I think that's the point, isn't it? When you actually do a bit of work and a bit of research and bring some of that stuff to the table, people will listen.
We're having one of those days again, are we,
boys? That many darts.
I got you a latte just before this game started. Loose footy on the wing, Saturday footy on ABC Sport, and a free kick going to the D's. Scores level. Caleb Windsor retreats, looking for the V-switch, goes back to Tom McDonald, who kicks short for Salem, has to pick it up on the half volley. Back to McDonald, who will switch it out wide, looking for Langford. Up he goes again. Strong overhead. There's a lot to like. Landed on the coccyx, though, a little sore.
Yeah, that hurts when you get the legs taken out from under you. Nothing untoward there by Harry Morrison, and a really strong mark by Langford.
Langford kicks around the members' wing, up towards Van Rooyen, hands to it, doesn't mark, down in front, Warple gathers quickly, wrapped up. Umpire crosses himself, ball upcoming. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, and Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
Be happy with this start, the D's. Been a good first 11 minutes of footy here.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Gone down to Petrarca. Slick hands from Rivers into space. Picked up by Ginnivan. He's tackled to ground. Somehow got a kick away, but the ump says holding the ball.
That's definitely holding the ball.
D's take the advantage. Spargo long kick into the pocket, and he's in frustration. Just punches the air as he turns that over cold, and Hardwick the intercept mark.
Yeah, I understand what he was trying to do.
I think he was upset at Cozzy there, Bally, because he just didn't go.
Short to Amon, short to McGuinness. Long kick out to Connor McDonald, who marks on that southern wing. One of my favourites. He goes short to Gunston. Mainly due to the fact his nickname's Croc, which sort of reminds me of the Brendan Favola days in the big swamp. Get out of the swamp, the Croc's coming through. As Gunston goes long inside the forward 50. Chol the target, gets it out the back. Hand pass further forward, finds Ginnivan. Ginnivan the extra handball, got it on, and the goal for Bruce. And in the immortal words of tag team, whoop, there it is. A goal for the Hawks. Hawthorn by 6 points. 2-2-14, Melbourne 1-2-8. 12 minutes gone, opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It was just a ground level swarm, wasn't it? It was a long kick to a one-on-one, and Chol was good enough to bring the ball to ground. And again, you're looking at this Melbourne defence against this mobile Hawthorn forward line. You put Chol into that category as well. I mean, he's just as good, isn't he, with the ball on the ground? And then it was a swarm with Bruce, who'd turn around and charge forward. Look at him there. He started on Stephen May. May got caught ball watching. Bruce is the one that bobs up and kicks the goal. Well done by Ginnivan as well, getting involved and getting the score assist. It's interesting, isn't it? The Hawks are going to go mobile, going to go small now. Look down there. Weddle, who started back, goes forward. So they're going to really test out this Melbourne defence across the course of the day.
Luke Bruce hasn't quite had the success of Jack Gunston with his goal kicking this year, but restart in the middle. Chol in the ruck alongside Van Rooyen, his opposite number. The D's come away with it. Windsor a kick out towards the wing. Jath trying to get in front of Sparrow. Out the back, Sparrow gathers. Kicks the D's to half forward. Cozzy Pickett bursting through. Can't quite gather it. And the Hawks arrive through Hardwick. He mops it up. They exit their D50. Here's Amon. Defensive edge of the square. Kicks towards the attacking point. McDonald puts in a good spoil out towards the wing. Out after it, Watson. He can't pick it up. McDonald can. D's away with it. Handball to Judd McVie. And now Chandler. Kick smothered. Watson. Great defensive work for the Hawks.
That's what a small forward should do. You see so many of them, rather than go for the smother, they try to bump.
I love it.
And try to be... that is worth its weight in gold, that smother, because
don't worry about his goal.
It holds territory.
That's right. He's the best smotherer in the comp. And it's not even close. It's all about intent too.
From the boundary throw in, tapped cleverly to D'Ambrosio, gets a high kick down to half forward. Tracking the footy, Bruce cleaned up on the way through, spills to Tom McDonald. He's bowled over, picked up again by Watson as he puts his head over the top of it, and the ump says, I'll have it.
I do like that matchup though, Corb. So Judd McVie, really underrated player for Melbourne. Nick Watson. McVie won't let him breathe all day.
Van Rooyen palms it down for the Demons to Turner. Handball away to McVie. Dangerous kick to fullback. Chol got himself involved. Well done, Lindsay. Spoils it down to the advantage of May. He clears the defensive arc, finds Sparrow, and opens up down the southern side. He's off and running. He's got to kick it in the Jefferson direction, who ran away from him, and finds Spargo a little shorter. D's home game, all in navy with the red V and the Red Sox. Of course, the Red Legs. And then Hawthorn in their traditional jumper, all in the gold with the brown stripes and the white shorts. Short kick to Tom McDonald. Hands it back to Spargo. Melbourne still with it. And handball to Sparrow. Short kick down the boundary line to Lindsay. Well done, Hardwick. Punches it out of play. So boundary throw in half forward for the D's. Hawthorn by 6. 15 gone opening term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He started the game well, Spargo. That's his 4th possession for the game.
People confuse you all the time, Rama, by the way, with Lingy on the SMS. Someone texted him before saying, so Lingy, it was you that held me up on Power Street.
That's okay.
Wasn't your fault, though, must be said. But you were involved.
Lingy's got red hair. I've got no hair. I prefer no hair.
From the throw-in, Weddle wins it down. Out towards the wing, though. The D's are there in number. Windsor. He'll hook a snap towards half forward. Bouncing ball. And there's a free kick picked up in amongst all of this. Going to go the way of Harry Morrison. So the Hawk with the free kick. He goes right back to fullback. Mark taken by Battle, who stabs it short to Ward. Game number 50 today for him, which means he'll get a batch of Tanya Weddle's cookies. Famous around the Hawks, anyone who plays a milestone. Ward's kick up to the wing. Newcomb marks. He comes infield. Amon pokes it on. Chip mark here for the Hawks, but going forward. McDonald attacking edge of the square. Looks inside 50. Watson coming across. He and Weddle got in each other's way. Ball comes down. Van Rooyen there for Melbourne. Chaining handballs.
Spargo goes back to Langdon. Made it tough for him. And then in the end has to tuck it in. Holding the ball. Oh boy. Watson sitting on top of him straight away. And as soon as Langdon went to ground trying to scrap after that hand pass, he was in strife.
And you talk about Tanya Weddle's cookies. People ask, what's culture?
Yeah,
that's exactly what culture is there. So a parent of obviously Josh Weddle goes out of her way, takes the time to do that to make somebody feel better.
And they get wrapped up in a beautiful little box. And
chocolate chip, what are they?
I don't know, but they have a picture on top of the player as well. Yeah. Very well done.
They're delicious.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Rama. To improve our culture, we need cookies.
This is Cameron.
Here's the Wizard. Starts his day with a goal. And Hawthorn pull further in front. 17 gone in the opening term. 3-2-20. Hawthorn, they lead Melbourne 1-8. A 12-point break for the Hawks. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just wanted to make a quick inquiry whether we'll have any retrospective debut cookies for my game down at Geelong. I'm starving down here.
We'll ask Tanya.
Thank you.
That's what I love about Nick Watson, Ramo. So the game's been going for 7.5 minutes. How many possessions do you think he had?
One.
That was his first kick, but he has been in the game, hasn't he? And that's why he's such an important player. And I know that's what they value. You hear Sam Mitchell talk about it all the time. The stuff that he does when he doesn't have the footy. And it's funny how often you do that. You get rewarded, don't you? You get on the end of one and he takes his opportunity there. It's going to be a great... Because I think McVee's, you're right, got the speed to go with him. And a couple of times it looked like he's been out. He's been able to close it down. But he's just always in the game, Watson.
Free kick from the restart going the way of Max Gawn. The big Demons ruck, what a champion he is. Is there an 8th All-Australian Blazer waiting for him?
Well,
at season's end.
If they picked it today, it is.
Goes out wide to Chandler, who goes back to Windsor. He goes the direct route. Straight towards full forward, Weddle. He's back there. The son of Tanya takes the mark at fullback. He's got it for the Hawks. Hawthorn lead by 12 points, nearly 19 played opening term. Kicks laterally to Sicily. And the Hawthorn long sleeve jumper.
See how he goes about his disposal today. That's been the...
Oh, not a good one. Kicking around the corner across the body and shanks it, but he was put down by Spargo, and it'll be a downfield free kick, so a let off there for Sicily.
Sure, was it as he kicked? Sicily just hangs on the footy so long. It may be a little bit stiff. It wasn't high either. It's stiff there, Spargo.
Just quickly, for all the talk about Oliver coming in too, hasn't touched it yet. So 0 disposals through the first 19 minutes as the kick goes wide to Ginnivan. The buzz cut sends it down to half forward. A big leap from Max Gawn and had a fair piece of it. He's going to be paid the mark.
And Petrarca's only had 2.
There we go. Some work into the prime movers for the Demons. All of a sudden they've fallen 2 goals down, so 3-2 to 1-2, and the D's are retreating with the footy. We go all the way back to McVeigh. Thought about coming out to the broadcast side and then changed his mind. Dropped to Sharon, regathers and goes short to Salem. Still at half back. Chips it further afield to Bowie. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Hawthorn by 12.
Bowie a little unsure at the moment. Now veers out to his right. Kicks around the members' wing to a contest. Sicily's there. One hand to it. Doesn't mark. Fritsch looking to rove. Spills out to Weddle. Hawthorn back in possession. Handball to Ginnivan. Draws a man. Handball to Watson. Flicks it on quickly. On to Morrison. Back to Weddle. Keeping it moving down the members' wing. The Hawks. Warple shovels it out, but the D's get back there. Spargo cleans up. Half-back flank. Away towards Langford to Petrarca. Back to Langford. His kick. Straight onto the Hawks' chest, and Watson.
He's off and running. Kicks down to half forward. Collected by Fritsch after he got rid of it. And now the Hawks will come over to Bailey Fritsch and say, well done, mate, that's our ball downfield.
Yeah, that one twice to 30, so was, yeah. He just attracts attention, doesn't he, Watson? That's what you get from just being so involved in the game, but that was undisciplined from Fritsch.
So Meek's got it. Man on the mark's right on the 50. The first of the day, Lloyd Meek. And for Melbourne's positive early work, all of a sudden, alarm bells. Kicks to full forward. There's another whistle on the play. It's a Melbourne free this time. And the marking contest, it's going Stephen May's way. He'll get it at fullback. 12-point lead for the Hawks. Just repeating, no late change coming in. Tolstrup and Bailey McDonald are the 2 subs for the D's and the Hawks.
May pokes it short to the pocket for Tom McDonald. 14-year D's vet.
It's dropped into a bit of tempo footy here, the D's, May.
Hawthorn by 12. Into time on in the first. Kicks up for Gawn. Meek right there with him. Off the hands of Gawn out the back, and Fritsch just ensured that he went out there. Did Jarman Impey. Thrown on the wing. Bailey Fritsch in his customary long sleeve. Rolled up to the elbow. And our man Ian Burrows, the ABC zone.
Yeah.
The boundary umpire brings it back in. Gawn taps it down. Ginnivan steals it. Kick to half forward for the Hawks. Bouncing ball. Bowie gathers the footy. Twisting, turning. Gets around Watson. Now kick back up to the wing.
It's a contest kick. Gawn's in the pack. Sicily puts his fist through it. Hawks win it. Warple's hand pass charge down. Nice work, Rivers. Wins it back for Melbourne. Fritsch to Petrarca. Draws the defender. Gives it to Langford. Now they're away. Handball over the top to Oliver. His first touch is an inside 50. Kicks it to full forward of the mark. Sparrow. got it 15 out from goal, and just about every one of their prime movers involved. High fives all round, and Sparrow to have a look from 15 out.
Yeah, good call, Corby. Yeah, good call. First really meaningful involvement for Oliver. Petrarca involved then. It was just the pressure, Rammer. Here, just the congested situation. Hawks trying to flick it around with hands. The D's kept at them, were able to turn it over, and then they had loose players out the back. Lovely kick from Oliver into space. Should convert here, Sparrow.
Skips in, gets a bit of momentum up, and pokes it through. And the Demons hang about in this game and finishes off a fine chain for Melbourne. All of a sudden it's 6 points again. 23 gone opening term. The Hawks 3-2, Melbourne at 2-2. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, what Melbourne would have done in the past in that situation, because the ball was so close to the boundary, they would have conceded to the boundary. And then that would have allowed them to set up back behind the ball. But now you can see there's a real want to move the ball forward and take a little bit of risk with handball, with run, with kick. And that's the result that you get out of that, because you've got your forwards so high up the ground, so they're all pushing back. Then you've got Hawthorn's defenders so high up the ground, and they can't push back quick enough. So I love that from Melbourne. Don't concede the boundary throw in and start again and set up your defence. Go when the opposition defence is at its most vulnerable.
Gawn wins the tap back in the middle, straight down to Ward though. Oliver burrows in after it, so too Warple extracts it for Ward, squeezes a kick, it bounces to half forward. There is Turner for the D's though, handball away towards a teammate in Bowie, who gets it off to McDonald, retreating here. Salem kicks laterally, and Bowie leads out wide to the back flank and accepts the mark. Hawks by 6 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bowie kicking up towards Van Roy and launching at it. Hardwick in front, punches it away. Tumbles end over end out of play, and a throw in just forward of the wing for the D's. Lots of footy down this members' side of the ground in the opening term. Keeping our man Ian Burrows in the action. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas and Ray Chamberlain. As the umpire flings it back in, Gawn down to Ward. He gets it out to Warple. The Hawks with some go forward again. Morrison tumble punt lands in the lap of Turner. D's back with the footy.
Superb day for it. Not a cloud in the sky, clear blue skies. Red Sharon out, Saturday Arvo footy at the G. As Turner goes wide to McVie, who marks at half-back. D's home game. Not a bad roll-up for it. As the D's are not the biggest drawing team. The ground would be about half full. Maybe at best 40 to 50,000 in the house as a short kick goes down the line and in the end knocked out of play off the boot of Jath. So we'll have a boundary throw in southern side. 25 gone opening term. Hawks by 6. Lloyd Meek kicking the first of the day. The Hawks had 3 of the first 4. The Demons kicking the last. And Clayton Oliver with a couple of touches. Petrarca getting a little more involved. He's up to 4 disposals after a quiet opening. Boundary throwing. Meek wins the hit out. Unkind bounce for Oliver there. Hawks keep possession. More to D'Ambrosio. Now to Ward. Out of the stoppage by hand. He gives it to Newcomb. Kicks across the centre square for Morrison. Morrison just dabs the pass to half forward. And McDonald. That's Connor. One of 3 involved in the game, by the way. 3 McDonalds, not Connors. He's got a man free deep in D'Ambrosio. Ignores that option. Kicks in the Chol direction in the pack. That collapses. May spoils, but straight to D'Ambrosio. Turns, snaps, but misses. Got it eventually. Right foot, Massimo. Are behind. Hawks by 7, 3-3 to 2-2. 26 gone in the opening term.
That was the Zoolander clip. He wanted to turn left. He was able to turn right. That was what they showed him in the pre-season from the documentary, wasn't it, Bawley?
It was, yeah, it was. He actually looked reasonably competent. Didn't get the result, obviously, but missed opportunity.
Salem with the kick in, up in the Gawn direction on the wing. He doesn't quite drag it down. Sharp's here at the fall. So if you need catching up on that, Sam Mitchell told a story about Massimo D'Ambrosio. They had to use a Zoolander clip from the movie because every time he got the ball, he only turned left. As Max Gawn shanks it, turnover, Sicily marks on the wing.
And there he was, hooking on his right foot.
So James Sicily, what do we get out of the kick? He doesn't kick. Loops a handball to the run of Warple, who takes a bounce. Tries to burn off Langford. His kick is a shocker. Low down, Salem slides into mark. Half-back flanked.
Most of the game been playing between the arcs at the moment. Ramage, interesting. Inside 50 is only 9 to 7. Hawks
by 7 points. Sorry, Bally.
No, I was going to say, it's a testament to the way both teams are defending.
Salem to Langford to Rivers, short kicking game on the wing.
Not able to get any real sort of penetration, probably since that 5 or 6 minute mark when the Hawks kicked the first couple of goals.
Rivers with his socks down and that big calf tat on show as he retreats back towards May, who sends his kick down the wing, and it looked like it was going to be intercepted by Ward. Petrarca steals it, long to full forward, Van Rooyen spills the mark at the last moment. Hawks with the numbers, wins out. Jaff to D'Ambrosio in the back pocket, drills the kick onto the chest of Moore. And Hawthorn get out of a nervy, dangerous situation.
No, he's got to take that, Van Rooyen. Like any key forward, any developing key forward, you just don't get opportunities like that too often. Take the mark, son.
Moore kicks up to the wing. McDonald wins it back for the D's. Gets rid of it to Judd McVie. Kicks inside, attacking 50. Pickett applies the pressure with a tackle on Hardwick. Ball spits out to Van Rooyen. Little dribble kick. Weddle back pocket. Prior opportunity for Sicily. Fridge catches him. Umpire lets them play. The other umpire says that's holding the ball.
And it was. It took a minute though, didn't it?
It was. But this is Sicily at the moment. Just watching him.
It's a bit sort of like casual.
He's got to sharpen up his mind. Every time he gets it, it's like he thinks he has to do something miraculous and kick it round the corner and
just play the percentages.
It's
like Sam Mitchell will be filthy at that. So late in the quarter where he can clearly get it on the boot. He's got time to get it on the boot, get it out of the danger zone. Now the result is Bailey Fritsch having a shot at goal.
Hasn't been in the best form. We're getting shots of Sam Mitchell. The double hand slap on the desk in front of him at that free kick. As Fritsch comes in and it slides off the side of the boot, just sneaks through for a minor score. So Hawthorn will lead by one straight kick at the first break. I said Mitchell was slapping the desk because of the free kick. I think because Sicily failed to get rid of it, like you referenced, Rammer, rather than it being a bad free kick. 3-3-21 plays 2-3-15. The goal kick is Meek, Bruce and Watson for Hawthorn, Langford and Sparrow for the D's.
Isn't that an illustration of two guys horribly out of form? So Bailey Fritsch, that was his go. There was the set shots and the accuracy that he once had. Now 7-11 on the season, so misses a gettable one there from the forward pocket. And James Sicily, it is a fascinating conversation that you guys hit on. So is it just that he's trying to get himself out of the front by trying to do something clever? Is that what he's... We've seen it week after week.
That's been him at his best, right? So it's got to go the other way. He needs to get a bit more urgency about his game. So get it out of your hands within a second, James. Like, I think that's the thing. You think about his coach, that's what he was so good at, just being really decisive. So stop trying to...
He's trying to create something that's not there.
Exactly, making the third decision. Just give the first handball. Hit the first kick. I think that's got to be the message.
I like it. The thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport. A lot of love for Razor Ray, always on the SMS. So Laurel in Rushworth, isn't it lovely to listen to and enjoy Razor Ray rather than yell not nice things at him? Love you, Ray, from Laurel. Thanks, Laurel. It's nice to hear from you. And another one here, Ray, for you from Anthony. Thanks, Corbin and the team, for your calls. Saw this tribute to Ray at the University of Canberra yesterday. I didn't know that he was an ACT boy. Listening at Eastlake, the Australian Defence Force Academy in Kingston in the ACT from Anthony. So there you go, Ray. Got a bit of love from the nation's capital.
There since the cheap petrol, I think. So no, it's I'm heading back home next week, so maybe we can all catch up.
I like it.
Shout, Ray. Sounds good.
0437 774 774. Keep them coming on the SMS. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley coming up in just a moment. The Hawks by 6 at quarter time. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
All the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Sicily, looping handball towards Husway. Can't take on Petrarca. Cord holding the ball. And the big bull, Christian Petrarca, wins it back for the D's. Wants to get the ball in motion. Kicks inside 50. Looking for Langford. Up he goes. Vice-like hands. Pick 6 last year. We like the look of this lad. And he kicks the D's first.
Gunston goes long inside the forward 50. Shoulder target, gets it out the back, hand pass further forward, finds Ginnivan. Ginnivan the extra handball, got it on, and the goal for Bruce. Spargo goes back to Langdon, made it tough for him, and then in the end has to tuck it in, holding the ball. Oh boy, Watson sitting on top of him straight away. He's the wizard, starts his day with a goal. And Hawthorn pull further in front. Fritsch to Petrarca, draws the defender, gives it to Langford. Now they're away. Handball over the top to Oliver. His first touch is an inside 50. Kicks it to full forward of the mark. Sparrow got it 15 out from goal. Skips in, gets a bit of momentum up and pokes it through. And the Demons hang about in this game.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774. The Hawks by 6 at quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, it's been a bit of an arm wrestle, Rammer, probably from that first 5 or so minutes where the game had a bit of flow to it and the Hawks were able to get on the end of a few. From that point on, I mentioned it towards the end there, only 9 inside 50s each. So that sort of backs up what we've been seeing. The game really being played largely between the arcs and neither side been able to penetrate too much, and a couple of times that they have, they've been able to score. You think about Oliver's, long kick to Sparrow, which resulted in a goal, and the Hawks getting on the end of one as well. But aside from that, it's been really played between the arcs, and a lot of it's been controlled footy too. So both teams taking a lot of uncontested marks, 24 each. Contested possessions, Melbourne slightly on top. So I think that suits Melbourne. I think that we spoke about before the game. Potentially, if this game breaks out into an open, free-flowing game, that'll suit the run of this Hawks team. I think at the moment, Melbourne would be happy with the way that the game's playing out, and they've got a lot of upside as well. Really, none of their prime movers had much of an impact in that first quarter. Petrarca started to get going a bit, up to 5 possessions, a couple of score involvements. Oliver has only had the 1 kick, so he needs to get moving a bit. It's really been the defenders that have set up well behind the ball and across that half-back line. Tom McDonald, Jake Bowie's having a terrific year. Judd McVee's having a terrific battle with young Watson. And Salem, who have been the ones that have had their hands on the footy. From the Hawks, their mids have had a bit of it. Warple's had the 9 possessions, he had the most. Newcomb 6. But likewise, their defenders are the ones that have sort of held up across half-back as well. So, bit of an arm wrestle. Not a lot of really free-flowing movement in that first quarter from either side. And I think that will probably, as I said, please Simon Goodwin a little bit more than perhaps Sam Mitchell.
Oh, I just think early doors, Hawthorn were better organised in their forward half. So they got a little bit of value for money in the front half with some marks inside forward 50. I'll talk about Melbourne and their ball movement and what it's doing to their defence at half-time and how that's changing how they need to defend.
3 possessions each, Gawn and Meek, so that's a win for the Hawks.
A goal for Meek.
And a goal, yep.
Ben Simmons in the house watching all of the action. Hawthorn by 6 points. Huswaite first possession. Gets it away to Warple, tries to run around a tackle, does so. On to McGuinness, back to Warple. Had a big day already. Loops a handball to the run of Impey. Hawks at half forward. Centres a kick towards full forward. Needs Chol, he can't mark, down at ground level. The Hawks swarm, Ginnivan, Watson. They're all on top of it. Ball upcoming.
Ben Simmons is a massive Essendon man, so I'm hoping he's going to make his way over the Docklands after this one.
Maybe he is doing the double dip.
Yeah.
You taking the boys later, Rama?
I wonder if he's going to...
No, they got basketball this afternoon, so...
Dawn taps it down. Watson gathers it. Handball goes to Salem. Called for a throw. Free kick.
I was just saying, I wonder if he's going to head down to MSAC and hoop with some of his old mates like Josh Giddey.
That was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Imagine that, just rolling down our old Wednesday night basketball rammer and lying out next to Josh Giddey.
Lindsay kicks up towards the wing. There was a bloke in that game who dropped 51, I think.
Wow,
I don't think Giddey guarded him that hard. Hawthorn back in possession on the wing. Warple away to Impey. Looping handball back onto Battle. He'll drive a kick to full forward. Chol goes up. McDonald's there too. Down at the front. Gunston gathers the footy. Stays in play in the pocket. And Ginnivan just bundles him out in the right forward pocket. So we'll get a throw in. Hawthorn by 6 points. 3-3 plays 2-3. Ray Chamberlain.
Just love watching Jack Gunston play in the role that he plays as a defensive forward. His role on Stephen May today is worth a look.
Boundary throw in. Inside that forward 50 for the Hawks. One down by Gawn. Langdon got it at Petrarca. His kick smothered and gets a second possession off his backside. Handball out to Windsor. Tackled, dispossessed. Moore grabs it. Shoots goalward but misses. Near side, behind for Dylan Moore. You mentioned his recent run against the Hawks. That's against the Hawks. He plays for the Hawks. Against the D's, Ben. He was scoreless last time they met as well, Dylan Moore.
Do have teams that are bogey sides, which we can get Rammer and Hawley to chat about, as Cozzy Pickett twirls and kicks it to Eddie Betts. Eddie Betts in the action on the boundary line. He's popped up and taken a mark. You cannot keep this man out of the game.
There's a response as well from the Hawks and Demons fans all cheering along.
Eddie Betts marking on the boundary line as Hardwick kicks it around the boundary, and Max Gawn, as he so often does, takes a defensive mark for the D's on the back flank.
Sitting next to former Hawk Ben Dixon, who did not move a muscle.
Well, Dicko, he can't move. He's probably got a pie, sausage roll in the hand, no, Dicko.
The Hawks by 7 early in this second term. Gawn kicks down the wing, but it's turned over. Hardwick takes the intercept mark. Yeah. Back to Jath. What happened there?
Tough one, isn't it?
Is it 50?
I don't think it is. Geez, might be one for Ray. It's been paid as a protected area. He's just come from behind. You still see that paid every now and then. It's hard to know what he's supposed to do, because if you don't come from behind, you're going to let
play on
and run forward of the mark. So really tricky one there.
Jath across the centre square to Battle. Sends a helicopter inside 50. Tough one to mark. Langford puts his fist through it. Straight to the Moore, though. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Kicks across the body, but misses out to the right behind.
We saw McCreary do it 3 times on Thursday night in the Collingwood Fremantle game, where he was in exceptionally late and just protected the corridor and nothing happened.
Hawks by 8. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, the umpire in that circumstance there, if you're not in the contest, they'll like to see you roll a little bit of a J curve, and your acknowledgement of the difference between the two is well made there from the other night to today.
So he's clear it up to the wing, but the Hawks' pressure comes again, and Huswaite extracts it out to Impey, who gets it onto Connor McDonald. He loses it. Clayton Oliver goes in. Ball comes out again. McGuinness can't gather it cleanly. Lindsay, nice spin move, comes away with it and releases Pickett. Bursts away with the footy. Loops a handball out wide to Langdon. He gets into a cul-de-sac there by Eamon. Gets it away towards Van Rooyen. Now getting involved quickly. There is Jath. But again, Pickett emerges with the footy. Gets rid of it. Sharp. Time to steady and fire on goal and misses. On the run in the pocket. Pokes his kick on goal and a little narrow. Hawthorn by 8 points. They've done all of the early attacking in this second quarter, apart from that forward thrust from Melbourne just there.
Just that attack on the ball from Xavier Lindsay there just shows why he won't be a winger for his entire career. He can go and get his own football. You know, he's clean with his hands. He can spin. He can turn. So he'll be in the midfield over the next couple of years for sure.
Sicily on the kick out and goes long to half back, spills down to Warple, hand pass back into dispute. Warple goes and gets it, extracts it a second time. Hand pass to Morrison. Hawks keep it down the wing. Hand pass to Gunston. Back inboard to Connor McDonald. Tackled, lost it. McVee, well done. Jars it free. Petrarca gives it back to McVee. Now to Windsor. Kicks down to half forward. Gawn competes, no mark. Spills front and centre to Chandler. He's off and running. Closed down by Impey. Kicks into the forward pocket and they got a mark deep.
Perfect.
Just inside the boundary line, and it's Jefferson who hangs onto it, right forward pocket.
First touch, Bally, for Jefferson for the game. You know, Chandler is a left footer, so use that right foot. It's usually just for balance for a left footer, so did a good job there.
What's he going to do here? Banana, you'd think.
Right
check side.
Right foot against the boundary, kicks on the outside of the right boot, and puts it from one pocket to the other out on the full. Misses the whole set.
Pressure right up, though, for the Demons. Simon Goodwin will be very happy with what he's seeing at the moment. Not transferring to scoring off turnover, but really good pressure again here on the wing. The Hawks might just need to put away that last handball, trying to create something and recognise that Melbourne have brought the heat here. Just take the yards at the moment.
Hawthorn leading by 7 points. 6 minutes played in the second. The man they call Pencil, Huswaite, on the back flank, off to Ward, who kicks around the boundary line, and Finn McGuinness accepts the mark, the third generation Hawk. Grandson of Norm, son of Scott. Kicks up to a contest again. Out the back, Watson nearly emerged with the football, leaves it behind, has to go again. Meek hatches an egg sitting on top of it. And we'll try once more between wing and half forward with the ball up. That is for the Hawks. Umpire puts it aloft. Gawn slaps it out. McGuinness pinches it for the brown and gold. His kick slews off the side of the boot. Out of bounds on the full, right at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Back flank for the D's. They'll get the footy. Hawks by 7 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Salem is going to head down that southern wing in the sunshine. Kicks to a contest. Van Rooyen in that pack spills the way of Ward. He's tackled. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up. Malcolm from Barunga in the Northern Territory says Camberwell Town Hall was the venue of the merger meeting. I was in the front row. Here you go.
Indeed it was.
Remember that. There you go, Malcolm. From the stoppage here, Oliver goes bursting away, puts the D's inside 50. Chandler up strong, can't complete the mark. The pressure from Impey. Says all legal, and Impey goes darting away with a couple of bounces up the back flank for Hawthorn.
Nearly has a fumble, but swings a handball out wide to D'Ambrosio. He kicks further out wide for Bruce. He pokes a kick just on short to Jath. Chankwath Jath just holds it up for the time being. Hawthorn still by 7 minutes into the second. Jath looks into the pocket, needs a marker down there. Coming across, he's gone through the hands of McDonald, spills out the back to Judd McVie. Just whacks it away in clearance, and Van Rooyen holds onto it this time, and the D's dart away down the members' wing.
Handball to Oliver, then to Chandler, back inside to Langford. Short kick over halfway, finds Jefferson. It's his second touch here, first game since round 2. Oh. A long, ugly kick inside 50. It might yet work out. Bounces through towards Pickett. He's pushed out of the way. Sharp wins it. Hands it to Pickett. The tumbler along the ground, but misses near side. A behind for Keziah. And Melbourne move to 2-5. Hawthorn are 3-5. It is a 1-goal game at the 8-minute mark of the second term. Hawthorn by 6. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Beautiful day here in Melbourne. Are we in winter yet? We are.
No.
We're into May. We're not yet. No.
June,
sorry.
You know your seasons? Or?
No, I didn't learn them in primary school, clearly.
Still in the fall.
It'll rain on Tuesday, I can guarantee you that. As the kick goes up towards the wing. There for the Hawks, picked up by Oliver. Little clanger from me as well, as Oliver picks it up, gives it off to Salem. He pokes a pass. Nice to Sparrow. Tight roping that southern boundary line at the moment, the D's. Langdon veers out infield, now kicks to full forward, wants the marker down there, Sharp. Punched away down there for the Hawks. Ward onto the footy at fullback. Gives it away to D'Ambrosio. Chisels a kick up towards Bruce. He just nudges his man underneath it illegally, says the umpire. Free kick to the D's and Caleb Windsor.
Yeah, that was.
50.
Because
I assume he failed to give it back. Ray Chamberlain.
Yep. Once the free kick's been awarded, you need to return the football as to your teammate.
But he can't give that to Max Gawn, can he? There,
why not? He can hit a bloke from 50 metres out off either foot. He can hand the ball to him.
Max was trying tricking. That would have been 50 if he had given it to Max.
Max didn't get the free kick.
He didn't fall for the trick. No, but he took too long to give it back to...
He put it under his arm. He put it under his arm and ran back to the mark. He needs to give the football straight over.
Fair.
Caleb Windsor, 30-degree angle, 30 metres out. Rattles it into the woodwork.
They've had some chances this quarter, the D's.
They're all over them here. Yeah, the Hawks really struggling to get it past half forward. Melbourne, they're setting up really well. Their pressure's good. The defenders have got their forwards under control. They're just not hitting the scoreboard at all. Not getting any reward for effort.
Let off for Luke Bruce. Hawthorn by 5 points, 10 played second.
Sicily kicks out to half-back, but over the head of his intended target, and Tom McDonald takes an intercept mark. What you may not know, by the way, is Ben Cameron actually turns 33 on Tuesday, has a birthday, so he's actually born in May and only now just realising that it's actually in autumn. It's not in the winter. As the kick goes inside the forward 50 and Japp takes the intercept mark.
Season's different over in WA.
Why? I think for about the first 21 years of my life, it always rained on my birthday, so I kind of associated that with the
May boy as well.
I was wondering what you're talking about with Tuesday. Yeah, okay.
Long kick from Jath up to the wing. Pack flies for it, spills down to Warple. Hurried kick forward and Bruce is out the back. Needs a kind roll, gets the bounce. Almost shut down by Bowie and then forces the ball out. And May wins it. Handball down the wing. Langford. Handball over to Tom McDonald, swings one back inside to Windsor, runs his way around Impey, down to half forward. This is nice from the D's, gives it to Petrarca, short kick to Sharp, not 15, told to keep it moving, tackled, got it out, Langford's kick smothered, Huswaite back the other way for the Hawks.
Unsure where to go initially, chips it into the middle, Connor McDonald, he's got a man on over the back, it's Moore, gets it to him, Moore marks, wants to play on, runs away with it, 20 out, dribbles it through. Hawthorn go whooshka from halfback to full forward. And Moore finishes their work. They lead it by 11. It is against the run of play. 4-5-29 plays 2-6-18, 12 into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was a double whooshka. The Melbourne had gone whooshka. They'd done a great job turning it over at half-back. May winning a terrific one-on-one. It looked like they were going to work their way down and have an opportunity to score. I don't think the play-on call was right. The Petrarca kick certainly didn't go 15 metres. And then it was the Hawks' pressure to swarm. And Melbourne's defence from that point on were caught horribly out of place. More smart enough to get out the back.
That's the one there.
They hit that kick hit because they had Ginnivan in space, but he went for the longer option. But Salem had to hold him up, didn't he?
Yeah, this Teray, like Dylan Moore, where he took the mark and then where he moved to, he's not on the mark. But Salem can't hold him because it's a 50-metre penalty, but Dylan Moore can still play on from that spot. So that's where it's a touch unfair at times, I think.
Hawks by 11 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Rivers got it out for the Demons. Handball away to Langdon. Gives it to Pickett. Kicks inside 50. Sicily and Spargo on the height of Sicily. Outstretched marks over the diminutive forward.
And I say that because what becomes a set shot on a 45-degree angle from about 35 metres out turns into a 15-metre goal on the run straight in front.
Sicily back to Weddle, goes long down that southern boundary line, one bounce out of play, so a throw in high half forward for the D's. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, it's incumbent upon the umpire as soon as he takes that step laterally to call play on, which allows the man on the mark to do the defensive action without any shadow of a doubt.
I think Salem just switched off though. I think he had to play that out and at least make Moore go back and kick a set shot.
And Royan taking it out of the ruck, gives it to Rivers. Handball back into the congestion, and the Hawks get around it and meet over the top of it, and we'll get a ball up, or Ambrosio it is rather, at the very bottom of that pack.
Two of my favourite text messages back-to-back have just come through. I'll get to both of those.
Yes, definitely.
Hustwaite taps it down. Warple soccers it on. The Demons pinch it back. Now Petrarca receives it from Windsor. Off to Bowie. Bowie kicks out wide, looking for Pickett right there with him. Weddle halves it. Down at ground level, Impey knocks it out for Weddle. Loose footy half-forward flank here for the D's. Out it goes, throw in, Hawthorn by 11.
First one says, May the 13th a special day, signed Ben's mother.
That's not my mother. I don't know who that is.
Have the courage to call the number.
We
have the courage.
This has been a continuous thing. We have had lots of texts signed from Ben's mother, and the one underneath it says, is Rama taking Ben golfing for his birthday to make up for the gather round of Parkle?
Should be Rama.
I'll answer that in a moment.
Petrarca, half forward, kicks to full forward. Back there for the Hawks. Defensive mark coming from Hardwick. He kicks short away to Ward, who loops the kick over the top. Amon accepts it. Amon gives it to the runner, Battle. Here he goes through the middle of the MCG. Kick to full forward. No mark there for Bruce. Out the back. The D's have May. He gets it away towards Windsor. Windsor's short kick to the top of the defensive arc, taken there by Rivers, who goes back to Windsor, the red and blue through the middle of the ground. Kick coming from Langdon. Little check side, outside of the boot. Towards half forward there for Melbourne. Hardwick flicks it up to D'Ambrosio. Hawthorn back with it.
He's under pressure though, as Sicily receives a handball, just knocks it to Weddle's advantage. Runs, carries, handball away to Hustwaite. Centre half back for the Hawks. Handball away to Amon. Does a full 360. Then gives it to Hustwaite, who's under the pump. Petrarca came and got him, holding the ball. 15 gone, second term. Hawks by 11. Petrarca out to change that. Kicks for Fritsch in the pocket, and it's knocked out of bounds.
So to answer that golfing question, Ben should be taking me. He's become a member of a very exclusive club in Victoria. He's keeping it secret as well. He knows what I'm talking about.
Look at the little stare.
He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Stare off into the distance, thinking, gee, I wonder who's listening to this broadcast and how much I'm able to cough up. An 11-point advantage for the Hawks on the boundary throwing. We'll have a ball up here for
when you put somebody under a little bit of pressure, they usually go quiet.
Yes, and that's what we got.
Ben Cameron, very quiet at the moment.
Hawks by 11. Ponsford stands city end of the ground. Ball up, take forward for the Demons. Weddle and Van Rooyen, they share it down, and there's a pack which forms at the feet of the rucks, and we'll do it all again. You want to give us anything on that? Or?
On a wait list.
Yeah, wait list.
Hawthorn by 11. Ball up inside their attacking 50. Van Rooyen hooking it down. Sorry, inside the D's attacking 50 there. Sharp bursting through. Nowhere to go. He's held up. 16.5 into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Van Rooyen flicking it down. Langdon He'll hook across the body, back towards full forward. Can the D's find a mark? Hardwick hooks it down. Jefferson gathers it, loses it in the goal square, and Sicily does well. Flicks it through, avoids any further danger. Hawthorn by 11 points, 4-5-29, plays 2-7-19, make that 10 points, 17 into the second.
It's got on the way, young Jefferson, didn't he, for a charging Cossie Pickett. That's just a young key forward wanting to take his little moment. Yeah. 13 inside 50s to 7 for the quarter, D's way. Nothing to show for it.
Sicily out to half-back and a good contested grab from Chol. Half-back flank for the Hawks, a 10-point lead for Hawthorn, 4-5 to 2-7. Goals at a premium in this second term, and that is a dangerous kick, but it works out. Ward takes the mark, kicks an ugly ball into the middle of the ground, invites the Demons back in. Chandler attacks it, breaks through the would-be tackle, then sends the D's inside 50. Spargo, the one-hander. Running into traffic, he had Battle coming the other way, and yet Spargo stuck out the right mitt, reels it in.
Well, I was watching Chandler there when that ball went into the middle of the ground. I was waiting for him to go, and he went at the very, very last moment, but bodylined the ball and was able to take it one grab and deliver it nicely inside forward 50.
Big kick this in the context of the game. The Spargo skips in, the drop punt misses. Gee, they've done a lot of hard work, the D's, and yet they find themselves 9 down, 18 gone in the second term. Hawthorn lead it, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, we've just seen Max Gawn come back into the game. Just prior to coming off, he hunched over on half-back and in the hands of the trainers there for a bit, so we kept an eye on him, but just the rest is the word. We'll see how that goes.
Thanks, Ray. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Hardwick runs to the pocket, sets it up towards the wing. Weddle with a big climb, doesn't come down with the footy, spits out to Gawn, off to Lindsay, kick to full forward for the D's, getting back Battle, he and Hardwick collide. Hardwick legs Pickett surely, umpire missed it. Lets Hawthorn come away with it, he's cold missed it. He grabbed Pickett's leg with two hands, Pickett tripped, and that is a glaring miss.
Listen to the fans.
Oh, jeez. Where's the captain's call?
Yeah. Can't buy a trick at the moment, the D's.
That is a certain goal the D's should have got in the goal square. Pickett legged, not to be.
I just thought he just slipped out. I mean, the turf went from underneath him there, but anyway, they've got to move on from it now.
Guess who's seen the replay? The Melbourne fans letting their reaction known as D'Ambrosio kicks down to half forward. Tom McDonald, handball out to May, goes to ground. Got it out though to Salem. Back to Tom McDonald. Oh, he's under pressure from Chol. Forces the turnover. Ward for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Moore. Tackled by May. Ump says holding the ball. And I'm sure the Melbourne fans will be thinking, great, now we get one at half back. And Pickett would add a certain goal at the other end. In the shadows of the Ponsford stand, Hawthorn by 9 points. We've had one goal in the quarter, and the main reason for that is that Melbourne have kicked 0-5 in the term, which is now 20 minutes old. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, they've been brilliant. Their pressure's been superb. Across half-back, they've really held up well, the D's. They keep harping on it. Just can't get any reward for effort at the moment.
Is this the best zero-goal 20 minutes you've seen this year?
Yep.
Age-old problem for Melbourne as well. Yep. 14 inside 50s. Those 5 behinds without a goal. They'll get another one here, you would think. Chandler, forward of the wing. Kicks into the pocket. Pickett goes up. One hand to it. Doesn't mark. McGuinness carried out in the Fritsch tackle. Throw in left forward pocket coming for the D's.
Well, they push Pickett forward to try and make something happen. He's the one who we know can, with the class to really finish. Fritsch can't get into the game. Petrarca's in the 450 as well.
Forward 50 stoppage. Gone down to Pickett. Flying shot on goal is across the face. Lands on the line. A little bit of backspin. Stays in play. Fritsch tackled out there by Sicily. And two of the slicker hairdos in the competition both go out of bounds, and we'll get a throw in the right forward pocket. Hawthorn by 9. 21 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. 0437 774 774. Boundary throw in. Oh, Gawn pumped it down to Pickett, slipped the ground and was clipped high. As he was on the way down by Hardwick. Free kick for Keziah Pickett. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, you see Lloyd Meeks just been able to get on the ground. He throws his head back in frustration. The last two boundary throw-ins, and Gawn's been able to have his way. Shot on goal results.
That's a classic one there. So Pickett slips over. So, okay, and Ray was explaining it earlier. Maybe he contributed, but it wasn't a reasonable tackle. It was a swinging arm tackle. Poor tackle from Hardwick. And good on you. Well done, Cozzy Pick. I mean, he's been the one this quarter. You keep putting yourself in situations, keep putting yourself in the action. Eventually you'll get your chance.
Pickett skips in, the drop punt. He's there. And these Demons are up 4 and in the fight. All of a sudden, it's a 3-point game. Hawthorn 4-5-29. The D's finally some reward. 3-8-26. It comes 22 minutes into the second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball.
Well, they're in the game for two reasons, really, in this quarter. So contested possession, they're plus 13. So doing the harder things a lot better than Hawthorn, but inside 50. So it's weight of numbers. So 15 to 8. So 1 goal 5 Melbourne have kicked this quarter. So certainly have had their opportunities, but ability to lock the ball in. I know I'm talking about efficiency, but Hawthorn aren't kicking the ball that well at the moment either, so they're giving it back to Melbourne to go inside forward 50. Ball is spot on. Cozzy Pickett is certainly the most dangerous forward at the moment, so you want a Cozzy Pickett in the middle of the ground and you want a Cozzy Pickett in the forward line if you're the D's.
Is there anything in the fact that they've beaten them the last 9 times?
No.
Okay. Newcomb out of the middle, kicks inside attacking 50 for Hawthorn, looking for Ginnivan. Down there, Turner fighting for it, beating him to it. McGuinness for the Hawks, dispossessed. Comes out to Newcomb, gives it off to D'Ambrosio. Floats a kick into the pocket for Hawthorn. Watson worried out of it there by McDonald. Illegally. Free kick. Nick Watson in just the situation he loves. A tight angle to mark 5 in from the boundary line. Mark set 30 out.
He likes wheeling out and hooking them across the body here, doesn't he? Feel for Tom McDonald there a little bit. He's been superb. Tom McDonald, that was just a pure height difference, a 30-centimetre difference. He had the arm out to spoil.
It was there.
Watson went underneath it. Yeah, I think it was there.
Yep.
Watson crosses the 50, arcs out. The drop punt never looked like missing.
Oh, and a shush.
He tells the Melbourne fans to keep it down. You can't keep him quiet, though. And Hawthorn, again goal against the run of play. He's got a couple. They lead by 9 points, 5-5-35. Plays 3-8-26, 24 minutes into the second.
I'm not sure it looks like a lot more Hawthorn supporters in that pocket. So shushing his own supporters there.
Yeah, but it looks cool on TV, Ramos.
Well, of course it does. That's all about. It's the aura. It's the aura, isn't it? Am I out with the cool kids?
I think so.
Yeah. That's a Sally, is it? That's a Sally.
Yeah, that's a Sally. Look at you, Bally.
Oh, we know. Bully, we're up. We're hip. We're young. We're cool still.
The grey hair's for you, man.
A wizard
important
Watson.
goal, though. Important goal.
Yeah, against the flow.
Absolutely.
Certainly against the flow.
Well, it was a centre bounce clearance, wasn't it? And Melbourne have done the job at clearance and contested ball, as you said, this quarter, Rammer. That time the Hawks were able to win one out of the middle.
It's good to see him using one finger that he won't get fined with after last week.
Hawks by 9, 1 down by Gawn. Picked here by Bowie, though, as he kicks into space on that outer wing, or really half forward for the Demons. Sparrow collects, spun around by Hardwick, didn't release the footy, and that's a pretty easy one. That's holding the ball. And a free kick for Blake Hardwick at half back. 9-point lead for the Hawks, 5-5 to 3-8. It's been an entertaining second term. The D's haven't really been able to cash in a lot of their work with 5 behinds in the quarter. Long contest kick to the wing. Spills off hands down towards Bowie. Hand pass to Lindsay, a good user. Kicks inside 50. Jefferson crashes the pack and forces the ball out of bounds. So a 4-50 stoppage for the D's. 45 out from their goal at the city end.
When you get a chance called, Brendan from Hobart, I do like that text message.
So what golf club then, Stumpy? You must be over your chafy. Jeez. Our listeners have long memories. The things that we work in each Saturday and they come to the party with.
Petrarca bursting out of the contest and just pulling his kick there. Slick hands from Gawn, but missing to the left-hand side. Hawthorn lead by 8 points.
And that's a dangerous game. I read that for the first time on air. So.
I know. I knew.
I've backed you in.
Yes.
Just proofread them. Back pocket. Carl Amon with a kick up to the wing. Arriving is Windsor to spoil it out of play. Hawthorn lead by 8 points. 26 minutes into this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The Traralgon Tiger, Hawley Dawley. The sledger-meter is cranking up nicely today. It must be the sun in May. Keep it up, boys. Thanks, the Traralgon Tiger. Dan from Perth is an Eagles fan. I know Hawthorn is linked to Oscar Allen. But why wouldn't the Demons have a shot? I would have thought their forward line needs more urgent attention.
That's a fair comment, fair statement, or fair question.
Meek laying down the tap, but pinched by the Demons. Langford coming through. Chandler bobbling the footy. Free kick. It'll go to the Hawks.
And it is interesting because you've got Oscar Allen there, you've got Jamara there, so two good key forwards, no doubt, and what they could potentially do to a contender.
Now Jaff at full-back, flaring a kick out to the wing, and it's a good one onto the chest of D'Ambrosio. Weddle doing the Weddle waddle down the wing. He gives it off by hand to Battle. Battle kicks inside, 50, not quite, chopped off before it got there by Turner. Melbourne back in possession, back flank. Hawks by 8 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Been brilliant, this Melbourne back six, this quarter in particular.
Very organised.
Not one Hawthorn forward been able to get themselves into the game. Look at the numbers. Ginnivan hasn't touched it this quarter. Watson, one kick. Okay, kick the goal. Chol only one possession. Bruce, one possession. And Gunston, two.
Turn along to the wing, offhand, spills down to Lindsay. The D's keep it, kicks into space down at half forward. Eamon's the only one there for either team and collects for Hawthorn. Kicks back inboard, in the outer corridor finds Warple. Centre half back, he's off and running. Not a heap to go, dude, just eventually gives a hand pass meant for Weddle, missed him. Winning it back to Demons. Jefferson, handball away towards Langdon. Kicks down to half forward. Clean bowls his intended target, Van Rooyen. Sparrow has to go mop it up, 60 out. Great chase down tackle Battle. Stops him in his tracks and a ball up half forward for the D's.
Well, I know what James Warple was doing there. I don't know if we can blame the sun or get Jack Ginnivan out in a mountain of space. Sometimes when it's not your day, poor old Guinea, still left on. Hasn't touched the footy this quarter. James Warple.
Hawthorn still by 8 points. Has been Melbourne's quarter.
Sorry, Betty. It's interesting with players like Ginnivan. If he hasn't touched the ball, bring him up into the play.
Yeah, put him in the centre.
Yeah, get him up there. Get him, 6 or 7 minutes around the football.
Make the tap, but Petrarca the shark. Kick to full forward. Sicily glides into mark. Safe with his kick to the back pocket. Oh, dropped there by Newcomb. It allows in Langford. Picks it up, swivels, snaps, goals. Finally, the D's. They find the major opening again and level it up at 2 goals apiece in their second term for all of their dominance, and they bring it back to a 2-point game. 5-5-35 the Hawks. Melbourne 4-9-33. Langford second. We're about a minute away from halftime. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Every time I watch Harvey Langford, he just reminds me more and more of Scott Pendlebury. He's got time and space around him. He's a left footer, obviously, so that's one part. But he's a glider. Yep. He glides, and as Paulie just said there, he's a really good decision maker. Clean with his disposal.
Yeah, he's had 13 possessions, 4 score involvements, kicked 2 himself. Yeah. Really like what I've seen from him today. Obviously got a good tag too, playing out on the wing here. Well, big mistake from the Hawks, but you're right, Cor. Melbourne deserved that goal. Deserved to be this close. I just feel like Sam Mitchell will have a nice old bake ready at half time here for his team.
Hawks by 2. Gawn palms it down. Petrarca had it, lost it in the tackle. Oliver collects, and then he is collected high.
I also think that's credit to Melbourne because they're stopping their ball movement. They're confusing Melbourne with how they're playing defensively.
Free kick comes back to Petrarca, in fact. He kicks to the hot spot, spills out the back. Rivers left it behind. The Hawks win it. Battle at fullback, gives it to Sicily. Hand pass for D'Ambrosio. Didn't quite have it stick the first time. Ball comes out, picked up by Ed Langdon. Shoots over his shoulder, but misses.
Sicily again.
They are peppering here, the Demons, late in the term. So 2-7 for the quarter.
Just looking at poor old Sis, the head's down. He just almost... That was an easy, no-pressure handball, and he put it to the feet of his teammate. Almost cost his team a goal.
1 point game on the stroke of half-time. Hawthorn lead it.
Harlame on with a long kick in the Gawn direction. Off the hands there, it tumbles out, and we'll get a throw in. Half-forward flank for the D's.
Well, I guess we've got our answer. The big question coming in was, the D's testing their legitimacy against a good team. Could they hang with them?
Yeah.
They certainly, the answer is yes. They absolutely can hang with them.
It's just been contest and pressure, so plus 17 for the quarter. That's an absolute thrashing.
From 0-5 on the season, they've got to 3-5, and they're looking to improve that again. Right in this contest. Hawthorn by a solitary point at the half on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Beneath the Melbourne sunshine, the goal kickers. Watson with a couple, singles to Bruce, to Meek and to Moore. And then for Melbourne, 2 to Langford, singles to Sparrow and to Pickett. They could have easily had more. They've kicked 4-10 the D's. 5-5 plays 4-10. Hawks by a point.
Confirming that Mr. Cameron's membership application is in the process. Is in the Let me start again. Confirming that Mr. Cameron's membership application is in process pending receipt of suitable character references. Any objections must be lodged by Tuesday the 13th of May. Signed, the Vice President of the Royal Melbourne Golf Club.
No, wrong golf course.
Okay.
Wrong golf course. Good try.
There we go. That's a little text that's just come through.
That is a very exclusive golf course, no doubt. I don't think Ben would be let into that one, but there's another one that's very exclusive as well that Ben's trying with.
Fran from Melbourne, Max Gawn carries a significant load for the Demons. Do the D's have a man in training? He can't keep going forever. Happy birthday, Ben. What, no cake from the boys today?
Well, we've got to speak to Alice. So
we had some cake.
She made a cake, but we brought it for Friday night football. So maybe needs to lift for the Saturday afternoon thing.
It just shows where your loyalties lie. That's where
I'll get in there.
We get it. It's
clearly second in the pecking order.
That's okay.
I'll get in there. From Sean, go the Pies. Sean's based in Geelong. Hey, team, really enjoying the call today. Doing some demo at home. Love listening to the footy, no matter who's playing. Your call is that good. I feel like I'm there. A few ideas, less umpires, maybe 4 or 6 total, but they make all calls. No delineation between the field and the boundary umpires. I appreciate your thoughts. From Sean. So full. I think Eddie Maguire, remember he did something on Footy Classified where he redrew the whole thing and had the field umpires and the goal umpires and the boundary umps all basically operating the game at the same time. And there's one for you here, Bally. Sitting outside the caravan and listening to the footy at Wilson's Prom. No 5 pits allowed, unfortunately, from Anthony in Wild Dog Valley.
Oh, the Wild Dog, what a day for a 5 pit too. Not allowed? Why is that?
Apparently not allowed.
State Forest. I think it's State Forest.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It is half-time here. Hawks by a point. The Demons hanging about Hawthorn 5-5. They lead Melbourne 4-10. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
Well, they were terrific in that quarter, Melbourne. Just didn't get bang for buck. 2 goals, 7 from their 18 inside 50s. Hawthorn only had the 10 that quarter, but Melbourne's defence really controlled Hawthorn's forwards really well. Contested possession plus 17, ground ball gets plus 13, all in Melbourne's favour that quarter. So they're doing a lot right in this game other than the scoreboard. Now, the margin can't be any closer. It's a 1-point margin, so it can't be any closer. So if you look at the two coaches and what they'll be thinking going into half-time, Simon Goodwin would be ecstatic, I think, with that because he's continually putting the pressure on Hawthorn's defence, driving the ball inside forward 50. Yes, do they need to be structurally better inside their forward line, Melbourne? Yes, they do, because they're flying at a couple of the same balls at certain times. They need a little bit more separation as a forward group. Jefferson's a young key forward. Van Rooyen's a young key forward. So, they're still learning their craft very much so, but we mentioned Cozzy Pickett. He looks lively. He looks dangerous. He looks energetic in that forward half of the ground, and also when he comes up on the ball. Hawthorn. What the interesting part is, because Melbourne's defence is a little bit out of whack at the moment, where we're so used to seeing them so structured in their defence. So they're having to revamp their defence because of the way they're moving the ball now. They're moving it quicker in the low. So in the past, they'll move it slow, then they'll be able to set up their defence behind the ball. So that's throwing Hawthorn out because Melbourne have got the last defender at the moment, which Hawthorn generally like to have the last forward. So over the back, fast ball movement, off they go. So that's throwing Hawthorn out at the minute because the ball's then just coming out of their
So what does he do for that, Sammy Mitch? Do you man that up?
Absolutely. Yeah, you've got to man that up now. So you always want to be last or equal last. So whatever you're doing, because all it does is allows that person that's last and being a Melbourne defender, he can either go up to his direct opponent or he can come through to the contest and help spoil, take an intercept mark. So I think Sam Mitchell will sort that out. The other part is his midfield has been relatively quiet, Paulie. Yep. So, and I don't think Petrarca or Oliver or Sparrow or the likes been relatively good for Melbourne either, but he's getting very limited drive out of his midfielders.
Yeah, only 19 inside 50, so that's on track for probably a season low, really. And so that's clearance. So clearly clearance, whilst scoring from clearance isn't as strong across the board as turnover. It gives you field position, doesn't it? It allows you to at least try and lock the ball in and set up your defence behind it. So they're getting nutted in clearance at the moment. And then it's transition. So that the usual Hawthorn way of being able to pick their way through an opposition's team defence hasn't been
unsure.
They have, yeah. So a little bit it's been just some unforced error, just some sloppy ball use. But then I think Melbourne's team defence and pressure, their immediate pressure on the ball has to take a lot of the credit for that as well. So, scoreboard aside, the game is very much, where Simon Goodwin and his coaching staff would want it to be at the moment. Full credit to them.
I just want to pick up on something you said, Rammer, and Bawley, I'm hoping you might back me up here. I asked about the fact that Melbourne had... I'm hopeful.
I'll hear you out.
You're asking a lot.
The fact that they'd won the last 9, and you said it didn't count for anything. I mean, you guys are the guys who have been there and done it, and we just sort of sit in the cheap seats and wonder. It feels like
This is Melbourne undefeated.
This is Melbourne undefeated last night against Hawthorn. That you go, gee whiz, we always play well against these guys. I always play well. We've got it over these guys. You don't feel like that's a real thing?
No, I never did when I played.
Yeah.
I think, you got to play every game on its merits. So, okay, if you're playing on the same direct opponent, now football's a lot different from when Bawley and I played. We played on a direct opponent for the majority of the day. Now they roll through a lot of different opponents. I also think when, if you look at how it was, when they were winning those games, Melbourne were very good.
So I'm just
and Hawthorn were very bad.
So what's that for last 4 or 5 years? So I think you can look at maybe the last year in particular. We know that Hawthorn are a much different proposition now, even to the first 6 or 7 games last year.
When it was.
That's right. Yeah. So there's an element of maybe I don't know. Maybe they the way they play, they're able to match up again. But I think the way they've done it today and why they're in it is just pure, win the footy at the source and then pressure when Hawthorn are able to turn it over. That's been the key.
I know, and I'm interested in Bawley here as well. I know in the early part of my career at Essendon, we always felt there was a team that we had to beat, had to get over to go to the next step, and that was North Melbourne. Like North Melbourne had beaten up on us a lot in the sort of the mid to late 90s, and we just couldn't get over that hump. Then sort of 99, 2000, 2001, we were able to get over that hump. I don't think that's for Hawthorn and Melbourne just yet, but there's always a team that you feel like you need to get over. It's not that you can't beat them, it's just that you need to start to beat them.
2018 is the last time that Hawthorn beat Melbourne, so you have to go way back to round 4 of that season. Of course, they were dumped out in straight sets, Hawthorn, from that final series, and the Demons on their run to a prelim beat them on semi-final night. All right, it's half-time here. Time for us to grab some lunch. It is the Hawks by a point. The third quarter is only moments away, but first, the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. The ABC's chief election analyst Anthony Green says Labor's Trish Cook has won the new seat of Bullwinkle in Western Australia. It becomes Labor's 92nd seat in the next parliament, with 8 still in doubt, as political reporter Pablo Vinales explains.
Well, Labor is currently sitting on that boosted majority after that emphatic election win of 91 seats in the House of Representatives. The coalition currently at 40 seats. Now, that seat of Bullwinkle in WA in Perth's eastern fringe was a victory for Labor. Labor claiming a victory there. It was neck and neck between the Liberal and the Labor candidate there for some time. But yesterday, the Australian Electoral Commission had Labor around 600 votes ahead. Now, the ABC has also projected the ALP will retain the seat of Bendigo in regional Victoria.
Residents on the border between India and Pakistan say they're living in fear as conflict between the two nuclear-armed neighbours continues to escalate. At least 50 people have been killed since the fighting between India and Pakistan escalated on Wednesday, in the worst fighting between the two countries in 2 decades. Kamran Sadiq has returned to his village in Pakistan-administered Kashmir to survey the damage from shelling overnight.
People are scared at the moment because there had been heavy shelling at night, and we spent the night reciting Islamic verses. None of us could sleep. Allah, keep us safe.
European nations have put their support behind a special tribunal to prosecute President Vladimir Putin and other senior Russian officials for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Ministers from almost 20 European nations attending a meeting in the city of Lviv in western Ukraine have given political support to the tribunal and welcomed the completion of technical work required to set it up. It'll be established within the framework of the Council of Europe, the continent's leading human rights watchdog. Ukraine says Russian troops have committed thousands of war crimes since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion 3 years ago, but Russia denies its troops have committed atrocities. Back home, New South Wales police are appealing to the public for any information after a body was found at a home in Sydney's West overnight. Officers arrived to find the body of a 65-year-old man at around 11:30pm in Homebush West after reports of a concern for welfare. A 31-year-old man believed to be known to the deceased was arrested at the scene. Superintendent Robert Toyton says no charges have been laid and police are not seeking any other offenders.
Anyone in the community that's got any information between sort of 6 o'clock and that 11:30 time frame, we'd like to hear from you. But this is quite a contained incident, and we believe the man has died in the granny flat at the back of the property.
A man is in a life-threatening condition after being pulled from the water off the Sunshine Coast. Paramedics arrived just after midday where a man had to be pulled from the water after having a medical episode. Emergency crews remained on the beach assessing his condition. And in South Australia, the state has exported $855 million worth of wine to China in the first year since China removed its heavy tariffs on Australian wine, accounting for 86% of the country's total. The latest Bureau of Statistics figures also reveal South Australian wine made up 69% of Australia's global wine exports, an increase from the previous record of 65% recorded in 2020, shortly before the tariffs were introduced. SA Wine Industry Association Chief Executive Inka Lee says the wine export industry is still facing challenges amid a highly unpredictable trading environment.
The results are encouraging, but we know that there is a lot of work to do. We need to continue investing in growing demand, not only in China, but in our markets right across the world.
Australia's exported a record amount of beef, meanwhile, for the month of April, amid a trade war instigated by US President Donald Trump. Industry analysts say the surge in export volumes is primarily due to record supply, with Australia on track to produce a record amount of beef this year. And one of Perth's senior Catholic figures, Dean Chris Chataway, has paid tribute to Western Australia's last World War II prisoner of war, Arthur Leggett. Mr Leggett's state funeral is underway today at St George's Cathedral after an extensive procession with horses, military vehicles and a flyover by the Royal Australian Air Force. Dean Chataway remembered him as a dedicated and optimistic serviceman.
Despite his experiences at war, fighting in the battles of Bardia and Tobruk, then spending 4 years in a prisoner of war camp, Arthur was always upbeat.
You're listening to ABC News.
It's the case that's captured the attention of the world. The mushroom case.
On the menu was beef Wellington.
Erin Patterson is charged with murder. She says she's innocent.
I'm devastated.
Mushroom Case Daily. Hear the podcast on the ABC Listen app.
The World Test Championship is coming.
He gets connection here, lifts it over the keeper, one bounce for 4.
Australia versus South Africa.
And he nicks it, he's got him again.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Chips it into the middle. Connor McDonald. He's got a man on over the back. It's Moore. Gets it to him. Moore marks, wants to play on. Runs away with it. 20 out. Dribbles it through. Hawthorn go whooshka.
Boundary throw in. All gone. Palms it down to Pickett. Slipped the ground and was clipped high. As he was on the way down by Hardwick. Free kick for Keziah. Pickett skips in. The drop punt. He's there. And these Demons are up 4 and in the fight.
Newcomb gives it off to D'Ambrosio. Floats a kick into the pocket for Hawthorn. Watson worried out of it there by McDonald. Illegally. Free kick. Nick Watson in just the situation he loves. Watson crosses the 50. Arcs out. The drop punt never looked like missing.
Oh, and a shush.
He tells the Melbourne fans to keep it down. Petrarca the Shark kicked to full forward. Sicily glides into mark. Safe with his kick to the back pocket. Oh, drop there by Newcomb. It allows in Langford. Picks it up, swivels, snaps, goals.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Our premiership pair, Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. And the 300 game umpire, Ray Chamberlain, with us on the boundary, of course, every Saturday afternoon. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. We're at the mighty MCG, where the D's are absolutely bang up for this today as they test their credentials against the Hawks, one of the competition's heavyweights. And at halftime, it's Hawthorn by 1 That's right, 1 point. 5-5 to 4-10 is the scoreline at half-time. And really, the D's dominated that second quarter. They should have been leading by a lot more at the main break, or they should just be leading at the main break. They obviously trail by a point as it stands at present. More of your thoughts of the SMS. Ron from Adelaide enjoying the call. Happy birthday, Ben. Don't listen to the haters. Get payback on their birthdays.
Ron. Thank you, Ron.
You're not a payback kind of guy, are you?
No.
That's what we're counting on anyway, so hoping that pans out that way. 0437 774 774. Hawks by a point at the half. Earlier today, Michael Voss, the coach of the Carlton Football Club, joined us on AFL Saturday. It was the best way to get all your news and information and footy discussion. 12 noon Australian Eastern Standard Time through the ABC Listen app or on ABC Radio with myself, Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, the Premiership High, and the coaching icon Mick Malthouse. Here was the Carlton boss, Michael Voss, earlier today about the injury toll out of last night's win.
Mitch, thankfully, has been cleared of any structural damage there, so that's some initial good news. So we'll just sort of wait how the week unfolds and assess what we do from there. But initial news there, good. Still waiting on the Cowan with the hamstring. So we'll still wait on that one. But the others should be okay.
The only thing better than having one senior coach on AFL Saturday is having two. And today that's exactly what we had, a rare radio chat with Damien Hardwick, the coach of the Gold Coast Suns, who provided an update on his off-contract midfield star in Matt Rao.
Look, we've got to fulfil our end of the bargain, become a winning footy club. He's a winner, and all he wants to do is win. You can see that by the way he plays the game. So from our point of view, we fulfil our end of the bargain. He'll stay, but once again, he's got a decision to make, and we respect that decision. He's got to do what's best for him and his family, and we'll put our best foot forward as best we can.
ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. So ABC AFL Daily. You can catch up on AFL Saturday and listen to those two chats in full, Michael Voss and Damien Hardwick. It's an interesting comment, that the bit there that he says, Ben, about, we need to fulfil our end of the bargain, which is basically we need to show Matt Rao that we are on the trajectory that we think we are.
I thought that was telling, wasn't it? That it's not so much about winning, it's almost the Jalen Hurts quote, money is nice, winning is nicer. So I think that is the point. He needs to see them probably playing finals and on that trajectory, as you said, Corb.
Big Saturday footy, of course, the Mighty Bombers in action next, so that's under the roof at Docklands. They play Sydney, so you'll be able to catch coverage of that game right here on ABC Radio coming up next. So the Bombers and the Swans, and then tonight it's a big dual site doubleheader, isn't it? The game up in Darwin. So Gold Coast, who have won their last 6 at the venue, take on the Western Bulldogs, who are in good form themselves. And then in Adelaide, the Showdown 56. It's incredible, Bally, that record is 28 all after 56 showdowns.
Crazy, isn't it? It is. Has it been a draw? No, I'm thinking of the Dawson kick after the siren, wasn't it? It was the Crows getting over the line. Look, you'd expect them to win. That's just a game. And I understand that, that's a game, a bit like Anzac Day, that usually brings about a lift from both teams, regardless of how they've been going in the weeks leading up. But you just expect the Crows to go and win that game if they're going to continue their trajectory up the ladder.
And yet, because it's a showdown, you think it completely brings Port into the game. It's incredible. I saw a stat during the week, Ram, that 4 times since the start of last year, so since 2024, Port Adelaide have been beaten by 40-plus points. Obviously, they're coming off a 90-point defeat, so this would be the 5th time. On all 4 occasions, they've come out and won the next week.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and they're that kind of team, aren't they?
Well, I just think Ken's the master at winding his team up when they have a defeat like that, and how do you get a response? And that's why I think Ken's been such a good coach. I know he hasn't had the ultimate success, Benny, but it's if he can still get a rise out of his playing group, he's still got their attention.
I said this to Corbin during the week. I said this before Willie excused himself and before the punishment was handed down. I'm glad that he's missing this week, because it's the kind of game that Ken will have them all riled up for. I don't think it's a good idea, given we're telling him to just be a little calmer, that he would play in this game. It's going to be a highly emotional game.
Yep, and it should be, because they need to respond. They were horrible last week, Port Adelaide, against Will there in Ballarat, and they wouldn't have blown out a candle last week, Port Adelaide, the way they played and their effort and the like. So I'm fascinated. The good thing is, you can basically watch 2 quarters of whatever game you want tonight because of the half an hour time delay.
I like the birthday theme we're sticking with for the month of May as well. The Canberra Raiders take on the Canterbury Bulldogs in the NRL. That's the first game on the slate, starting from 3 p.m. Eastern. Of course, coverage available through the ABC Listen app. Second half's upon us here. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks by 1. Here's Ben Cameron.
Meek wins the opening tap, but the D's are there through Rivers. He turns and swivels and kicks inside 50. Impey comes across. Good mark. 40 out from his defensive goal for the brown and gold. One of our very own on ABC Sport as well, Jarman Impey. Kicks between a couple of Hawks there in Jath and also Sicily. Sicily takes it. Back pocket, plenty of time. Now chips a kick for a leading Weddle. Closing late, Windsor. Punches it down. Loose footy half forward for the D's. Clever handball, Petrarca to Windsor. Van Rooyen back to Petrarca. His short kick doesn't quite get to Oliver. Oliver goes in again. So too Weddle. Weddle makes it his, then loses it. Nice spin move coming from Chandler. Legged Weddle. And this won't go down well with the D's fans, given the miss on Cozzy Pickett in the goal square. Free kick for the Hawks. Hawthorn by a point 1 minute into their second half. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Impey goes long out to half-back. D'Ambrosio flies at the footy, punched away by the D's, but straight to Joel. Got a hand pass further afield to D'Ambrosio, kicks to half-forward. Watson the target, punched away by May, numbers with the D's, and it wins out as McVie collects. On a 1-2 with May, retreats all the way back by hand to Bowie. And the shadows that are lengthening from that Ponsford stand at right half-back, kicks into the sunshine and turns it over. And Carl Amon back from his concussion marks on the wing. Hawthorn with the footy and with a 1 point lead, 90 seconds into the second half. Looks for Sicily, just outmarks Van Rooyen on the wing. Handball away towards Impey. Hawks surging forward towards the city end. Hand pass to Chankwath Jath. Pulls the kick to half forward and McGuinness hangs onto it right on the 50. He doesn't look confident with the trip, so just lays it out the back to Sicily, who loads up from long range but misses near side. And for the Demons, it's a pretty flat-footed start to the second half. 2 minutes into this third term, and Hawthorn by 2. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Ray Chamberlain.
Hawthorn have activated their substitute. Henry Huswaite out of the game, and Bailey McDonald is in.
Any information on whether that's tactical or an injury there, Razor?
Word down here is tactical.
Pulling the trigger at half-time. Sam Mitchell in no mood to wait around as Rivers waits a kick neatly out wide for Sharp. Very wide out in the sunshine on the southern side of the ground. Comes infield. Back to Rivers, just forward of the logo. He kicks into the pocket looking for Fritsch or Van Rooyen. Both with hands on it out the back. Battle slides in. Pickett soccers it off the deck. Might have socketed out of bounds on the full. He did.
Free kick coming back, I think.
Yep. Oh, it was before that anyway. So
Battle taken home.
Yeah, Josh Battle in the back pocket. No Tom Barras here today, who's been managed by the Hawks.
Just on your man Huswaite, Ben. So 8 disposals, 3 tackles, 2 clearances, 4 contested, days over, 32 metres gained. He's struggled to get in the team. He's been on the precipice of the side, putting up big numbers in the VFL. Gets a look at it here, subbed out at half-time. And the sub is Bailey McDonald, who comes on, as Ray told us, so just waiting to get on the ground. He's on the bench, but into the game. And that clearing kick, we got a ball up, high half forward here for the Demons. Gawn wins it down to Oliver, surge kick forward, 1 bounce out of play. Says insufficient intent. Free kick, Hawthorn. Any thoughts on the move there, Paulie, about Huswaite taken out of the game?
Feels like it's a reaction from the coach just to try and generate something, doesn't it? Although young player for young player, perhaps it was preordained and feels a bit early though. You're right, half time.
Hawks go long to the wing. A turnover though. Lindsay wins it. Hand pass away to Oliver. Kicks inside 50. Fritsch, the juggled mark, works his way to the front. And Bailey Fritsch beats Sicily in a marking contest to rip it down for the Demons.
He's a really interesting one, Bailey Fritsch, because when he's playing, I think he's played his best football closer to goal. Now, clearly Simon Goodwin and the coaching staff want him higher up the ground, so it's simply a work rate thing for Bailey Fritsch to get himself into the game. He can't rely on others. It's got to be work rate, up and back, and there he's working back towards goal, gets into that marking contest and takes a strong mark.
Big time kick now for Fritsch as he moves in. The kick misses out to the right. Gee, the Demons have just put some thorns in our own paws today. Another behind. That is 4-11. And a gettable set shot goes begging. Hawthorn still by a point. 5 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Great run, G.
Amon with the kick into Impey, who moves it on to Jath, and he kicks inside 50. Wide out Gunston. Gunston marks it. 5 metres inside 50, 5 in from the boundary line.
So what's the difference there with Stephen May? So he's come in late, really late.
Did he do a J curve though?
No, he just ran straight to the mark.
I missed it.
Oh, it was a set play, wasn't it, from the kick out? Yeah. It was just a brilliant run from CJ. A 150-metre run. Magnificent athlete.
Jack Gunston with the drop punt. It's a little skinny the whole way. Not quite there for Jack, but it does double the Hawks' lead. Now to 2 points.
I'll ask Ray a question and he can answer it when the next break.
Bowie to Pickett, short to Windsor, but live ball situation as a hurry handball back to Bowie, goes long to the wing. Target was Van Rooyen, punched away at the back by Battle. Connor McDonald for the Hawks, hand pass to Warple. High kick inside 50, punched out of bounds by Gawn, and a throw in half forward for the Hawks.
Well, the question is, how long does a player have to get to the mark? Because Gunston had taken the mark, and it would have been 3 or 4 seconds probably until Stephen May actually got there to take his place on the mark.
What do you reckon, Ray?
Yeah, so a player can come and stand the mark at any time, so they can come and enter in if they and prevent the player from playing on. So it's not like a time frame where you're not allowed to come and stand the mark,
right,
but you just can't cut through the protected area to do that if you're not in that contest.
Footy up towards halfback for the Demons, going in Pickett. So too for the Hawks there. Connor McDonald manages to knock it out to Impey. Off to Newcomb, shrugging the Oliver tackle. Handball to Jath, handball to Ginnivan. Inside the centre square, gets around a couple. Aaron handball allows in sharp for the D's. Knocks it out to Xavier Lindsay, to Bowie, to Pickett. He'll look lateral. His kick goes about 8 metres. Windsor leaves it behind, slips over.
Oh, lucky.
And he got taken high.
Sloppy from Jack Gunston.
Probably could have been a handball from Keziah Pickett as well as he tried to kick that, 6 metres?
So Windsor with the free kick in the sunshine. Kicks the red footy, looking for Spargo. Spoilt there by Amon, out of play. Throwing neutral territory, southern side of the ground. A sunny Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
The pigeon wasn't moving either.
No.
Hard at it out there in the sunshine, and Caleb Windsor had to move around it.
It was statuesque, the pigeon.
2-point lead for the Hawks. Early in this third term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport. And the Demons, for large periods around the ground at least, have been the better team, and yet find themselves down in the game still. 4-11 to 5-7. 15 scoring shots to 12. The Demons have not led since the opening moments. If you go back to the 4-minute mark of the opening term when they lost the lead very early on. From the restart on the wing, after the ball up, Ginnivan throws his body at it, coughs up the footy though. Salem for the D's, got it out to Rivers. Hand pass further afield to Lindsay, high half forward to Oliver. There's the extra handball over the top, got it to Van Rooyen. Hurried handball to Sharp, now they're inside 50 the D's, but wide out. Hand pass to Lindsay, the left footer, kicks to full forward. Fritsch, another diving effort in the pack. There was a push and a free kick, which is going against Langford's unrealistic climb.
I'm not sure if the umpire would have paid the mark or free kick to Fritsch, but yeah, Langford just getting carried away. Had a terrific first half, Harvey Langford. Maybe just ambition and ability there a little bit. Tried to take mark of the year, got nowhere near it.
It was probably Melbourne's best in the first half.
Definitely.
Fritsch's kicking's wayward, but his contested marking and his ability to create a target up there has been first rate today. 9 minutes gone, third term, Hawthorn by 2.
Keep an eye on Jacob Van Rooyen, Razor. He's coming your way and a little worse for wear. The Hawks on the back flank, and it's in the hands of Ginnivan. Kicks forward of the logo. Warple brave going back. Courage. Heard the footsteps coming. Able to take the mark in front of McDonald, and also Gawn moves it on to Amon. Hawks down the southern wing. McGuinness pokes it over the top. Gunston marks. Almost to the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Central kick. Misses the target. Works out for McDonald. To Ward. Cuts a swathe through them. Kicks the goal in game 50. Hawthorn by 8 points. 6-7-43 plays 4-11-35. 9 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's certainly been a slow start to the quarter for both teams, really. So
not pretty either
way.
We're
sort of waiting for for some highlights. And again, that wasn't a pretty build-up by Hawthorn. But Gunston there, it's really a kick to nobody. He marked that ball out wide in the 50, and he come back inboard to, I don't know who is coming back inboard to their bally, but it's worked in the end. Connor McDonald's taken that ball, then a little handball to the 50 gamer and Josh Ward for a goal. But it has been an underwhelming start, I think, for both teams in this quarter.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Van Rooyen down into the rooms, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Thanks, Ray. Involved in that collision out at half forward. On the southern side for the Demons, and now an 8-point buffer as the Hawks lead. As Gawn gets it down to Petrarca, tried to run through them, left the footy behind. Walpole wins it, gives it to Ward. Little handoff to McGuinness, front edge of the centre square, kicks to full forward, Gunston the target. Broken up by May, diving onto it is Watson. Ball comes out, May trying to push it through to safety, and in the end, Turner is bumped out of play with the footy. A throw in front of the behind post, or next to the behind post, deep forward for the Hawks.
Just got a hand in there, didn't they? Looked like Petrarca was away, sharking the centre clearance. All of a sudden, stoppage deep in Hawthorn's 50.
Meek works his way to the front. Gawn reaches over the top, slaps it down. Langford clearing kick, end over end. Petrarca juggles and drops. Ball hits the deck, coming through quickly. Another D's through Rivers. He coughs it up. McDonald pinches it for the Hawks. Ends up out of play. Throwing coming half forward flank. Here for the Hawks, doing the early attacking. Hawthorn by 8 points. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas. That's a premiership pair, and our umpire downstairs in Ray Chamberlain. Max Gawn out of the ruck, gets rid of a handball. Hawks there through Moore. Dispossessed by Sparrow, holding the ball. Free kick going the way of the man in red and blue. Sparrow retreats with a kick. Back to Bowie. Goes for a trot. Runs his measure. Driving kick up towards half forward. In from the side comes Jefferson. Sicily there though. Marks half-back flank for the Hawks. Hawthorn lead by 8 points. Nearly 12 played in the third.
Sicily back to Hardwick. And pass away to Battle. He runs into the sunshine at centre half back, kicks to the wing. D'Ambrosio the target, makes a contest, but ball hits the deck. Lindsay fighting on there for the Demons and ultimately wins the Sharon. Great work, Xavier Lindsay. Hand pass releases Ed Langdon. Oh, ugly kick inside 50. Skids away off the boot. Spargo traps it, but he's under the pump. Got it out to Fritsch. Hand pass deeper into the pocket. Ed Langdon, the second go at it. Centering kick now. Langford up and marking. The 2-on-1, Pickett was there as well. Not required, and young Harvey Langford can have a look from 15 out.
Got there the second time, didn't he, Ed Langdon? He had Pickett in a mountain of space, streaming back towards goal, just shanked the kick, almost missed the footy, but was good enough to stick at it, get a second opportunity, and Harvey Langford also found himself in a lot of space. Just out of sorts, the Hawks at the moment. Worrying signs here for Sam Mitchell. Can the other D's good enough to put a bit of scoreboard pressure on, get themselves in front?
This is their 16th scoring shot. They need more bang for their buck. And there it is, off the boot of Harvey Langford. His third of the day. He's got 3 of 5. And Melbourne are within 2 points again. Hawthorn 6-7-43. Melbourne 5-11-41. 13 minutes gone, third term. And a big cheer as well as Kazai Pickett and Harvey Langford hit the bench. A 2-point lead for the Hawks, Saturday footy, ABC Sport.
Well, certainly, Bally, if you fail, try again. And that was the case with Ed Langdon. But it was terrific by Xavier Lindsay there.
Yep.
Like 3 efforts there to first to spoil the ball, then to go and get it, then to give the handball to Ed Langdon. Misses that kick completely shanks that kick. But then it's a really smart kick here because a lot of others would have went for goal, but he was looking inboard. Langford there smart because he knew Connor McDonald was coming, but was able to turn his body at the last minute just to protect that drop zone.
Scholl in the ruck, taps it down, but Rivers there for Melbourne, gets it moving forward, a handball to Van Rooyen, he taps it down to Oliver, floating kick inside 50, Jap clatters into Fritsch, punches it away, free kick, it'll go to the Hawks. Shankwith Jath might have got a little nudge into the contest.
Yeah, I think Elsford Sparrow.
At fullback for Hawthorn, kicks now wide to the pocket and Sicily, who waits a kick for a leading Weddle. It's a good kick, he slides in, marks just backward of halfway and then darts away with it. Handball to Amon. Handball back to Weddle, trying to gather it. Tackle without it. Free kick. It'll go the way of Weddle. Ball jars free. He'll have to bring it back over the mark on the wing.
Got rewarded
this crowd in this game has come to life. Hawks by 2.
Rewarded for fumbling there, Weddle. Yeah. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but the fumble caused the tackle.
Weddle to Hardwick to Morrison. Kicks inside 50. Oliver leaps up, knocks it away to Tom McDonald for the Demons. Hand pass to McVee. High up and under down the line. Good punch from Jath. Finds the safety of the boundary as Sparrow goes crashing into it. A bit of shove for Jath as he hits the advertising hoardings. Boundary throw-in. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Who'd be an AFL player? You come off the ground, downstairs in the hands of the trainer. I'm good to go, coach. Great. Into the ruck.
Straight on as Gawn gets a breather. Here is Van Rooyen. As the rucks miss it completely and Rivers goes running away with it. Kicks down to half forward. Fritsch and Sicily. Fritsch halves it, knocks it away. At the drop is Petrarca. Collects, runs into trouble. Slick hands to Sparrow. Handball coughs it up. And Jaff goes darting away for the Hawks. Hand pass to McGuinness. Kicks down the wing for Hawthorn.
Bouncing ball coming up at it is Watson, twisting, turning. He emerges with it. Handball infield. Newcomb looks inside 50. Elects to handball away toward the left footer. Pokes it short. Gunston just the 15. And Gunston has it 40 out. Slight angle right of centre.
Yeah, smart by Ward. That's knowing your limitations as a footballer. He knew he couldn't go the journey from just outside 50, so lowered the eyes. Found Jack Gunston inside forward 50, about 40 metres out. So really smart play there by Ward.
That was the best passage of play, wasn't it, for the game, really. It started across half back here with Jath, who's been terrific this quarter, CJ.
Gunston's drop punt is just fading right.
He's had his chances today, Jack Gunston.
Kicked his 500th goal in AFL footy last week. 460 as a Hawk. 20-odd with both Adelaide and also the Brisbane Lions. Can he get to that mark for Hawthorn?
3 behinds for Gunston.
Salem goes running to the back pocket from the kick out, drives it down the wing and offhand spills out of bounds. No, it doesn't. Weddle hangs it inside the line, keeps it alive for the Hawks. Gives it to Ward, back to Weddle. Hand pass to Sicily. Gives it back to Ward, has to get around the diving efforts of Gawn, and now Sparrow shakes both tackles. Ward still has it. The lefty shoots a kick forward, broken up by Van Rooyen. Spargo, hand pass to Langdon. Gives it to Petrarca. Kicks across the centre square. They're on here, the Demons. Darting away with it. Sharp with the finish. Sharp with the goal. The Demons with the lead. At the 18-minute mark of the third quarter. And they lead for the first time since the opening minutes. Melbourne in front. For all their work, they finally are on top in this game. 6-11 to 6-8. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
It's pressure again here, the Hawks. And it was Ward, wasn't it, who tried to hit the kick inside. Petrarca was brilliant. No, it was Sparrow who got the hand into it. And then Petrarca posed enough here. Right decision. Could have blazed away. There was a Hawthorn player back. It was Sharp playing that wing role, holding his width really well, wasn't it? Petrarca good enough to scan the field, put the ball out in front of him, and a nice finish.
Yeah, well
D's all over them here.
Harry Sharp, it's been laborious for the D's, but they're in front now. It was the emergency in the grand final last year for Brisbane.
That stuff there by Hawthorn, that's the Harlem Globetrotter stuff that gets them in trouble, where they just overpossess too much and invite pressure, and eventually, you turn the ball over centre wing, a good team will score against you.
Crooked bounce in the middle from umpire Strybos. Now he tosses it aloft. Go on, slapping it down, trying to get it to Pickett. Newcomb coming through, throws his head back. Umpire says, pass it here, I'll ball it up again.
Got to get to work, John Newcomb. So 2 possessions again this quarter. Been very quiet.
Big Max takes it out of the ruck. Floats a kick inside 50 for the D's, doing all of the attacking. Bouncing ball, slapped out by Van Rooyen. Chandler leaves it behind, goes low, gets to his feet, snaps on goal, gets the leg break, it nicks the post. Just clipped the padding on the way through. Oh, the D's, they're up and about. Those whose heart beats true.
They lead by 4 as the kick from Jaff turned over. Low trajectory drop punch straight to Petrarca, front edge of the centre square.
They need leaders to stand up here, the Hawks. Recognise the situation of the game. Need some cool, calm heads. Take the sting out of it.
Petrarca inside 50 turns it over, sharp the target, and in the end, Impey takes the intercept mark.
Just a bad decision by Petrarca there.
Yeah. And now 50. That is not going to help. I think it's young Jefferson who's just cruising through the protected area.
I'm not sure what he sees there, Petrarca, because he kicks it straight to Impey.
This will hurt. Impey now with the forward 50 kick. They leap at the back. Gunston rises for it. No mark. Ball hits the deck. Connor McDonald grabs it. He's tackled, and the ump says, I'll have it. And a ball up forward pocket for the Hawks. Melbourne by 4 points. They've hit the front for the first time since the opening minutes, despite controlling most of the game. 6-12 to 6-8.
Meek slaps it out boundary side. Bruce tracking it, watches it roll out. We'll get a throw in.
Got a little bit of an education piece coming on the SMS as well, Simon.
Yeah, it's a good education piece too.
From South Gippsland, great call, but ... We'll get back to this when we haven't got a forward 50 stoppage.
Umpire brings it back in. Meek in front, wins the palm down. Spills out to Turner though. He'll twist a kick. Screws it beyond defensive 50 there for the D's. Bouncing ball. And turning tackler is Van Rooyen.
You can always rely on our listeners.
Wilson's Prom, or the Prom, is one of Victoria's special national parks, probably best known of all, internationally renowned. Haven't been allowed to have campfires there for decades to stop it massively burning down.
D'Ambrosio kicking Hawthorn inside 50, getting back, wins a defensive mark. Sliding back to defend now, Windsor.
There's a bit more advice. You guys need to get out into rural Victoria a bit more. As if Ballarat last week wasn't enough for Saturday footy.
We do need to do that.
I'd thought you'd have known the Prom is a national park, not a state forest. For example, you can have a campfire in a state forest so long as you follow campfire rules. Keep up your great call. The footy, though, from Simon.
It's a great text coming in. Battle gathering on the wing for Hawthorn. Kicks infield. Works out for Jarman Impey. Pickett's right there with him. He gets around him. Swings a handball out. D'Ambrosio chips the Hawks to half forward. Max Gawn chops it off and marks. He's back in possession.
This is where Max starts to overwhelm the opposition ruckman just with his work rate. So, Meek there, he's 20 metres away from Max, and that's just pure work rate from Max.
Kick from Gawn comes inboard to Bowie. Should kick to Windsor at centre half back. Demons by 4. An interesting game of footy so far. The D's have controlled large periods and yet rarely been in front. They've got their nose in front now at Langdon at centre half back. He goes wide to Gawn. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Just thinking we might be able to get Simon to help us out with holding the ball next. But the other thing of note is Stephen May, 2 marks today just before that one there. So Jack Gunston doing, again, as I said, I just love Jack's game.
Chandler on the wing to May, and now all the way around to Tom McDonald. Demons fans getting frustrated, still in the back half, and now up over halfway. The long kick down the wing. Spargo goes up and marks. Demons with it, and there's the intent. Handball first, gives it off to Rivers, kicks inside 50. Kazaya marks just.
He was right there, the boundary umpire.
Just inside the boundary line. They both had a good look at it, one from either direction, in front of the kick and behind it, and they have paid that mark to Ozzie Pickett.
He's going to run out here, so get to the 10 metres at the side and put some pressure on Hawthorn.
Here we go, Weddle's awake to that now. Kazai Pickett, he's caught the play on, arcs across the body, trying to hook it back. He misses near side. Another behind for the D's, 6-13 to 6-8. They lead by 5 points, Melbourne, or should I say they lead by 5 behinds. 23 minutes gone in the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
What Corbin means by that, 6-13 plays 6-8. Sicily to take the kick in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah.
We've got a good one. Sicily chiseling a kick for the sub, Bailey McDonald. And like a tracer bullet, it finds him.
Not much margin for error there.
Zero margin for error.
Forward handball away to Morrison, onto Jouth, bouncing handball for Ward. Pickett coming after him, just gets a handball away, knocking it on Judd McVie, spills out to McGuinness though. Hawthorn half forward, Weddle swings it forward to Bruce. He chips it out in front of a leading target, Ginnivan. And going to ground, he marks 20 out, 45-degree angle.
Well, that's almost where they've been their most effective in terms of transitioning the footy straight from the kick out, the Hawks. And I don't know what Melbourne can do to stop that. They've shaped all numbers going to the southern stand side, and then it was a beautiful kick from Sicily, wasn't it? Straight to Morrison, and they worked their way down with hands. What's Jack going to do here? He's going to go around on his left. Hasn't had much of the footy today. Opportunity here.
A couple of steps. The left foot snap is good for the showman. They might not deserve to be in front, the Hawks, but they are. They lead by a point. 7-8-50 plays 6-13-49. 24 minutes into the third. What was that celebration, Corbin Middlemass?
No, I'm not going to be able to explain that. Almost like it's
a fish,
like a primary school teacher illustrating what an eel or a fish would do somehow from Jack Ginnivan. But I'm sure there's a much cooler reference than the one I'm alluding to.
Yeah, I think just get on with the game and put the score on the board rather than worrying about the celebrations at this stage. 1 point, the difference in this game when you haven't had a hell of a lot of the ball. So, but again, like beautiful kick. I was. With the kick from Sicily from full back, there was one player on the commentary side box of the ground, and then all of a sudden McDonald got there eventually, but all the numbers were on the Shane Warne side of the ground, so that one came off for Hawthorn nicely.
Hawks by a point, second lead change in the quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Premiership pairing. Adam Ramanauskas, Luke Ball. Great to have you with us at the G late in the third term. Hawthorn by 1. Back in the middle. Quick kick forward from Rivers. Centre half forward. Pickett can't pick it up. Spills away at Bailey McDonald. Hand pass for the Hawks out in front of Ginnivan. Paddles it to the direction of McGuinness. He's got a couple to beat. Harvey Langford worries him out of it. And the ball spills out of bounds in front of the Demons bench. And now a free kick for insufficient intent. Gee.
Oh, Ray.
Right.
I love Rammer's rule. It lights my day up. But I was just... Melbourne have activated their sub. Colton Tolstrup's in and Jefferson's come out.
Okay. That means the decision was wrong.
Here's Bowie. Leads meters gain. Bally at the Demons. Young Jake Bowie goes long down to half forward and on the bounce collected by Sicily, who's tackled by Fritsch.
He's having a super year. He's had another good day today. 10 possessions this quarter. Been part of a back six. He's controlled the game in a lot of ways today. Been well on top of their Hawthorn opponents.
As we learned from Rammer earlier, he'd rather Max Gawn's hairdo than Jake Bowie's, as Gawn palms it down and Ward's tackled. We'll have a ball up.
That should get some feedback, shouldn't it, off the SMS?
Left up forward for the D's. Rammer said it, not me.
You just got to own the baldness sometimes.
As Gawn palms it down towards Bailey McDonald off the back flank, kicks the Hawks down the wing. Weddle swung forward, but the intercept marked by his direct opponent, Tom McDonald. Hawthorn by a point, 27 gone third term.
Grass doesn't grow on a busy street, Rammer, as they say, as McDonald goes back to D50 and mark taken by Judd McVie. He and Dan Turner play kick to kick for the time being.
Kick it back to him.
He does. Takes your advice. So Turner on the back flank.
You force Hawthorn to defend. So I don't like this going back. They're too far back now.
Back to McVie, who goes right back to the top of his defensive goal square, and the mark taken by Salem moves it on to Bowie.
Like I get let's deny the ball here for a moment, but
Bowie gives some air to his kick, but it gets to Turner, and they put some energy on the ball now.
Yeah, you just don't want to get too far in your own defence.
So the kick from McDonald up to a contest on the wing. Van Rooyen launches it, comes down for Langford, swings a handball on towards Fritsch, tackled quickly by Bailey McDonald. Ball up on the wing. So at least Melbourne have got it up to the wing. Hawthorn by a point, closing in on three-quarter time. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Entertaining tussle as Gawn tries to grab it out of the ruck, slips through his fingers. Likewise Oliver. We've seen a lot of players not sort of one grabbing today, haven't been as clean as they would have liked, as Newcombe shoots a handball out but straight to Langford. Nice footwork, dances his way around Ward, kicks down the line. Van Rooyen the target, no mark, spills to Tolstrup. Panicked handball, coughs it up. Bailey McDonald, the sub for the Hawks, to Newcombe, to Impey, now to McGuinness, all by hand. Gives it to Connor McDonald, now the forward 50 kick for the Hawks, and getting back, Turner. Takes the intercept mark, centre half back for the Demons.
Been good back behind the ball, Turner today.
Liked his work since going back a few weeks ago.
No lever in the team. Sorry, Corb. Yeah, no lever in the team. Between him and Tom McDonald's been super form as well, going back behind the ball.
Thoughts of Luke Ball. The D's chipping it around inside D50 again. Hawthorn will lead by a point at the final change, as they did at the half. 7-8-50 plays 6-13-49. Melbourne, their offence has been laborious. It has been inaccurate. They have 6 goal kickers through to three-quarter time. They are Harvey Langford, Harry Sharp,
Rama's got this on the third quarter, so I've had a bit of a mare here. Langford's got 3 singles to Pickett, to Sharp and to Sparrow. While for Hawthorn, their goal kickers, Watson with a couple, Moore, Ward, Meek, Ginnivan and also Luke Breust.
That's it. Hawthorn by a single point. It is, what were we chatting about there right on the bell? Before the...
How inaccurate and laborious.
Yeah, just before that. I was just completely out of mental. You know when you have something on the top of your mind and then I've lost it completely? It'll come to me. Don't worry about that.
Can I bring people behind the curtain? Corbin's been giving me some feedback on how I deliver the goal kickers at the quarter breaks, Rama. So
that was running through.
It's another misstep.
No, it'll come back to me. Hawthorn by a point. It is three-quarter time here at the MCG. The Hawks 7-8-50. They lead Melbourne 6-13-49. The thoughts of Rama and Bawley. Plus, we'll see what's happening at the next of our venues. Coming up next at Docklands, Essendon and Sydney. All of that on the way. Three-quarter time here at the G. Hawks by 1. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
There was something very different about this federal election.
There are concerns about the impact AI could have on young voters.
So, what can we do about it? If You're Listening presents Australia versus the Internet. Find the podcast on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Game on. Hawks down the southern wing. McGuinness pokes it over the top. Gunston marks. Almost to the elbow, 50 in the boundary line. Central kick, misses the target, works out for McDonald. To Ward, cuts a swathe through them, kicks the goal in game 50.
Ward still has it. The lefty shoots a kick forward, broken up by Ben Ryan. Spargo, hand pass to Langdon, gives it to Petrarca, kicks across the centre square. They're on here, the Demons, darting away with it. Sharp with the finish, Sharp with the goal. The Demons with the lead.
Knocking it on, Judd McVie spills out to McGuinness though. Hawthorn half forward. Weddle swings it forward to Bruce. He chips it out in front of a leading target, Ginnivan. And going to ground, he marks. 20 out. A couple of steps. The left foot snap is good for the showman. They might not deserve to be in front, the Hawks, but they are.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time, Hawks by 1 here at the G. Across town, the next stop at Docklands Stadium, it is Essendon and the Sydney Swans. Matt Clinch heading up the call. Clinchy.
Corby, two sides who are desperate to stay in touch with the top 8. Coming off wins, the Bombers are in 12th spot, 4 wins and 3 losses. A win behind the teams in 4th to 7th position, while the Swans are a game further back at 3 wins and 5 losses. Brad Scott's Bombers have won 4 of their last 5, that loss coming against the Magpies on Anzac Day, but they do make 5 changes today, headlined by the 2 debutants, Lewis Hayes, who's picked 25 back in 2022, 199 centimetres a defender, and looking forward to getting the insights of Archer Day Wicks, who is managed by our own Brett Delidio, will be a part of the call. Jai Caldwell and Dylan Shield also make their return. Saad El Houli also comes into the lineup. The Swans scored a much-needed win against crosstown rivals the Giants last week, snapping a 3-game losing streak and trying to keep their 2025 campaign alive. We know how many injuries the Sydney Swans have under Dean Cox. A win this afternoon tonight would be crucial, and it's also 100 games for James Jordan, a premiership player with the Demons and now a favourite in the red and the white. Can't wait to bring it to you. Corby alongside Lauren Borden. Lex Pesce will be on the boundary. Brent Harvey and Brett Delidio. It's the Bombers and the Swans to follow you.
Oh, it's a loaded call team. Good calling, Clinchy, for that next, and all the best to young Archer Day Wicks. I saw the video that the club puts up with him speaking to his parents during the week.
Yeah, it's great. Real good.
Yeah,
it was really good, wasn't it?
Beautiful call. I love when they do that.
The interesting part in this game, Melbourne are doing so much right in terms of the combative stuff in this game. So that quarter again, contested possession +7, ground ball gets +7, yep. Clearances 12-3, Bawley tackles 16-6. You know, as an overall in the game, like they're absolutely smashing him in contested football, clearance. You know, more inside 50s. It's just the finishing.
Yeah.
That's all it is with Melbourne at the moment. It's just that whether it's the final kick going inside forward 50 or the actual shot at goal. So I think Sam Mitchell will be really, really disappointed with his team at the moment. They're playing a game where basically they don't want the physical contact at the minute.
Yep.
So if that continues into this last quarter, I think Melbourne will win this game.
I agree.
Probably by 3 or 4 goals, because as we know, the game does get that little bit slower in that last quarter. The ball becomes a bit more in the contest. If the first 3 quarters are anything to go by, Melbourne will dominate that in the physical sense and in the last quarter ball.
I agree. Yeah, it's really stood out, hasn't it? They've been tougher today. No sugarcoating it. The D's they've worried the Hawks out. They've been first in it at the footy. And then when the Hawks have had it, they've worried them out of it and forced the extra handballs, some flippant sort of handballs, some poor decisions. And that's what will disappoint, as you said, Sam Mitchell and his coaching staff. So, look, having said all that, they turn for home in front, somehow the Hawks. And we know that they're a pretty good team at running out the game. They're a good last quarter team. So it's there for them to win if they can screw their guts up and fight a bit harder in this last quarter. Otherwise, I agree with you. I think the D's pressure will tell out. And they should be able to find a way to kick a winning score.
Just some quick numbers on that, Bally. So the Hawks have led 6 times this year at three-quarter time. They've won all 6. Melbourne's final quarters, 1-7.
Not great, yeah. Okay,
1-7. They've only won one last quarter.
So the Hawks will bank on that. They pride themselves on being a fit, hard-running team, but none of that matters. They've got to win the ball at the coalface, and they've been well and truly beaten from that point of view today. That's right. Now I think you're right. In that third quarter, Gawn started to just gain a bit of ascendancy, didn't he? So
overwhelming Lloyd Meek, and he'll try to do this in the last quarter, just because his overall fitness is just better than any other ruckman in the competition.
The Demons have been able to hang with the heavyweight Hawks, but can they get the scalp? A 1-point lead for the Hawks. Final term underway. Gawn palms it down. Petrarca for the Demons. Hand pass in front of Oliver. Collects, gives it to Salem. Kick out towards the wing. Tolstrup and Jath compete. Jath spoils. D'Ambrosio for the Hawks wins it. Handball to CJ, sweeps a handball forward to Ward. All took on the tackler, lost. Keziah Pickett got him, ball comes out, and Melbourne immediately see the green lights. He headed down the half-forward flank, find Tolstrup, handball to Petrarca, kicks for Fridge, just out of reach.
Yeah, there's another example, just that finishing, just inside.
Well, you're right.
It's got to hit.
That's the game in the nutshell.
Yeah,
there.
It's just got to hit.
Again. Not. Almost not respecting the fact that Keziah Pickett's the one chasing. We're trying to do too much.
Out on the full
turnover.
Out on the full, Hawthorn by a point as Battle sends it back down the wing.
And Gawn's able to mark there for the D's. The issue is that's been the problem for so long now. Like the D's fans are getting so sick of it.
Yeah, I get it.
As Gawn floats a kick into the pocket again. Fritsch wrestling there with Sicily. Coming in, Jath pinches it for the Hawks. Clearing kick. High ball back in the Gawn direction. 2 to beat, and he does.
And particularly if you're paying your best players in Petrarca and Oliver, who get the most ball in the most inside 50, they've got to hit. It's the money kick. It's always has been in AFL.
Gawn goes back to Salem. Salem sets it up, looking for Fridge. Shoved out of the way. Sicily marks at fullback. The Hawks, their defence has been bend not break in this game. A little bit of that due to the inaccuracy from the D's as Sicily goes to Battle. He turns it over. Turner marks.
But look at it. So Melbourne now. So Turner's got the ball. He's wide out. Melbourne are just standing inside their forward 50. So all the lead, they're standing in leading lanes. They're not moving out of a leading lane to allow their key forwards to come at the football.
Yeah. If you're not sort of presenting an option, you just fill in space.
You're useless.
Yeah, and as the attacking team, you're not offering much. As May's got it, outer edge of the centre square, kicks inside 50. Max Gawn. That's what he does. Stands in front of the pack and rips down a contested grab.
Well, it's his third contested grab of the quarter.
Yeah, when in doubt or when all else fails, just wait for Max to get down there. That seems to be the method at the moment. He's put some what is it? Resin on the hands at three-quarter time. He's gone Grippo. He's gone clunk, clunk, clunk.
I love the Grippo.
Unbelievable start. We called it, remember? His last quarters, he can really start to dominate, take over games. And Lloyd Meek just looking up the screen. He knows he's got his work cut out for him this quarter. This will be a huge start.
A sensational grab, and now for the finish. Max Gawn, the drop punt, sails goalward. He hits the stick. Halfway up, it's a behind, and the game is tied. 6-14 to 7-8, 50 points apiece.
It's a longer form conversation, but I think teams are now going to look at playing 2 ruckmen against Max Gawn, 2 genuine ruckmen, because he just overwhelms 1 ruckman.
Impey getting a handball away to Ward. What can the Hawks muster? Scores level, as Corbin said. A kick into the middle of the ground from Hardwick. Sits up there for Warple. Meek, he's set upon by a couple of Ds. And the umpire, Matt Stevic, crosses his arms, wants to throw it up on the wing. Right on the logo. Melbourne have won their last 3 after losing their first 5. Hawthorn started the round 3rd at 6-2. The D's right in this with scores level. Langford the clearance. High towering kick. Shallow entry inside 50. Spills down to Tolstrup, free kick. It'll go the way of the brown and gold. Hardwick Impeded there by Van Rooyen.
Push.
So we'll have it inside his defensive 50 for Hawthorn.
Both subs made, both tactical. Jefferson and Huswaite out of the game. So Tolstrup and Bailey McDonald in. Both made in that third term. Hawks with a short kicking game, still deep in defence. Aim on to Impey. Game tied at 50. 4 minutes gone. Final quarter. The shadows lengthening at the G. What is a beautiful May day. 20 degrees, not a cloud in the sky, but a little cool in the shadows. There's Amon. Long kick now out to the wing for Sicily. Ground opens up upfield. Kicks for Morrison, who leaps up and marks. Two Ds collide. Morrison inside 50 for the Hawks. Meek competes, no mark. Watson, the give to Gunston, who goals. And a beautiful build-up for the Hawks. And Gunston with a go-ahead major for Hawthorn. 5 minutes played in the final term. And Hawthorn 8-8-56 lead the Demons 6-14-50. And Jack Gunston had kicked 3 behinds earlier. He's got one now, and it's good enough to give the Hawks the lead. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, just a bit more patient, Bremer, wasn't it? Not trying to force the issue through the corridor, invite the pressure. They just waited for the spare to open up. Chipped it round, switched, came around the other side to the open side. The kick from Sicily, I think, who was it? Was it McVie who probably could have got there and spoiled here at half forward, and that was the key moment. And then Harry Morrison, who I thought had a shorter play. It was Turner, who just missed the spoil, didn't take the body either. And once he was out, Morrison, who, again, I thought had some better options, but Watson was good enough to get the crumb, and Gunston into the open goal.
Melbourne, that's Hawthorn's first inside 50 for the quarter, and they score. Melbourne have had 5.
It'll be hard to keep your spirit up, but these are trying to do that. Gawn trying to do it himself, wins the tap, turns tackler, gives away a free kick, a little clumsy there on Warple.
Oh, I think it's more impatience.
Yeah.
As an Essendon supporter, I've been waiting for them to stop defensive transition for about 20 years. And you're worried about this mid-forward connection. They won a premiership 4 years ago.
Here's Warple in the middle.
Played in a couple of prelim finals since then as well.
Kicking Hawthorn inside 50 off the hands of Turner. Knocks it down. Lindsay mops up. Chandler shanks his kick. Like to swing it across his body off the outside of his boot. Into road G it goes. Free kick Hawthorn. And he out on the full. Jack Ginnivan to take it in the blast of the sunshine on that southern wing. He sets it up, a shallow inside 50. Chol launches at it, punched away by McDonald. Langdon, his handball misses the target, picked up by Bailey McDonald. Hawthorn back with it, back to Ginnivan. Kick inside 50, can they find a marker? Moore, the little man, bobs up in front of them and claims it. 35 out, as good as directly in front.
It's just, you know, Hawthorn still aren't a great team, but they're a good team. And this is the difference right now. You know, they're having their little moment in this quarter where, what's that? It's their third inside 50 for the quarter. But they're going to be their second scoring shot, virtually directly in front.
We mentioned earlier, has never kicked multiples against Melbourne. Still hasn't. Just missed that right.
I nearly marked that down.
A bit out of sorts, still more.
Yeah.
Only 9 possessions. Kicked 1 goal, 3.
2 goals in his last 5 games.
Yep.
Hawthorn by 7. We've played 7.5 in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, that's a short kick from Langford off the back pocket, trying to link up with Tom McDonald. Broken up, ball spills down to Pickett and pass away to Turner, who drills a kick down the wing to Gawn. Usually a good idea. Hand pass to Windsor, trying to break a line. Warple with a huge chase down tackle, wins it back for the Hawks.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Warple.
Well, out there. Yeah, haven't seen a heap of that today from the Hawks. That should anyway create a bit of energy.
Hawks by 7, 8 gone final term. Kicks to half forward, Gawn in the pack, brings it to ground, but there's Morrison for the Hawks to Bruce. Handball to his mate Gunston, centering kick, shouldered target, broken up by Tom McDonald. Straight into the path of Bailey McDonald, though, centre half forward for the Hawks. Shoots Goldwood off balance and the ball trickles out of bounds. And they'll have a throw in forward pocket for the Hawks, the Dom Sheed pocket, and the punt road end. It is Hawthorn by 7 points, 8 gone final term. 8-9 to 6-14, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Umpire brings it back in. Gawn and Meek to the front, underhands it down there for Moore. flicks out, onto it quickly, Judd McVie for Melbourne, handball to Langdon, flicks it over his head, Rivers, wants the boundary line, carried out in the Ginnivan tackle. Boundary umpire to get the ball. Hawks by 7, Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas, and Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
How quick did he clear the security guard out of his chair there? Usually when someone's taking a set shot, you actually have to try and physically remove them from the seat. And yet the tackle was coming through in a few bodies and bang, straight out of there.
Jath slapping it on around the wing there for the Hawks. Petrarca reaching in, but McGuinness picks it up. Off to Jath, off to Moore, on to Ginnivan. All of that by hand. Now Guinea just shoved off his kick. Petrarca turns tackler. Guinea bulldozes through. Umpire wants it. And we'll get a boundary throw in. 70 around from the attacking goal for the Hawks. Making the running at the moment. They lead it by 7, 9.5 into the fourth.
Well, the Canadian Destroyers, a wrestling manoeuvre. As Ginnivan and Petrarca went down.
Tombstone.
Yeah, 7-point lead for the Hawks. 10 gone final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Comes to Moore at the stoppage. Quick kick forward.
Oh, he's paid the push.
Oh, Bruce hits the deck. Turner took the mark and the umps paid the push for Bruce. He'll kick in a Gunston direction here. Tries to take the juggled mark. He does better than that. He succeeds. And Gunston's got it right forward pocket.
But I can see why the umpire paid that push. He saw Turner's hands. Whether he nudged him or not, there's two hands in the middle of Luke Bruce back. So it's an easy decision for the umpire.
Bruce Gunston and free kick Hawthorns on the glory days.
Ray's favourite player going for goal here.
Gunston for his second of the term. He's got that as well. He's a game winner. Jack Gunston with a couple of big-time goals to start the final term. And Hawthorn by 13, 9-9 to 6-14. We've travelled 11 minutes in the final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, and it might just be the difference in the end. A bit of class, a bit of finish.
Bit of experience by those two.
That's right. A couple of contests there that the Demons will want back. A little disappointment. You can't question their effort's been brilliant all day. Even Stephen May, who's been really good as well, would like to have
by Gunston.
Taken the ball, all the body there, and Turner giving away the free kick prior. Just key moments. The Hawks winning those, and given how hard it's been for Melbourne to score goals all today, 3 kicks away, it seems like a fair way, doesn't it?
It's a game high lead, 13 points, as wide as it's been all day.
Like Gunston is on pace for 40+ goals this season.
Amazing. What is he, 35? 33. I've given him a couple of extra.
Yeah, he's been superb. It's interesting, though. We can maybe chat about it to the conversation for later, but the reliance on him is a concern for the Hawks.
Yeah, I agree.
I know there's some troops injured and maybe to come back, but it's been an issue today as well.
What about the golden oldies around the competition too? Gawn, Gunston, Danger, they all spring to mind as running away with it. Amon slips over. He's okay though, gets it out to D'Ambrosio. Kicks the Hawks inside 50. And Scholl unopposed. Takes the basket catch.
Yeah. Jake Bowie's had a terrific year for Melbourne.
Yep.
But he needs to go there.
It had his name written all over it.
That's just, you got to fly back with the ball. Yep, you might get contact, but he would have been easily the first player in that contest. So it's okay to have the ball in your hands, Corbs, but when it's your turn to do some of the physical stuff, you've got to go.
Josh Weddle just standing over him in the goal square. I'm sure that'll be part of the conversation.
Here comes the laid-back Mabior. And Scholl's goal will make it hard for the D's. They lead by 19 points, the Hawks. 10-9-69 plays 6-14-50. 13 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just found a little burst, haven't they, here for 5 minutes. And you're right, Melbourne was all Melbourne. First 5 inside 50s of this quarter. Again, didn't capitalise. Same old story. And this time it was Newcomb, who's had a pretty quiet day by his standards, bursting out. That's a really good win. Missed tackles. And even then they made hard work out of it. D'Ambrosio's had a good day. He's really come on as this game's gone on. What's he up to? 21 possessions. 460 metres gained, so pretty typical game for Mass D'Ambrosio. And Chol, who's only had moments today as well, hasn't he? He's been pretty quiet. He only had the 4 possessions, but gets on the end of one.
He was another one, D'Ambrosio. He was All-Australian squad last year, had a slow start last couple of weeks, been back to his best. As Chol, the goal kicker, wins the hit out down to Moore. Handball away towards Newcomb. Hand pass out wide, finds Morrison. on the wing, turns, kicks to the hot spot. Hawthorn going forward again, wins the spoils. Bowie jumps up, grabs it. Somehow got the footy out to Oliver. Hurried handball to Salem, but it's all in close. To Langford, to Rivers. Melbourne trying to get something going now, chasing the game again. To Langdon, to Windsor, over halfway to Keziah Pickett. He breaks the Bailey McDonald tackle. 2 bounces on the run from 48 metres out. A bit of Cozzy magic to spark the Demons. They're not done yet. And Keziah Pickett, with his second of the day, 2 running bounces and a goal on the end of it. Melbourne 7-14-56, Hawthorn 10-9-69, back to 13 points, 14 gone final turn. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, look, great transition by Melbourne there from back half to front half, but that's sort of like my favourite basketballer of all time, Michael Jordan. Just get me the ball and I'll do the rest here. And Pickett gets the ball. He burns off McDonald first. Then he's got another Hawthorn player chasing him. Takes those 2 bounces, steadies himself, and goals. That is brilliant. Outstanding play by Pickett.
He's a superstar, isn't he? Just coming into the peak of his powers, and he keeps them in a much-needed goal. And look, they took a risk, didn't they? And they have to now, Melbourne. Use the corridor.
Van Rooyen in the ruck. Chol following up at ground level, gathers the footy, tackled by Van Rooyen, spills out to Chandler of the D's, gives it off to Bowie, kicks out wide, Langford.
Yeah, and a lot of time still, Benny. There's still 10 minutes of actual playing time remaining in this quarter.
Langford marking on the wing, driving ball inside 50, pack forms down at ground level, Jath picks it up, Hawks extricate the footy, and a clearing kick from Impey. Around the corner up to the wing, Windsor drops the mark, it bounces favourably for the Hawks, Rivers. He mounts Luke Bruce, and he gives away a free kick. So Bruce, who's a little sore after that as well, gives it off towards D'Ambrosio, kicks to Moore, Hawks half forward, chisels it into the pocket, Gunston gathers, he'll swivel and snap and miss. Too narrow. So they still need 3 goals, Melbourne. Hawthorn by 14 points, quarter hour mark. Is that a free kick? Borley and Rammer.
Well, he missed the first one. He waited to a really soft one, I thought, as the second one.
14-point lead for the Hawks, 16 gone final term. Bowie long to the wing and Battle comes over the top, swats it away. Ginnivan keeps it alive for the Hawks. Handball to D'Ambrosio, now to Battle. High half forward for Hawthorn, kicks in the Chol direction. Punched away by May, footy hits the deck. Forward 50 for the Hawks. Gunston, big chase down tackle on Lindsay. Was he clipped high and all of that? says no. May squeezed a kick away that's smothered. Still inside the forward 50 for the Hawks. Ward goes and gets it. Handball back into dispute. Lindsay in that pack. Pack forms over the top of him. Says I'll have it. So Doug Nicholls rounds starts next week, next 2 weekends. I feel like for a long time the premier First Nations player in the game has probably been Stephen May. Maybe his teammates just ripped the crown off him. Cozzy Pickett might just be as good as there is in the competition at the moment.
Meek taps it down, Ward a quick kick. There's going to be a free kick. It'll go to Stephen May. No, it won't go to Stephen May. It'll go to McDonald, in fact. May was in the vicinity, but McDonald with the kick. Thumps it out of defence. Up goes Petrarca. Gets upstairs. Doesn't drag down the mark. Morrison pinches his handball then. Getting involved, Jath too at ground level. There's a high free kick.
Been super, CJ.
Yeah.
I think he's been one of the Hawks' best, especially in the second half. And the Demons have been piling the pressure on. He's stood up really well.
Last week, the first time he's had more than 30 disposals as well, Borley, as this time he kicks into the pocket here for the Hawks, bounces off bodies, spills to Lindsay, dispossessed. Weddle's wrenched down in a tackle. Umpire lets them play. Morrison to Chol. Chol's couple. 2 final quarter goals. And the Hawks, they're out by more than 3. They lead by 20. 11-10-76, plays 7-14-56. 18 minutes into the fourth. That is a game-high lead on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
That's a good lesson too, Rammer. Just got to keep at it. So these Hawks forwards have had a pretty dirty day up until this last quarter. If you keep working, a bit of a run in the ruck, Chol, just to get his hands on the footy, won a couple of clearances. And now he finds himself on the end of the one. It was almost a ball up, wasn't it? But keep playing to the whistle. Good quick handball out. Who was that by?
Morrison.
It was Morrison, yeah. Goal assist, Weddle, just getting the ball out. And then Chol, a nice finish under pressure. Feel like they're just going to do enough.
Yeah.
Just got them at arm's length, haven't they?
So have they been toying with them all day, or have they just lifted when they
I think they've just lifted. Yeah, I think they've just dialed it up.
So 2 to Chol, 2 to Gunston. Big two key forwards up front and get involved when it's time to ice the game. And the Hawks have it out by 20. Pickett knocks it to Petrarca, gets a handball down to half forward. Here's Tolstrup, took a while, caught. Oh, dumped in a tackle from Impey. Can't believe it. It's coming back to Colton. And Tolstrup immediately gives it to Petrarca. They got plenty to do, the Demons. Kicks into the pocket. Turner swung forward, knocked out of bounds by Sicily. And a boundary throw in forward pocket for the D's.
Had a better second half, Sicily. Well, he spoke about how he'd been all out of sorts in that first half. He's just gone back to basics in this second half. Good contest with Fritsch. Spoilt when he's had to. Taken a few intercept marks. Good signs.
Crowd of 50,351 for Saturday Arvo footy at the G.
Meek with the tap, back boundary side. Spargo for the D's. He'll hook a snap to the hot spot. Pack forms. Rivers brought down there by Hardwick. Ball goes to the goal line. Turner keeps it in. He's been swung forward, but there is Jath. Gives it off to his teammate Morrison. Loops a handball again for Jath. Pinched by Pickett. Pickett gets back on his right. Kick knocked down by Jath. Jath will gather. He'll kick up to the wing, looking for a leading. Gunston gets there on the half volley. The old hammies didn't quite flex enough.
That time too. He should have just waited for it to bounce.
Just on Cozzy Pickett, who are you taking? Cozzy Pickett or Isaac Rankin?
I think we're into the semi-final stage. They're the one seeds, aren't they? I think if we're doing a bracket of our best First Nations players, they're absolutely towards the top end. I think I'm still Cozzy. Is that fair? Which way would you go, Ram?
Yeah, I'm Cozzy at the moment. Yep. He's got a premiership medal too.
That's true.
Bobby Hill's there, somewhere abouts at the moment.
I'm a big Bobby Hill fan.
Daniel Rioli's playing well. Wangani Malera's playing well at the moment.
He's coming with a bullet, isn't he? Simon Wangani Miller.
Charlie Cameron was there for a long time.
We've got repeat stoppages here on the southern wing. Hawks by 20. 11-10 to 7-14. 21 gone in this final term. So Doug Nicholls round over the next 2 weekends. Of course, you'll hear it all here on ABC Sport. Hawks in control. They led it by 20. Ball up on that southern wing. Sharp at the stoppage. Got it from Langdon. Kicks inside 50. 2 Hawks spoil each other. Sicily in battle. Ball spills down to Turner. Got a hand pass away to Sparrow, who kicks goalward, but they're all back. The Hawks there to save the day on the last line, and D'Ambrosio marks goes short to Impey in the back pocket.
Just to your question before, Corb, they've definitely dialed up the heat, the Hawks. Plus 10 contested footy this quarter. They've been monstered all day.
That's the game, isn't it?
Increase their work rate. Been tougher and around the footy.
Maybe just playing with their food a little bit.
Oh, no, I think Sam Mitchell would have let him know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's probably
no unkind words at three-quarter time.
That's probably disrespectful to the Demons too. I mean, we know that's a strength of this Melbourne team as well. So Hawthorn just weren't willing to roll the sleeves up early. They have this quarter.
D'Ambrosio kicking around the wing. Gunston flicking on a handball to the runner Moore. He'll kick to full forward. Watson's down there. Sharp. Great work. Sprawling spoil. Sends it out of play. And that is a great defensive effort from the Ballarat boy, Harry Sharp. I mentioned I met his parents a couple of weeks ago. Beautiful people.
The pride. They run a cafe down in Ballarat.
Do you drop in there, Benny?
I'm not sure if that is the one we went to.
We did go to Ballarat.
It's on the river there. It's on the river, the lake.
I can guarantee it wasn't the one we went to then. It's the Hawks here from the stoppage. McGuinness, handball away towards Warple, he's tackled. Ball up inside the forward 50 for Hawthorn. So if you've just flicked the radio on, Melbourne really played the better footy across quarters 2 and 3, and yet Hawthorn led at every change. 6 points at quarter time, 1 at the half, 1 at three-quarter time, and now Hawthorn 4 goals to 1 in this final term. D's trying to clear the defensive arc, and only as far as Jath puts it inside 50. Bowley flies for this, no mark, ball hits the deck. Here's Rivers for the Demons. Off the back flank, hurried kick, meant for Spargo, reaches him. He takes the mark in front of Hardwick at half-back. So 5 and a bit minutes on the game clock, and Melbourne need 4 goals to win it.
This won't do it for now anyway. Spargo, the 4th generation league footballer, goes back to May. And May is bereft. He'll wait a kick back out to Spargo. On the southern wing, the D's. Spargo runs away with it. He knows the equation for the D's. His kick, not a good one. Turnover. And Newcomb bobs up in front to mark for Hawthorn. Hawks by 20 points, 23 and a half minutes into this final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Kick back around the wing from Newcomb towards a contest. Off the hands of the pack, out it goes. Coming up after this game, Essendon and Sydney.
Off the SMS, by the way, Ben, it's only Melbourne's last kick inside 50, all they're kicking at goal. This has been like a broken record for nearly 3 years now.
Yeah.
Continues the same game plan. Frustrated D's fan is how that's signed off the SMS. 0437 774 774. Hawks by 20.
They emerge with it here, the D's. Here is Sharp, shoveling on a handball, getting it onto Tolstra. It runs into a Sicily tackle. And it's held in.
Just such a poor handballs. I've liked Sharp's game. He's such a hard worker, but he's just got to hit that. Almost missed his hand. That should have been it's another great example. Easy opportunity. Instead, we've got a stoppage on the wing.
Hawthorn emerge with it. Somehow Morrison, a handball to Warple, gets it back and just whacks a kick towards half forward. Weddle takes it. 2 kicks from home. Gives it off to Guinea, cruising by. He'll chip it short, and Gunston, 49 out. No one on the mark, so he steps, eyes the sticks, and kicks the goal. Put the emphasis on the first 3 letters of his name. He is just that, an absolute gun. He's got 3. Hawthorn will have 4 points. They lead it by 26. 12-10-82, plays 7-14-56. All 3 of those goals in this final term.
So whether May went to Gunston or Gunston went to May to start this game, what Gunston's done, he's continued to move Stephen May around that forward 50. So Stephen May likes to anchor himself, really dictate terms as a defender, come in third man over, intercept mark. But what Gunston's, he's taken him really wide, and May just won't go with him. And Hawthorn have continued to look for Jack Gunston this entire day. So he's kicked 3 goals.
Yeah, so he's kicked 3-4 now.
3-4, so he's had 7 scoring shots for the game.
He's had 4 in the last quarter, so he had 3 behinds to three-quarter time. He's gone 3 goals, 1 in this last term. And ultimately, he's the gap in the game. A 26-point lead for the Hawks. They're going forward again out of the middle. Ginnivan kicks to centre half forward. Weddle clever. Knocks it down to McGuinness. Gets it back. Oh, it's party time for the Hawks. Weddle goals on the run. And there's another 4 points in the bank for the brown and gold. A 32-point buffer. 26 played final term. 13-10-88. Melbourne 7-14-56, and it is another what might have been afternoon at the footy for Simon Goodwin and the D's.
The floodgates. So this is what happens, isn't it? And it breaks your heart a bit. You dominate the game for 2.5, 3 quarters. Produce all these opportunities. You're tough around the contest, and you don't get reward for effort. Yeah, and all of a sudden you let a good side in, and they get a bit of a sniff. And they had credit to Hawthorn this quarter. They really have. Turned it around, plus 10 in the contest.
Plus 10 ground ball gets.
Yeah, and the clearances as well. And that time it was Warple out of the centre, who's been really good, really. Actually, 4 quarters today, James Warple. He's been one of the Hawks' best.
32 points is the lead in the middle. Gawn wins the tap down. Petrarca, though, coughs it up. Moore to Ginnivan. Back to Moore, runs around his opponent, Lindsay. Darts it inside 50, getting back Salem. Bounces off his chest. Time to recover for the D's. Back pocket to Rivers. Rivers kicks to Windsor, fullback.
SMS for you, Bally. Number 12 for Melbourne has got a huge loop ball with a perm vibe. Uncanny. Colton Tolstra.
As Windsor's handball is errant. They cough it up inside defensive 50 the D's. Watson off to Warple, trying to add his name to the goal kickers list.
Oh, Jack Gunston's just peeled out the back saying, what about me? I'm free.
Melbourne had the opportunity early in this first quarter. The first probably 5 or 6 minutes. And they had 5 inside 50s to 1. Couldn't capitalise on any of those.
D's trying to work it down the wing. They've only kicked 1 goal in this final term and kicked a boatload of behinds today. 7-14 to a 13-11. Free kick in the marking contest for Meek. Pulls the trigger inboard to Ginnivan. He keeps on running. He may as well have a look himself, Guinea. In the end, some indecision turns it over and Gawn takes the intercept mark. It was touched on the way through, said the ump. Handball to McVie, comes wide with the kick, and Chandler has it at half back. Now, if you're listening to us, you're off to Essendon and Sydney. That's your next stop. Saturday slate continues in the big dual-site doubleheader tonight. Either the Suns and the Bulldogs in Darwin or the Showdown, the 56th edition, tied 22-all as the Demons turn it over again. Weddle, and kick the last goal, takes the intercept mark and retreats to Sicily.
A pretty good Weddle too, runner. It's a luxury, isn't it, to be able to
put him anywhere.
At both ends of the ground. 20 possessions. Kicked the goal, 6 marks.
He's not as tall as Mark Blitzarves, but he's kind of like their Mark Blitzarves. They can put him just about anywhere.
He can run.
Yeah. As the kick from Weddle goes forward of the logo, gathered there by D'Ambrosio, who gives it back to Weddle. He'll kick into the pocket. Gunston's down there, so too Watson. Take your pick. It's the ladder. In the right forward pocket. He's got it hard up against the boundary line. 10 metres around from the behind post. He'll veer out on the left and snap it narrow.
It's interesting, isn't it? I think Judd McVee's done a pretty good job on Nick Watson today. But he's going to end up with 2 goals still. Nick Watson has had a couple of moments of defensive pressure. Hawks might still had an impact.
Hawks by 34. Bowie just waxes there with Ed Langdon and now kicks long to the wing, and Max Gawn takes a contested mark, or so he thought. Broken up by Warple. Ump says play on, and now Pack forms on the wing. 50,351 the turnout. Enjoying the call, fellas, as I blast through the Black Soil Plains west of Dalby. On way to Long Reach. Great way to spend a Saturday. Nice to have you with us. Dalby, my apologies. Pronunciation there. As a Hardwick at awkward kicking motion sends it inside 50, but the intercept mark for May. Has it at half-back. Last few minutes here. The Demons next week, they play the Brisbane Lions up in Brisbane, so it doesn't get any easier for Simon Goodwin's men, who are about to go 3-6 on the season. The Hawks win it back on the wing. They got the short waken up to the top end. They'll play the Suns on Thursday night in a juicy fixture as Ginnivan gives it to Ward, who's headed forward.
Ward sends it long inside 50, punched away by McVee. Out of play it goes, throwing 40 around.
Sorry, Benny. Interesting review one for Sam Mitchell in the 3 quarters. How hard do you dissect that the first 3 quarters? It's been a pretty powerful response this last quarter, there's no doubt about that.
Oh, they got their hands dirty in the last quarter, Hawthorn.
Yeah.
They wanted to play pretty football in the first 3 quarters, and Melbourne's pressure was good.
Yeah, well, better teams won't let them get away with that, will they? They'll put the scoreboard pressure on, so they get away with one today.
All pinballing around inside 50 for the Hawks. Meek gives it off to Jarman Impey. His left foot shot on goal. Gunston in the goal square. Did he get a boot on it? He's not convincing. I think it might have been knocked through. Him and May in a wrestle.
Yeah.
I think May's hand got in front of his boot. A minor score, so Hawthorn by 35. Matt Stevic will check it.
What doesn't Jack Gunston just say in that scenario? Look, it's...
He did.
Did he?
He
said it was off the hand?
Yeah, he was shaking his head.
So to be behind, it'll be a 35-point buffer for the Hawks. As May brings the footy back into play, goes wide with it, and Bowie has the footy on the back flank. And the heavyweight Hawks prove too much for the D's, who don't quite measure up. Hawthorn by 35.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one. The way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
The D's were the better team at three-quarter time, and yet they trailed at every change. It was Hawthorn by 6 at quarter time, 1 at the half, 1 at three-quarter time. But at three-quarter time, it was 6-13 versus 7-8. And you felt, can the Demons put it together? Well, no. The highly credentialed Hawks ultimately closed when it was time to close. They kicked 6 goals to 1 in the final term, thanks largely to their veteran Jack Gunston, who's having another sensational year. 3 goals in the final term. The Hawks by 35.
A happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one. The way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
Hawks by 35, so if you've been unavailable this afternoon, perhaps you've been out of range and you've just flicked the radio on, you hear, yep, 35 points, probably thought as much, Hawthorn a much better team. It doesn't really tell the story of the game and what we've witnessed this afternoon, but ultimately that's how it finished. And Hawthorn, too much in the end, thanks largely to Jack Gunston's final term. Chol kicked a couple in that last quarter as well. The goal kickers, 3 for Gunston, 2 each for Watson and Chol, and then singles for Moore, Meek, Bruce, Ward and Ginnivan, and then for Melbourne 3 for Langford, 2 for Pickett, and then 1 each for Sharp and Sparrow. So 13-13 to 7-14. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas with their takeaway Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, now I was going into that last quarter really hopeful for Melbourne. You know, they had done most things right for the day, except just that conversion on the scoreboard at a three-quarter time. It was 19 scoring shots to 15, 6-13 to 7-8, but then it's a powerful finish. Powerful finish by Hawthorn. 6 goals, 5 to 1-1 in that last quarter. Hawthorn plus 11 inside 50s, 20 inside 50s to 9 in that last quarter, and Melbourne had the first 5 of that quarter. So that's a real domination.
Give me that number again.
So it's 20 inside 50s to 9 in the last quarter. Melbourne had the first 5.
So 20 of the last 24.
Yep.
Hawthorn.
Yep. So now that's a powerful finish, and Paulie and I spoke about this a lot during the day. Hawthorn didn't want to get their hands dirty. They wanted to play nice, pretty football, and they were making mistakes, and it was inviting Melbourne's pressure. Melbourne were able to turn the ball over and take it back inside their forward 50, and just a conversion in the end. But that last quarter, game changes. To have 11 scoring shots from 20 entries, that's efficient football. That's very efficient football. I thought Gunston's game was terrific today, albeit he didn't quite kick straight with 3 goals, 4, but I thought he comfortably beat Stephen May, and that's a big one, particularly without Jake Lever in the team. Well, Jake Lever has been in the team all year, so but that just didn't allow May to come in and influence the contest from the back half of the ground. Ground ball gets in the last quarter, plus 13 to Hawthorn. So, really, I think, Ben, you asked about how would Sam Mitchell review the game. I think he reviews the last quarter and shows, well, guys, when we're playing at our best, this is the impact that we can have on the scoreboard. Football's got to be about impact on the scoreboard. It's got to be.
I think it was Borley who referenced that, but it's a great point. I wonder, I think he'll make the point to them as well, that if you don't do the hard work, you don't do the dirty stuff, you don't get the icing on the cake. You've got to make the cake first.
We know they're skillful. We know Hawthorn have got all the skills and the run, and they can do all the, they've got the tricks. You say, he's got the tricks as a player. They've got the tricks as a team. But when it comes to, okay, let's roll the sleeves up, let's do the hard work for a game of football against a better opposition. If they're playing Brisbane, for example, that game's over at three-quarter time.
That's right.
That's done.
Gold Coast next week.
So that's where I think the maturity level of this team needs to continue to grow for them. Melbourne, again, now what does Simon Goodwin do? Does he review the first 3 quarters and not worry about the last quarter? It's a tricky one for the D's. Like I said, I thought they did a lot right today. They got it wrong in the last quarter. They were beaten through the middle of the ground in that last quarter. Max was enormous early, but then once Hawthorn's ground level players got on top in that quarter, it was all over. So, a tough one, I think, for Demons fans today, where, we had the messages on the SMS machine talking about, that midfield forward connection and going inside forward 50. Yeah, they're right, but it's no point saying it all the time. Melbourne have got to go and do something about it. Now, whether that's different personnel, whether that's training it more, whatever they got to do, they've got to find a better result. Inside 50, they win today. They lost by 2, 48 to 50, and really that's on the back of the last quarter with Hawthorn. So great first 3 quarters, Melbourne. Well done. Harvey Langford had a really good game. You look at the younger players. Xavier Lindsay was really good. Dan Turner had his moments as a. I thought Judd McVie did a good job on Nick Watson. So Windsor had 23 possessions. So the numbers are there for their younger players to go. Yep, the future looks bright. But at the same time, it's a disappointing last quarter where it's a really winnable contest.
Yeah, that's right. You can't question their effort. I don't think that's highlighted by those numbers. Contested footy, really strong. They tackled well. I thought their pressure was good. 61 tackles to 44. Can't question that. It's the same old story. We know that. They've got problems forward of the ball, a bit of personnel, but then also just that connection piece, which can be a bit of a throwaway line. But it's real when you see it today, when you don't take your opportunities against sides who can punish you when they get a bit of a roll on. That's what happens. So you feel for them a bit. I mean, you look at their forwards in general. Fritsch, 4 possessions, no impact. Jefferson, young player, gets subbed off. 2 kicks, Van Rooyen, only the 2 kicks, don't hit the target. Sparrow a little bit light on as well. So they had Petty went out of the team, didn't he? And Melksham was out of the team today as well as Viney through the middle of the ground. But again, you can't question their effort from that point of view. It is just that ability to finish, and you can see them trying different things. I mean, when Pickett's down there, he looks lively, doesn't he? Something's going to happen. Petrarca spends some time down there. They flicked McDonald and Turner. They just can't find the right mix at the moment, and in the end they just left the door open for a powerful Hawthorn burst. And Corb, you mentioned three-quarter time, they're batting 100 when they're in front or when they're around the mark. We know that they really rate their ability to run out games. It's a massive strength of theirs. Picture Weddle running hard in the last quarter, Amon, D'Ambrosio, Dylan Moore getting better as the game goes on. So that's a big strength of theirs. We know that. Arthur, I thought, was terrific today. Best game I've seen him play in those colours for a long, long time. So, they back themselves to run the game out and finish off games really well. But, you can't get away from the fact that the Demons should have been able to put a bit of space between them. They didn't, and in the end you get what you deserve in this game, don't you?
They're a fascinating watch, the Hawks, as to where they go from here. I mean, it's, in a way, what we're in the second weekend of May, so you don't expect them to be absolutely humming, playing their best footy, and yet they're 7-2.
Banking wins.
Sure beat 0-5 where they started last year.
No, it's not part of their plan. At the moment, Gunston's their best forward. And, as much of a champion as he is, that's not what they would have been planning for at the start of the year. Now, we know there's troops out, and hopefully there's troops to come back. The year of the two. Yeah. But at the moment, there is still too much of a reliance. And in that first 2.5, 3 quarters, where nothing was happening for them forward, okay, they missed a few opportunities, but they really did look pretty impotent forward of the ball, I thought, and Melbourne's defence was in control.
And then you got Lewis, and as you said, Lewis still another 4 to 6 away. Deer's back in the VFL, which is good, so he's not all that far away. Tom Barras was rested this week, so he's still to come back. And then in the midfield, you've got McKenzie, who's a couple of weeks away, who was playing some good footy before he went out. Scrimshaw down back. And Will Day, it almost feels like with the navicular, if you're getting back, it's a bonus, but you wouldn't be banking on it, would you, given that injury and everything that's baked into it, 3 to 4 months.
Keep Will Day on ice. It's got to be a long-term play, and I know as hard as that sounds to Hawthorn supporters, that's just reality.
Let's go into the winners' rooms. The Hawks by 35 points. Jack Gunston with 3 in the final term. Ray Chamberlain was all over it. He was riding it home in front of 50,000. What's the mood down there like, Ray? Oh, I'm not sure he's got the cans on at the moment. I just got a little shot of Ray.
He's slapping hands. I know Ray. He's a real back slapper. He's high-fiving.
He's got the headphones around his neck.
Talking to everybody.
So we hear a whole lot of that. We can listen in anyway. Hopefully nothing untoward goes to air, but let's have a listen to the Hawks.
For his man Gunston, I think, wasn't it?
Let's have a listen to the Hawks belt it out.
He might be in the song.
Winners.
He might be in the song, Ray. Next to Jack.
There we go. A pretty happy bunch in the Hawthorn rooms, as you'd expect. 35-point winners over Melbourne. We'll see if we can sneak in a little interview. We might just do a little off-air chat before we go back to Ray, just to make sure that we don't have anything untoward making its way onto the airwaves. 13-13 to 7-14 was the final score. A 35-point win for the Hawks. Just laying out the day, of course, the Saturday slate in round 9. So up next, it is Essendon versus Sydney. That'll be under the roof at Docklands. The dual-site doubleheader tonight, so you can either choose between the Suns and the Bulldogs up in Darwin or the Showdown 56 from Adelaide. ABC Listen at best place to be. You can toggle between the two games.
Because we like to share responsibility for the successes on Saturday Arvos, and we share the blame, I'll put that on me. Ray's normally down there. He normally records the interview after the game, and we go to the next game, and then we would replay that at halftime in the next game. Today we're still on air until 10 past. So we've got a couple of minutes here. So maybe haven't explained that as well as I could have to Ray.
Set him up to succeed, mate. There, that is. Well done. Put your hand up. Who wins Bombers Sydney, Corb? You confident? Quick one?
No, not overly confident.
Okay.
5 changes doesn't usually bode well. So.
No, that's right. A couple of good ins, though.
There's a plucky underdog if they can make a good account.
Jordan goes to Merritt, doesn't he?
Feels like a proper crossroads game. Though,
That's what I mean. I found that the hardest to tip this week.
Yeah. Bombers have beaten all the teams below them. They've lost to all the teams above them. And Sydney's sort of around their station as well, trying to piece it together and hang in there until they get players back. So should be a fun game.
On last week's form, the Swans you would lean towards, but tough one.
Yep, that's going to be a good game. And if the Swans do win, they then play Carlton next Friday night, which is another great game. So a chance to get an idea on exactly where all those teams sit. We got the votes in the ABC football.
Yeah, quick votes. Yeah, tricky one. I'm going to give one vote to Cozzy Pickett. I thought he was Melbourne's best and most likely. Not from a stats point of view, but I just thought his impact on the game was super. He had 17 possessions, 8 contested. He had 9 tackles and as many chase and pressures. Kicked 2 goals too. It could have even been better, but I thought he was superb. I'm going to give 2 votes to Chankwath Jiath. I thought it was the best game he's played certainly all year and the best game I've seen him play for a long time. And 3 votes to James Worpel, who I thought across the 4 quarters was the Hawks' best.
3 for Worpel, 2 for Jiath, 1 for Pickett in the ABC Footballer of the Year. All right, we're on the clock. We got 2.5 minutes. Ray Chamberlain in the Hawks rooms. Ray.
G'day, guys. I'm down here with James Worpel after a resounding Hawthorn 4th quarter to take over the victory. James, what are your recollections of today?
Oh, yeah, it's good to beat them. They're actually the only team I haven't beaten before, so, it's good to get one up on them.
7-2 now, which is far better than 0-5 from last year. What do you put it down to? What's going well for Hawthorn?
We're a completely different team to what we were in the first 5 rounds of last year, obviously you can see, but I think we just got boys playing well in every position at the moment, and likes like Jack Gunston, Lloyd Meek, they're just playing such a pivotal role for us week in, week out, and we're starting to get the ball rolling, which is nice.
You speak about Jack Gunston, all right, so you look at him now. What is he? He's 55 years old. I think the boys were saying in commentary today. Melbourne have got weapons. We know about Max Gorn. We know about Cozzy, but their big bopper down back in Stephen May, intercept mark, penetrating left foot. Jack, tell us about his role today and the influence he has on the group.
Yeah, I think he's 56, I reckon. Moves like a 21-year-old at the moment. We're so lucky to have him. But yeah, he kind of plays a bit of a defensive role on all the good key backs in the comp. So he's kind of got a role down there, and then if he kicks a couple, we're happy for him to do that. So he's playing beautifully for us.
You're in the engine room between quarter time and 3/4 time today. Bit of a discrepancy at contested ball. Things turned around in the 4th quarter. Tell us how that panned out.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. They're a really good contested team, and they have been for a long time. So, the young boys stood up really well in there. Unfortunately, Huss got subbed out, but another soldier came in Maury, and we gelled really well. But, we knew they were going to get a few, but, it's luckily we kicked enough points to win.
Corb, boys, any questions from upstairs?
I would love to, but we're hard up against it. We've got to go to the Swans and Bombers game, but we do appreciate it. You got the top votes, James, in the ABC Footballer of the Year, so Luke Ball loved your game. Appreciate your time.
Cheers, thank you.
James Worpel, 3 for him, 2 for Jath, 1 for Pickett. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. What were we worried about? There was plenty of time to be able to get all that in.
Perfect.
Beautifully done.
No stress.
Thanks to Ray Chamberlain downstairs. Thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker for all his work. To Craig back in the studio. Thanks to you, Ram, for enduring a car.
No drama.
Big
day. All good.
Safe travels home and all the best on that front. Thanks to you, Bally.
Cool.
Good hit out. Short survives for another week on Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas. Thanks to Ben Cameron for his work. My name's Corbin Middlemass, signing off from the MCG. The Hawks by 35. Let's head to Docklands. Time for the Dons and the Swans.
G'day, this is Macca.
Macca, you're talking about the cost of everything. Chocolate went up 500% last week. So we'll start growing that in far northern Queensland. Come on, you Queensland farmers. How about pineapples? Grow some cacao.
Love you to join me every Sunday, ABC Radio and the ABC Listen app.